Hello gamers. Hopefully we're live now. Let me share this to the Discord real quick and then we'll get started. But the whole plan of today's stream is to rewatch season 3 because we have the final episode tomorrow. So kind of get a little bit of a reflect rewatch. I did this for season 2 as well. Just give us an opportunity to see how everything went and how things might go in the final episode. Plus a little bit of behind the scenes thoughts and stuff like that. So hopefully it's not just a simple rewatch, it's a little bit of extra. Hi George, good morning. Hope you're doing well. I'm gonna post this to the Discord server real quick. Live. Okay. Let me make sure this is actually functioning because YouTube Studio is like not doing its thing at all. I think we're live because I see people in chat say hello. But, in the meanwhile, I do have just a random background image of this is another Atelier game I've been playing. I've been going through the Atelier trilogy, and this is the Mysterious trilogy, and I'm on the final game. Very well, thank you. How's your health? Well, I want to say better, but realistically, it's been a roller coaster. It got a little better, and then it got worse. So hopefully I'll be okay for stream today, but at least my throat doesn't hurt, so I can talk. But yeah, we're hanging in there. A lot better than last week, though. Yeah, I played a little bit of Splatoon 3 update last night. Been doing some ZA runs, which you can expect next month. I'm looking forward to playing this game, Sophie 2, but we'll get to that when I get to that. I kind of want to stream Ryza more. I don't know how you guys felt about the Ryza stream last week, but I kind of want to stream Ryza some more. Anyways, I'm being distracted here because the plan for today is not to play Atelier on stream as much as that's what I want to do. The plan today is let me hit the right buttons. There's a lot of buttons to hit, gamers. I'm gonna rewatch Can X Become Champion, like the full playlist. I don't think Green got added yet. Yeah, I'll have to add Green. But since tomorrow Green is premiering, it's just a little. I didn't add Lance. Lance is just not in here. It just skips Lance. Whoops. I will go add Lance to this playlist. But yeah, we're just kind of gonna go through it. I'll give my thoughts about some parts, a little bit of background here and there. And also I want to see who's giving the most trouble, so I'm gonna set up a little spreadsheet so we can fill it out and see which trainer was given the most trouble to everyone else. But the first one is basically the first. Why doesn't it give me the title? Why do you not give me the title, YouTube? It all started with a letter. So I was doing these prologue trailers. In part, these are just to be there as like a little trailer to the live premiere. So if you go to the Green video, you're gonna see the little trailer and you're gonna hear the music as I play the trailer, as I play the thing. The whole idea is that we have like a little bit of. Yeah, so like if you go to the Green video, it starts with the little 3-minute trailer so that while you're waiting for the premiere, you have a chance to watch a little bit of something. So that's the whole point of these. I made some of them public, but then I realized YouTube will just shove those videos at people's faces, and people don't necessarily know what to do with those because it's fine when you see it in context of the playlist, but if you see it on its own, it's like, what do you mean Dr. Fuji's diary? Like, what? Why is this 11 minutes? What is happening here? Versus having the context. Anyways, let's begin with it all started with a letter. And in the meantime, I'm gonna go add Lance to the playlist. as he should have been. Ginger was usually the way to go. Yeah, thank you. We could have. I've been having a lot of ginger. Yeah. We have exclusive sneak peeks of Green's route today before it premieres tomorrow. I mean, I've already had it's available on Patreon, but we'll see. We'll see how I'm feeling by the end of the stream. Also, let me know how the audio is. Like if I need to boost or lower.
Hey there, little one. I hope your journey through Paldea has been going well, because any future adventure might have to go on hold for the time being. But before I tell you why, you should stop reading this letter in an old lady voice. I'm young at heart, you know. That's better. As you already know, Chairman Rose asked me to make more Balonly tea so that you can change forms and remain inconspicuous whenever you travel to a different world. However, I'm still missing one key ingredient. It comes from a curious pink Pokemon that visits me in the Glimwood Tangle once a year, every year. Except, it never showed up this time around. I got a bit worried about my old friend and asked little Maggie if she knew anything about it. Unfortunately, she did not, but since it is a migratory Pokemon, she suggested that some natural disaster may have disrupted its route or, worst case, injured the little creature. So we did a little digging and concluded that a large volcanic eruption in the Kanto region may be the culprit. Since we can't make more Balonly tea without this Pokemon, I suspect the chairman will be sending you there to investigate soon. Thankfully, I do have a few more servings left from last year's batch to help you out. But unless you can find the missing Mew, I'm afraid there's not much more we can do. Best of luck, little one. Your dear friend, Opal.
Okay, then the rest is just little trailer. I also forgot to full screen it. Whoops. Alright, so the whole idea for this is just kind of give it context within the world. So this very intentionally starts in the same room as the end of season 2, and you have the little letter where I go, oh no. So this is what my guy is going oh no to. I don't know. I just really like the Opal sprite, so I was like, we should include Opal still. Opal's a cool character in the series. She's an old lady, but you know, I didn't want poor little Cornflower having to read this all in an old lady voice, because it sounds kind of straining. So I was like, yeah, no, let's use the young Opal sprites. Also, there's rumors that there might be a Legends Galar game, and I'm pretty sure they'll use young Opal in there as well. They'll just have like a young version of her. And be like, hello, look, it's Opal's ancestor. Wow. A few other things. Little Maggie, because they're friends, and Magnolia's little to her, despite her being a grandma at this point. And then I wasn't too sure what to use for the natural disaster, so I was like, let's just use clips of Kyogre Groudon fighting, I guess. Natural disaster. Because you know, you never know what they're gonna do. And then figured Kanto has a volcano, so maybe volcanic eruption, something. And then this was supposed to show everyone, you know, the episode list. I kind of dragged it out a little bit just for the music, but. Featuring, yeah, there you go. You have it in order: Misty, Sabrina, Erica, Lance, and Green. Like it's been in order. I've leaked the order of the trainers this whole time. But if you've been showing up to streams, you already know this. We've gone through this multiple times, and many more. People are like, "Who's this guy? Who's Random Bald Man?" I hope people know who Random Bald Man is now. I kind of wanted to give a little bit of love to the extra side characters, because it is an RPG and they add a lot of guys on the side, and I figured this, you know, give it a little bit more personality. We like personality. But yeah, that's it for the opening trailer, and then we jump into the Misty episode. Could Misty become champion in the Kanto region? For the 5 people who don't know, Misty is the water-type gym leader from the original Pokemon games. And just like her Galarian counterpart Nessa, her strategy is an all-out offensive with fast, powerful water-type Pokemon like Starmie, which is literally used to speedrun these games, so her team must be good, right? To find out if she actually has what it takes to become champion, I decided to play through Pokemon Let's Go Pikachu as Misty, catching Pokemon for her team as they become available, using the same movesets as her in-game teams.
Yeah,
I gotta pause this screen because this was like a thing they used. I decided to play through Pokemon Let's Go Pikachu as Misty, catching Pokemon for her team as they become available, using the same. This was like an official promo screen that they did. Let me see if I can find it, but it was like, let's go Misty promo. It was, people were like memeing about it. But it was, yeah, of course the internet has gotten really bad at the search, but it was like this frame and people started memeing about it. It was something along this line. Like this is an actual thing that made it into Pokemon marketing. Movesets as her in-game teams, and following a few other rules just to keep things a bit fair. But wait, Bill, wasn't I supposed to be looking for the mysterious pink Pokemon?
Mew? Yeah, that's the main objective.
Then why bother with the gym circuit?
Well, it's a good excuse to travel the region, and you certainly won't find any rare Pokemon around Cerulean. Trust me, I've checked.
Yeah, but aren't we approaching this a bit too casually? I mean, we've only got 3 servings of the Baloney tea left. That's 3 form changes. And we can't make more without that Mew, so...
Ah, you worry too much. Besides, there's a chance that this Pokemon isn't even in the region. So just enjoy your trip, and if you happen to find any clues, we'll consider that a success.
If you say so. Okay, a little bit of extra about Bill. If you notice here, he has the little Eevee badge. This is something Terra did. It's a nice little thing. There's also a variant of him that has the Pikachu badge, but because this run is in Let's Go Eevee, we went with the Eevee badge for the starter. I was gonna have him have like different badges if he shows up throughout the story, but then he kind of got written out a little bit. I don't know. Bill didn't have much of a reason to be there. So, what's the stream about? So tomorrow we're gonna have the final Can X Become Champion Season 3, and I figured today's a good opportunity to kind of just, you know, rewatch and give some extra thoughts about the other episodes of Season 3 before the final episode premieres. Let's Go games are constantly slept on, but I love the games as they were my first official game. Nice. Yeah, I'm gonna be honest, I wasn't the biggest fan of Let's Go when it came out, but it's grown on me. So hello Wayne, hope you're doing good. I've been setting up the little sheets so we can see who's been causing the most trouble during the runs as well. I believe for Scarlet and Violet it was Iono and Poppy, so I'm very curious who it is for this. I have a good guess. I think it is Surge, but we'll see for real. Alright then, I guess I'm ready to go.
Oh, hold on a moment. Here's a letter for Misty, and a second serving of the tea just in case something goes wrong.
Thanks, Bill. I'll see you on the flip side.
That you will. Now let's start this thing up.
Talking me out.
That's right.
Are you sure that this isn't just one of Bill's weird experiments?
No, not really. But he did ask me to give you this letter.
A letter for me? Let's see.
What's it say?
That if I take you on a tour of the Kanto region and try my best to become champion, he'll lend me his hut for a night. Any night that I choose.
What a strange offer.
What are you talking about, Vasko? Bill's hut is the only building near Cerulean Bay. Just imagine. Gazing at the stars, listening to the waves, all without that nerd killing the mood.
So this part was the hardest part to write, which was what motivation does Misty have for following along with this? This was the biggest writer block, and this is probably the weakest point in the whole story. But I just kind of assumed that, because in game writing, so I tried to base these characters on the way they're written in game. And in the Let's Go game specifically, most of these trainers have zero actual personality, which is kind of sad. Like, zero lore, zero personality. They just show up, you battle them. And I think, like, Surge has the most personality because he's like, oh man, I can't believe I lost. Here's my autograph, and that's it. And then Blaine with his movements about the quiz show. Like, they don't have much to go off of. So I kind of looked at what they have in the previous game. Yeah, so like she gets the right to use Bill's house for a bit. So initially the writing was Misty is very much written as like this girl who just seeks out romance in a way. At least in the games, like in the older games, not so much in this one. So we tried to do a little bit of like oh, maybe she wants that right for like a date or something, but then I'm like, oh, this feels a little off. And it's like maybe she just enjoys looking at the stars and enjoying the sea, you know, she just enjoys a chill location. Because that's what you see her do later. Yeah, I was looking at the fame checker and all that type of stuff. I think there was like another game where you can like rematch them that gives you more hints. Yeah, we interrupt her date, literally, yeah. So I was like, you know, I don't know, it just doesn't feel like the right kind of motivation. It didn't feel realistic. And at first I did kind of try to force it, and Ellie, who was voicing Misty, was like, you know, I don't feel comfortable saying this. And I'm like, you know what? You're so right for that. Let's fix that. So we kind of rewrote it as to just Misty wanting to like enjoy some like a nice calm space. And it kind of fits because when we do meet her later within the Let's Go game, Misty is just going out for a swim. She's just like, I just like the peace and quiet of swimming in wherever the Surge city is, Vermilion, swimming in the Vermilion Bay. So I was like, oh, maybe she just a good motivation for her is just a nice quiet spot. And we just saw how rambly Bill is, so maybe she likes to hang out there but gets upset. He shows up and starts, you know, mansplaining some science thing. And this is a good opportunity for her to just get some peace of mind. And it's closer to home, so she doesn't have to go all the way to Vermilion City. I think it worked out in the end, but this was like a struggle point to write. Huh. So you've got a special someone in mind?
I wish. Every guy in town has their eye on one of my sisters, but it doesn't hurt to be prepared.
So you let me join you on a journey around the region?
You betcha. And our first stop will be Pewter City. They've got a lovely museum there, so let's go.
Something I did not. The other thing was a lot of this tour is like Misty showcasing all the potential date spots in Kanto. So the idea was to kind of serve as, hey, here's an introduction of the region as is before any trouble has happened. So the Misty episode is supposed to be like the calm before the storm. Also, why are modern writers allergic to rain? I don't know. I've noticed that a lot. Like even in video games, like they're scared to ship their characters. For this specifically, I don't know. It just didn't flow well, I would say. Like I tried to include that in Misty's character a little bit. It just didn't feel very fitting to the actual like events going on. Realize about Misty is that she actually has two different star meet, one for her gym and one for her rematch team. And the only reason I know this is thanks to the presence of pre-evolution exclusive moves. The gym star meet is supposed to know Swift, which it can learn as a star U when it hits level 13, then evolves into a star me for the gym battles. Meanwhile, the second star me, which we see in the gym battle rematches in the post game, that one knows Hydro Pump, which is once again a move that can only be learned as a star U, but this time at level 45. And that cannot happen if it's already evolved at level 19 for the original gym team, which is exactly how we know that she's got two of them. That being said, Misty only has one starfish at the start of the game, and that's all she needs to demolish Brock's rock type. Alright, so figuring out when they got certain Pokemon or how many of a Pokemon they have is one of the fun parts when it comes to doing these types of runs. It's one of my favorite things. It's kind of like using a little bit of deductive reasoning to figure out, here's this Pokemon. When did they get it? How did they get? How many did they get? And it's interesting to see the implications based on the way the teams are designed. I feel like when like the devs are picking their movesets and stuff, they don't think that far. So a lot of these are like unintentional revelations, but I try to play along with them. Also, hello, Pixel. Jim, although it seems like she was more in a hurry to check out the local museum since it's apparently a popular date spot, which, to be fair, it is a nice chill place where you can learn something new or see something cool, like these fossilized remains of a kabutops, or a miniature replica of a space shuttle. After a short little detour at the museum, it was time for the longest walk of our lives, since the next gym is literally on the other side of the region. On our way towards Mount Moon, we decided to take a small break by the Pokemon Center, mainly because Misty wanted to check out the latest issue of some magazine that they just stocked on the little racks in the back. Although, I couldn't help but notice that this weird guy kept looking at us the entire time. Oh, and now he's approaching us.
Hello there, sweetie pie. Are you heading into Mount Moon by any chance?
Me? Yes. Why do you ask?
Well, you see, I've got a special deal for trainers planning.
Also, something else I forgot to add, and you might notice it later for the subtitles. I added a drop shadow afterwards, so they're a little bit easier to like they pop out a little bit more. But for this one, they don't got no shadow. Also, yeah, like with fandoms, some people are very touchy about their ship. I don't know. I don't think it's that deep. I just couldn't think of like a good way to write it, so I was like, we're just gonna move on. We'll go with what we have.
To tackle that cave, a secret Pokemon that can't be found around these parts, for just 500 Poké-Dollars.
Wait, Misty, this guy seems suspicious.
Suspicious? No. I'm just selling a useful Pokemon to trainers who might have trouble crossing Mount Moon.
Uh-huh. So then what Pokemon are you selling?
It's, a secret.
So you expect people to buy a Pokemon from you without even knowing what it is? You're right, Vasko. Maybe we should report this guy to the police.
Wait. No, I'll tell you. It's a Magikarp.
For 500 Poké-Dollars? Doesn't one Pokeball only cost 100? This really is a scam.
I'll take it.
You will?
Yeah, it's a water type, right? I hear that it can turn into a really powerful Pokemon if you give it a chance. Ugh, I wish that a cute guy.
So fun fact, the reason why I even went through to buy this is because Magikarp is typically available early on in these games because you can just use the fishing rod to catch it, and you get the fishing rod like in the next town in the older games. Also, Hi Blonde. But in this game specifically, there is no fishing rod anymore, so you can't even get a Magikarp until after you beat Erica. And this is the only guy who sells you a Magikarp this early on in the game. So if you want access to a low level early game Magikarp, this is the only way to get it. There is no other option.
I would give me a chance too.
Cheer up, little lady. You've got plenty of charm. And a good eye, too. Any young fella would be lucky to have you by his side. Oh, I know. Take this pretty stone, too. A little bonus for, giving Magikarp a chance.
Oh, thanks, mister.
Wait, you're just gonna give it out for free?
Look at the smile on that little lady's face. It's worth way more.
Now here, I kind of gave him a plot reason for it, but the real reason for this is because she has a fully evolved ace Pokemon, and there's no water stone that early in the game. So like, this is the only way to get a water stone. Realistically what I did is I traded over the Starmie to a different run and used the water stone on it for it to evolve. Yeah, I didn't actually get this. Unfortunately, not available early game, and I was like, this is the only place where I can write in her getting a water stone. The other option was to buy it as a souvenir from the museum, but I didn't want to stretch out the museum section too much. I was just like, oh yeah, there's a museum here, but it didn't really play much of a part in the story, so I just kind of decided to bring him in here as one. And maybe this guy picked up a water stone and he's fishing, he's around water a lot. He's in an area that has water stones. Well, there's no held items in this game, so you have to trade the Pokemon to a run that has the stone and then use the stone there, because you can't just give a held item to a Pokemon and then send it over.
More than one silly blue rock. Now scram, you two. I've got more Magikarp to sell.
What a weird guy. But hey, at least we got another Pokemon on the team, and it's only level 5, so we'll have a lot of grinding to do. The good news is that we can evolve our Staryu right away thanks to that water stone, and Starmie can easily sweep through all of the trainers in Mount Moon. Once we got on the other side of the cave, we spent some time walking around the grass near Cerulean City, where we found and caught our third teammate, Psyduck. Then we decided to train up a bit more by sparring with Misty's sisters at the gym. What they had in looks, they lacked in battle skill, since Misty was easily able to take down all 3 of their Pokemon with her. Also, fun fact, their names are the same names that they used for the sisters in the anime. So Daisy, Lily, and I forget the last one. But this is, like, these 3 gym trainers are supposed to be her sisters. Starmie alone. No wonder she's the gym leader. And just when we were about to head back out, we heard some sort of commotion north of the gym, so of course we had to go check it out.
Officer Jenny, what's going on?
Trouble with a capital T.
That Squirtle's messing with you again?
No, real trouble this time, Misty. Some thug broke into these people's home and stole the TM they were making.
Okay, you guys gotta remember the Squirtle part, because that actually shows up in the green episode. You get to see the actual Squirtle. So a lot of this, like, I got to pre-plan the whole season. So we kind of just, you know, I was like, oh, what's gonna show up later? So a lot of things happening in early episodes are actually like foreshadows and references to things that happen later on. The not so good news though is that, you know, these did not perform well viewership wise, but like I put a lot of effort into them. I'm happy with them.
Do you think that I can go in and check the scene? Make sure that everyone's okay and all that?
I would, but the chief said don't let anyone in or out till we catch that crook.
Oh, come on, Jenny. I'm the gym leader here. Everyone knows that it's my job to help out when these things happen.
Fine, but if anyone asks, you got in through the other side.
The other side?
You'll see.
Oh, so yeah, she does look a little sunburnt. Just a little bit. But if you think about it, anytime we see Jenny in the game, she's always outside. So it would kind of make sense that she's a little bit of tan. Yeah, everyone took a hit to their views in 2025. Absolutely, yeah. The crime scene was wild. Someone had ran into this home with what looks like a Raticate, grabbed the TM off the shelf, then busted a giant hole through the wall to make their escape. Seems like the couple was still at home when all this happened, but were too shocked to do anything. Misty and I went to check out the other side, and we noticed a suspicious looking guy staring at the bushes. He didn't look like a police officer and immediately jumped to battle us when we tried to ask him a question. According to Misty, he was a member of Team Rocket, a small-time gang that has been getting more and more active throughout the region lately, committing petty crimes like theft, but it's never gone this far. The bad news for this guy was that Misty's Pokemon is simply too strong, and after scolding him a couple of times, he returned the TM and ran away. We tried to give it back to the couple, but they wanted Misty to keep it as thanks for finding and scaring away the criminal. After that, we made our way south to Vermilion City. So I don't know if you noticed what I did there. This was the skip, because we didn't actually battle Misty, because we are Misty. It's just like, Misty did a little bit of training. Okay, now moving on to the next section. Also, she does have the TM now. So again, kind of establishing, hey, there's Team Rocket. They seem to be bad guys, but then this is about all you're going to see of Team Rocket in this run. Because it's just kind of establishing, hey, here's Kanto. This is what Kanto is. Misty's favorite spot for swimming. Unfortunately, we were unable to go for a dip in the water since there was a giant cruise ship docked in the port. The staff were very friendly and gave Misty a cute little sailor outfit as well as a free tour of the boat, where we could battle a few more trainers for extra experience, as well as this very surprising battle against the endgame rival. Typically, we'd just have Starmie sweep through his whole team, especially since Swift can ignore his accuracy-related strategies. But this kid managed to put our star player to sleep and then knocked it out with a couple of Razor Leafs, which meant Magikarp of all Pokemon had to carry the battle. Now thankfully, we had gotten this fishy to level 15, so at least a new tackle, but it was so weak that we had to hit the Oddish twice to win. After that, Misty wanted to train up a bit more on Route 11, which got our weak little Magikarp to finally evolve. And then we went to Challenge Surge. Our strategy against this electrifying lieutenant was to use Dig to... okay, but we've got Gyarados, which has a 4x weakness to electric type moves. It's okay though, since Starmie is the real carry here. Surely it can handle one ball guy. See? Now that Magnemite, it has some sort of steel coating that helps it tank a hit from our star, but it can't hit us hard enough to win either, so we get a second knockout on turn 2, leaving Surge with his ace 2. Unfortunately, Starmie couldn't dish out enough damage to one-shot here, which means that Misty would lose. Well, that's not good. Now typically, so Surge gets the first point for being a problem for everyone. I would say that the run ends here, especially since there's not much we can do against Surge. However, the Kanto region isn't as linear as I remember. That's because Surge is actually an optional gym leader. Since we don't need his badge to use the chop down technique, we can just cut down the tree blocking the path east of Cerulean and make our way through the rock tunnel. The only caveat is that this cave will be completely dark, since unfortunately we do need the badge from Surge to learn the light up technique this early on. Technically, you don't need the badge to use the technique, but without the badge, the little electrical guy won't move out of the way, and there's no way to go back to Pewter City otherwise. Unfortunately, with this fight, I tried it a bajillion different times, and just Surge would absolutely destroy. So I was like, oh shoot, are we just ending the first episode on just being stuck on Surge? And then I realized, Surge is optional. You can just skip him. In order games, you can technically fight Surge second to last. Exactly. Hopefully, I got pretty good night vision, so I could just guide Misty through the tunnel, but it kinda made me wonder about all these other trainers you can find here. Are they all just sitting in the dark, looking for others to battle? Or have they all mastered the light up technique and just don't realize how ridiculous this whole setup actually looks? Since there's not much to do in Lavender Town, Misty and I made our way to Celadon, where we ran into Brock, who was out delivering goodie bags to Erica's gym and just happened to have one left over for Misty. Then we could do something really silly and give the tea we got to the guards keeping people out of Saffron City. But why go to Saffron so soon, you might ask? Well, that's because 2 of Misty's Pokemon are supposed to learn the move Psychic, and we can get that TM from the conveniently named Mr. Psychic, who happens to live in Saffron. Then we can go back to Vermilion City and battle Surge again. This time our level 26 Psyduck could tank. So this is something I actively do with these runs. It's like, hey, is there a TM I can pick up that might make a difference? And in this case, there was a TM I could pick up that does make a difference. So I figured I'm just gonna go back and like rematch him with a Thunderbolt and actually use its dig attack to one-shot the Voltorb and Magnemite, making much more progress. Our Gyarados is also able to outspeed the Raichu, dealing major damage with a headbutt before getting knocked out. And then, Starmie just needs to come on in and use its newly learned Psychic attack to finish off the fight. Unfortunately, we had to battle several trainers in the Rock Tunnel and our Starmie was a bit overleveled for this rematch. However, I ran the damage calculations using its stats when it was at level 26, and it seems that more likely than not, Misty would actually get the knockout here, as long as that Starmie knows Psychic. I realize there's a lot of technicalities, but it's still a win in my book, and the Misty still has. Yeah, I'm gonna count this one as a win. Actually, I'm taking away Sir just being a problem point for this one. he definitely lost here. I do remember specifically doing that little bit of extra because I'm like, okay, there's no way I can avoid the Starmie being overleveled, especially because I had to trade it in from a different save. Because there's no Starmie that early on in the game. And so it levels up extra fast, and just defeating the required trainers made me overleveled. But I was like, let me just do the calcs real quick, just in case. And I was like, oh, this still works. This still functions. I was like, yeah, hello, it's live. Yeah, Magikarp was like, let me just get a 4x weakness before the electric type gym. But it did work out. And again, this is one of the things I really enjoy doing about these runs is finding some way to win a battle that seems impossible, and suddenly it's just a small change. Like Gyarados being slightly higher level gives it enough speed stat to outspeed the Raichu, and then having the right TM which just appears slightly later, completely legal to get by the way, makes all the difference. As a fair shot at becoming champion. Something interesting I learned after this battle is that skipping this gym also means you skip the cutscene where Misty visits Vermilion for a dip in the sea and shows you the way to Diglett Cave. It's a bit unfortunate given that this is the Misty run, but it also works out because this Misty is already making her way back to Celadon for some well-earned shopping. You'd think she'd be buying some cute clothes, but they don't got those in this game. So instead, Misty decided to spend her money on some powerful TMs like Iron Tail for her Gyarados and Shadow Ball for a Pokemon we don't. I gotta rewind this. Look at all the hats and glasses and customization. This is all for your Pokemon. Not a single one of these items is for you. If you look at the displays, it's all just Pikachu and Eevee showing up here. I was like, oh yeah, I can buy some more clothes. I forgot how limited customization was in these older games. Cute clothes, but they don't got those in this game. So instead, Misty decided to spend her money on some powerful TMs like Iron Tail for her Gyarados and Shadow Ball for a Pokemon we don't have yet. Then she went to the roof for a refreshing drink from the vending machines and was kind enough to share a fresh water with this cute little girl hanging out nearby. In return, she gave us the TM4 light screen, which we'll need for our official lead Pokemon, Golduck. But he's still a baby for now, so he gets to sit the next battle out. This felt like a dumb idea, considering we'll be taking on the grass type gym, super effective against water types, and even more effective when said water type is fast asleep and can't hit back. But then I got a good reminder why our ace is the speedrunning Pokemon in the remakes, as this thing two-shot the Tangela and could sweep the rest of Erica's team with ease, making this a surprisingly easy victory for Misty. Then we went for a stroll on Pokemon Road, another ideal dating spot in the Kanto region, where trainers can walk alongside their cute Pokemon in this beautiful field of flowers. As it turns out, this is also the only place where you can find an Eevee, which we need to catch since Misty also has a Vaporeon on her team. Also, did you know that in terms of... Wait, Misty, where are you going?
For a little swim.
Huh? What? But why? I hope people appreciate the intentional cutoff here. I don't know, it's like I see Vaporeon, that stupid meme gets triggered mentally, and I was like, I'll make the joke. But the joke is that it gets cut off instead of the actual thing trying to be said. Hey, what about the gym? Or the Safari Zone? Isn't that like a cute dating spot or something?
It is, but there's something more interesting that I want to see, and we gotta swim there.
But Misty, I can't swim.
Oh, you should have just said so. Here, you can ride on my back. Now, come on.
So, where are we going exactly?
See those islands in the distance?
Mm-hmm.
They're known as the Seafoam Islands.
Another cute dating spot?
No, not this time.
Then why swim all the way out there?
Is there anyone that you look up?
Usually the Pokemon's the surfboard, but this is the one time that the human is the surfboard, because I legit cannot swim. So I thought this is a little bit of personal lore. I can in fact not swim, so. So, she's a blank. I know, this is a little bit of a stretch, a little bit of silly, but I feel like a Pokemon riding on the back of their trainer is acceptable, especially if they can't swim.
Up to?
Yeah, there's a couple of people that come to mind. What about you?
Well, for me, it has to be Lorelei of the Elite Four.
Interesting choice.
She's everything that I want to be. A powerful Pokemon trainer and an absolutely gorgeous woman.
I see. But Misty, aren't you already a strong trainer with good looks?
You think so?
Yeah, and I'm sure a lot of people would agree.
I don't know about that. Compared to my sisters, I'm the blandest looking girl in Cerulean. And even though I am the gym leader, our gym is ranked as the second weakest in the region. Sure feels like I'm in a completely different league than her.
When you put it that way.
But that's okay. I can always learn more and train my team a bit harder. Speaking of which.
Wait, you swam all the way out here just to train?
Yeah. That magazine that I was reading at Mount Moon Pokemon Center had an article about Lorelei.
This was in fact a reference to the Dave Hasselhoff in the SpongeBob movie. It was. I'm glad someone got it.
Apparently, she used to come and train here before becoming a member of the Elite Four. So I thought that it would be a good spot for me to train a bit too. Who knows? Maybe I'll pick up a new strategy or something. Now, let's go.
And just in case you guys are curious what the reference is, hold on, let me just open the image and it's he was the surfboard. That's what I was. Sorry, I'm like dying coughing. My bad. The Frosty Cave was surprisingly barren. Not many trainers wanted to come here, and not many Pokemon wanted to battle. This is the Let's Go games after all. We did end up catching a wild seal, so that was Lorelei's lead Pokemon, and Misty couldn't help herself. After that, we kept exploring the cave and ran into this really pretty Articuno, which is apparently one of the 3 rare bird Pokemon in the Kanto region. I'll make sure to tell Bill about it when I get back home. Eventually, Misty got tired of training and we went back to Fuchsia City to challenge Koga, whose team was more annoying than powerful. He would set up Toxic for some between turn damage, then try to stall out a few extra turns by spamming Protect. It wasn't too— Alright, just to pause again, I wasn't quite sure what to do with the legendary birds, but at the time of making this, there was that game Pokemon TCG Pocket, and a lot of Misty teams ran Articuno, so it was just kind of like a nice common image of the two things. And I was just like, this seems like a nice little reference, but I wasn't planning on including the birds for anything else. It was just kind of there. So yeah. But you don't see the birds after that. While I was brainstorming, I was trying to think of a way to include the birds. And then I realized they don't really play much of a lore in the actual story. I think in the manga or something like that, like Giovanni fuses the 3 of them or something, but in-game, like, there's not much to them. They're just like bird catchers. They're like, oh, there's rare birds. That's it. That's all they get. Too much of a problem since Golduck knew Psychic, a super effective move, but the poison damage stacked on so much that we passed out while fighting the Muck. Misty followed up with Starmie, which failed to one-shot and also got poisoned by Muck's attack, then finished off the Goopy monster the next turn. Koga followed up with Venomoth, who could counter us with a Bug Buzz, but we made it buzz off with Gyarados, leaving Koga with just his Golbat. This was by far his most annoying Pokemon, since it could spam Protect and then Fly, making it dodge an extra turn of combat. Eventually, it got to knock out Gyarados, but that meant it was finally time for us to use our new Vaporeon. Koga went for the Toxic and we went for the Scald, which did a number on the bat, but it still had a few HP to go. That was okay though, since we managed to tank through a Fly and Scald this thing one more time as soon as it lands, getting Misty her 5th gym badge. After that, our little Seo got to evolve into a Dugong and was officially added to our team. Then we made our way back to Saffron for gym number 6. Funny enough, both of our lead Pokemon set up a light screen, meaning neither of us was gonna do any damage anytime soon. Yeah, this battle's gonna take a while, spamming Scald and Psychic at each other until the screens run out. Unfortunately, the Mr. Mime was a bit faster, so our lead got knocked out, but we followed up with Gyarados, who could crunch this clown away. Sabrina followed up with Slowbro, who was a lot less crunchy and a lot more yawny, putting our angry fish to sleep. Then it went on the offensive with Psychic, but it wasn't hitting too hard and got knocked out as soon as we woke up. Then there was Jinx, who went straight for the kisser, putting our Gyarados back to bed and sending it off to sleep with the fishes for real this time. The bad news for Sabrina is that Vaporeon is a great counter for her team. It's got special bulk for days, and it knows Shadow Ball, which is supposed to be super effective here. Supposed to. That's what we get for coming in here underleveled. So we followed up with our Dugong, which can use its Aqua Jet to wash away the Jinx, leaving Sabrina with just her ace. We did some decent damage with our Waterfall attack, and since her Psychic didn't hit hard enough, we went for a second one, bringing the Alakazam down to just a few HP, which we can erase with our Aqua Jet the next turn, getting us yet another victory.
Misty.
Yes, Sabrina? Got some battle tips for me?
No. Tell me about that Pokemon that's following you around.
Oh, this Meowth?
Yes.
He kind of just showed up one day with a letter from Bill.
Bill. The Pokemaniac that lives near Cerulean Bay?
That's the one.
Could I pet it?
Sure.
Soft. Thanks. That was a good battle. Here's your badge.
One step closer to Lorelei. By the way, Sabrina, could you teach me how to do your makeup? I think it looks really good, especially your eyeliner.
Sure, but some other time.
I'll hold you to it. See you, Sabrina.
Bye-bye. My psychic powers have never failed before. I think I'll keep an eye on Misty and that Meowth.
Our next destination was Cinnabar Island. However, we decided to go through Pallet Town this time instead of the Seafoam Islands, since thought I'd establish a little bit of here's why Sabrina might pop up later. So Sabrina has a lot of psychic powers, and one of them is psychometry. So apparently psychometry is a psychic power where you can, by touching a thing, you can read its mind essentially. So that's what she was trying to do by petting Meowth. She was just like, I want to read this Meowth's mind. I don't know, it seems a little, weird. Can't read this Meowth's mind. Also, yeah, it's season 3 over already. I mean, it took me a whole year to make 5 episodes. So, but it did get all done in a year. Yay. That's where we can find a wild Staryu. Remember how Misty has 2 of those? There's also a very convenient water stone on that route, but we cannot use it yet since it hasn't learned Hydro Pump. Instead, we went to the abandoned Pokemon Mansion to level up our team a bit more and then took on the Cinnabar Gym, which wasn't as easy as I had expected. For starters, our team was a bit out of order and Blaine was quick to make us confused about it. This also meant he could toast. Know why she wanted to pet the Meowth? So basically, Sabrina is just able to read everyone's minds, and she was like, why can't I read this thing's mind? Let me see if the psychometry works. And then the psychometry also doesn't work, and Sabrina's just like, what the heck? Why can't I read this thing's mind? So then she becomes concerned and is like, you know what, I'm just gonna keep an eye on them just in case. Also, yeah, because it's a cat, and everyone wants to pet a cat. I mean, you see a cat or a dog, you're like, oh, okay, it's so cute. Can I pet it? So she's even a little nonchalant about it. It's her fishy a little bit, but we smacked his Magmar around with a waterfall. Up next was the Arcanine, which could deal major damage with Outrage, and since it was faster, it got to knock out Gyarados. We followed up with Vaporeon, who could finish off the Fire Doggy, and then let our Golduck handle the fast horse. It did not handle it well. Homie was not meant to be a cowboy. But that's okay since Dugong can come on in and finish it off with an Aqua Jet. Then we used Waterfall to cool down the Fiery Fox and get us the 7th gym badge.
Just 1 gym badge to go. Although
Also, which season has been my favorite? I think season 3 is, in terms of overall like plot, I liked because it was actually planned to flow together. So it has like a lot of little things. It has a lot of rewatch value, where like you can see like hints to future story. Otherwise, like if we're talking like pure characters, I think I mean I got a soft spot for season 1. It was just silly fun times. Final episode of season 3 I also really liked, but it took a lot of build up to get to it, and I think season 2 is my worst, but it wasn't all that bad either. It's just my worst. I'm being serious. If you remember correctly, you gave that explanation at the end of the video. I think so. I think, and again, part of it is, hey, here's a thing that happens, but in case someone didn't understand what happens, it is explained later. And then when you rewatch it, knowing the explanation, you'd be like, oh.
I hear that last gym leader is never around.
And why would a gym leader not be at their gym, I wonder?
Hey, if you're talking about me, I'll have you know that I left one of my sisters to run the gym while I'm trying to become champion. We are not the same.
Ha! I like your fiery spirit, Missy.
It's Misty, actually. Wait, Blaine, do you know where I can find that last gym leader?
If I did, we wouldn't be stuck with a provisional champion from Palatown.
Ugh, then I guess we're out of luck.
So we came all the way out here for nothing?
Oh, what do we have here? Hello, Mr. Talking Pokemon.
Ah, dang it, I was hoping to lay low this time.
Is that why you weren't talking at Sabrina's gym?
Yeah, too late to go back now though. Hi Blaine, my name is Vasko.
You're not from around here, are you?
No. Wait, how did you know that?
I've spent all my life on this here island. I know its comings and goings like the back of my hand.
Uh-huh. Wait, actually, I have a question for you.
It's been a while since someone's quizzed me. Ask away, boyo.
I heard there was some sort of volcanic eruption here a while ago.
Yes, that is what the news reports said.
But this island looks So the biggest criticism I have of the Let's Go games is that I can't do a run as Blaine. Because Red did such a good job of voicing him, I really wanted to do a run as Blaine. Because Blaine really grew on me as a character. But like, you can get Arcanine and Ninetales after Misty's gym, so you already missed the first 2 gyms. And then the other Pokemon on his team are very much late game. So like, Magmar is like a level 48 Pokemon. You can't even access it early on. Otherwise, I really wanted to do a Blaine run. But it's just, like, logistically within the availabilities of things within the game, it's just not possible. Again, unless I just completely like skip the first 2 gyms and then make several other skips here. But I was like, nah, if I have to like skip half the game, is this really a run at this point? Perfectly fine.
That it does. Very strange, isn't it? Say, boyo, you're not from Interpol, are you?
I'm not sure what that is, so I'm just gonna say no.
Huh, but you're investigating the eruption anyway. Most visitors to Cinnabar don't even notice a problem. So what's your deal, boyo?
Leave it to the quizmaster to get some answers out of me. Fine, I'm looking for a rare pink Pokemon called Mew.
How do you know that name? Mew? Sounds like some sort of feline Pokemon. Maybe it's hiding under a truck somewhere.
You expect us to check under every single truck in Kanto?
Well, who knows what you'll find if you do?
You're of no help. Alright, Misty, let's pack it up.
Where are we going?
Back to Cerulean, I guess. Maybe check under a couple of trucks here and there.
Wait, you're giving up just like that?
I don't know how many people are old enough to know the truck reference. But gamers back in the day, there was this like false lore that you can find Mew under a truck. And I was like, you can't do a Kanto run and not include the Mew under a truck. And this includes another Pokemon found only in Kanto, which you'll see a lot more of in the final episode, but...
What?
Well, yeah, if the last gym is always closed.
But Bill's letter said that I have to try to take on the Elite Four. If we quit now, he's never gonna let me borrow...
Solo Lily, you could find a lava cookie under the truck. How weird would that be? And just imagine Blaine walking around putting cookies under every truck he sees.
his hut.
You're dead set on that thing, aren't you?
Mm-hmm. And if the last gym leader isn't home, I guess I'll just have to go report him to the league.
Wait!
What is it now, Blaine?
I, forgot to give you this.
A Blaine doll?
Yeah, I must say, you know your stuff, Missy. It's not every day that someone answers all my quiz questions correctly. And we have a secret rule that anyone who does gets...
Wait, what do you mean talking about opening? Did I not do that here?
So I'll just have to go report him to the league. If we quit now...
Trucks here and there.
Wait, you're giving up just like that?
Well, yeah. Or are you talking about my Inkling? Did my Inkling stop talking? Is that what happened? Oh, it did stop talking. What the? I don't know, my computer's been having issues all morning. This better not be another Windows thing. Let's see, okay, there we go. There we go. Now it functions. I don't know what the heck is going. I don't know, gamers. Thank you for... Just like, did I forget to animate the movements of the lips in that? Hi, Squidman. Okay. Back to it we go. The last gym is always closed.
But Bill's letter said that I have to try to take on the Elite Four. If we quit now, he's never gonna let me borrow his hut.
You're dead set on that thing, aren't you?
Mm-hmm. And if the last gym leader isn't home, I guess I'll just have to go report him to the league.
Wait!
What is it now, Blaine?
I, forgot to give you this.
A Blaine doll?
Yeah, I must say, you know your stuff, Missy. It's not every day that someone answers all my quiz questions correctly. And we have a secret rule that anyone who does gets a Blaine doll. So here, take it.
Thanks, I guess.
Also, you should check the Viridian City gym just in case. It's on the way to the league anyways, and I hear they have a truck parked out back. It could be the spot where you find your Mew.
Fine. I guess it doesn't hurt to try. Thanks, old man.
Whew. That was a close one.
Against our better judgment, we decided to try to visit the Viridian City gym, but as it turns out, Blaine was right. The gym was open, spinning tile puzzles and all. The gym leader seemed like a pretty quiet and reserved guy and instantly agreed to battle us. Our Goduk went to the offensive with Scald, but his lead Pokemon Dugtrio outsped us and knocked out our lead with a couple of Earthquakes. We finished off his Moguys with an Aqua Jet from Dugong, then hit his Rhydon with a super effective Waterfall. Unfortunately, he has a super effective move too, knocking out our Seal. Misty followed up with Gyarados, which also attacked with Waterfall, dealing enough damage to finish off this seemingly tiny Rhydon. And that's when I realized that for some reason, sending out a Gyarados in this game makes the camera zoom out. Not sure if that made it weaker too, because we managed to knock it out with just 2 Waterfalls, leaving the gym leader with just his Nidoking. He tried to attack us with a one-shot move, but missed, so we could deal some decent damage with our Waterfall, and then follow up with Vaporeon, who finished off the battle with a Hydro Pump. This dude kept being a man of few words. He gave us the gym badge, told us we could check out the truck out back if we wanted to, which turned out to be a waste of time because why the heck would a mule be under a truck? Come on, gamers. And by that point, we had no excuse to go back in and talk to him again. Instead, we... Also, yeah, that's clearly a dugong. Did I mispronounce? Did I call it a seal? So another thing I did that kind of went out of the way a little bit is... to be a waste of... I don't know if you guys noticed this, but there's dirt on the tires. This comes up in the Lance episode, I believe, but like there is like I photoshopped some dirt on the tires. Also, this is the truck from the Viridian City port because that's the only place where you get a nice truck. There was a lot of photoshopping done here to put this truck in there, but I did a little bit of hint. I was like, oh look, it is dirty for some reason. Time because why the heck would a mule be under a truck? Come on, gamers. And by that point, no, that truck is not normally there. I had to Photoshop it in for the purpose of this story. We had no excuse to go back in and talk to him again. Instead, we made our way to Victory Road, presenting our badges as we passed through each checkpoint. Our second Staryu also hit level 45, so it could learn Hydro Pump, Evolve, and replace the Gym Starmie on our team. Then we took down a few more trainers and finally made it to the Indigo Plateau. Misty was very excited to take on Lorelei, but was too nervous to talk. So it might have been no trainer has given Misty any trouble, right? Like she just beat everyone. Surge was a little bit problematic, but then if you have Psychic, she wins instantly. So she's just going for the Queen Sweep right now. To her during the Elite Four test, so after a few words of praise for making it this far, we went straight to battling. Our Godak went on the offensive right away using Scald, which was as effective as Dugong's Waterfall. Not very. Then we switched over to Psychic, which did much more damage, allowing us to knock out her lead. She followed up with a Jinx, who gave us some of our own medicine, and we followed up with Vaporeon, who could deal major damage with Shadow Ball, and finish off the questionable Kisser with a Quick Attack. Our Evolution was also able to handle the Slowbro, thanks to Shadow Ball, but had no good moves to use on the Lapras, who finally finished us off with a Dragon Pulse. Misty decided to show off her Dugong next, tanking a Blizzard and dealing decent damage with an Iron Tail. We exchanged a few more weak blows, but managed to get the win. And now we just had to deal with Cloyster, which has bulk for days, but was barely doing any damage and missed most of its moves, to the point where we got it in the red and could just finish it off with an Aqua Jet. Misty was elated to get her win here, and that pumped her up to easily push her way through the next Elite Four members. Bruno's lead was weak to water type moves, so that was an easy knockout. Then he followed up with a Thunder Punching Machamp, but it wasn't punching hard enough, so Vaporeon could take it down. Then I realized that most of Misty's team doesn't have any super effective counters to fighting types, but our Gyarados was strong enough to take down most of them with an Outrage, and when things were starting to look dire, Misty sent out her Starmie, who could easily finish off the battle with a Psychic. Agatha was even easier to defeat since we could just use Vaporeon's Shadow Ball and Gyarados' Crunch to take care of the pesky Gengar, and that just left us with Lance, who wasn't much of a challenge either. He also started the battle with a Water type, so we decided to attack it with Psychic, which managed to two-shot. Then he followed up with an Aerodactyl, which happens to be weak to Water type moves, and he also has a Gyarados. But we have a perfect counter. The Speedrun Starmie also happens to know Thunderbolt. Bad news for his Gyarados. The Charizard used Hyper Beam on us, which failed to knock us out, and left the Fire Dragon wide open to her Hydro Pumps, which had to hit twice to knock it out, leaving Lance with just his Dragonite, a Pokemon with 4 times weakness to Ice-type moves like Dugong's Speed Priority Ice Shard, which had to hit it just twice to get the knockout. Things were going great for Misty. Despite the small hiccup with Surge, she was able to take down every gym leader and Elite Four member, which means she was now qualified to become the Kanto region's champion. However, to get this title, Misty would have to beat the provisional champion from Pallet Town, and this kid is no joke, even though he looks like one. That's because he starts the battle by Mega Evolving his Pidgeot, which deals massive damage to our Golduck long before we have the chance to set up a light screen. Now that we can tank a hit, Misty... So I think this is the only time you battle a trainer whose first thing they do in battle is Mega Evolve. Usually they save the Mega for last. Not this guy. This guy's just like, I have Mega, I'm Mega right now, right off the bat. Goes on the offensive with Ice Beam, then has to pop a potion just to keep our lead from dying, giving us just enough time to tank a few more hits and knock out the Mega Bird with a second Ice Beam. Then he follows up with Vileplume, which sets up a Solar Beam, while we chip away at its health with Psychic. But we ran out of PP and decided to set up another light screen before getting blasted away. Our next best option is to follow up with Starmie and use Psychic to knock out this flower, but once again, this guy has a good counter. Our Psychic attacks barely do any damage to his spiky Fox. Meanwhile, its Thunder attacks nearly one-shot us and never miss for some reason. Oh, and also Paralysis, slowing us down enough to where he can attack first and finish off our star. We followed up with our own evolution, which misses its Hydro Pump and has to spam quick attacks for chip damage until it gets knocked out. Then we send out Dugong, which also has a speed priority move, Aqua Jet, to help us keep chipping away at the Jolteon's health. And just when we thought this Fox was about to go down, the champion uses his... This is why he's a problem. Is you get stuck on a Pokemon and sometimes you can like chip away at them with your team and get the knockout. This guy has 4 healing items. So if you run into a problem, you just lose because you don't have enough firepower to take care of the problem. One-time heal. I was not expecting for him to be the biggest trouble either, but like low-key, this guy's strong. Great. Thankfully, Gyarados can deal massive damage with its Waterfall and dodges a Thunder, allowing us to finally knock this thing out. The bad news is that we still have 3 more Pokemon to take on. Slowbro is out next, and thankfully we can counter this thing with Crunch, except this guy drops a second heal. It's okay, his attacks aren't doing that much damage, so Gyarados can finish it off. Out next is Rapidash, a Fire-type Pokemon, which outspeeds us. So that means it's game over. At least that's what I would say, but remember how Misty actually has 2 Starmies? That's right, the Gym Bro is back in this game. And this one, no Scald instead of Hydro Pump, so it's not gonna do as much damage, but that's okay because it can tank a hit from the Rapidash, leaving it in the red for an easy knockout on the next. He has 3 heals, doesn't he? Well anyways, we end up knocking out the Fire Horse, but still have to face off against Marowak. Unfortunately, we cannot deal enough damage with Scald to knock it out, and barely have any HP remaining, so unfortunately, because this champion cheats and we have a strict 1 heal per battle rule set, Misty could not become champion in the Kanto region, even if she uses both of our Starmie on the team. Man, what a letdown. Yeah, this fight felt like BS, and mentally I'm like, I remember people saying this is a very easy game, and Trace is just a joke. And, and then I started the fight, and I was like, oh no, I'm the joke actually. It's not Trace who's the joke. Yeah, he destroyed. I tried this battle multiple times. And was like, I mean, I could try to spam potions as well, but like, I don't know, it just didn't sit well with me to try and spam all the potions. And it kind of fit the narrative the trainers don't win. So I just went with it, despite the fact that I did want them to win. But I was like, we roll with the punches. They lose, oh well, we go with it. It's the rules. I don't make the rules. I do make the rules, but I don't make the rules. Easy when you allow yourself to manipulate your stats with candy. Yeah, that too. It's like, I mean, I could go, reset all my EVs and then go farm and then chuck 5 million candy and make my Pokemon super strong and win. But then anyone can win at that point. Your rule set is pretty harsh. Not being able to use movesets the gym leaders never use is really tough, yeah. Reset your EVs, yeah. No more Vaporeon. We're switching over to Leafeon. Oh wait, that's not in the game. Dang it. Yeah, no, a bit of the reason why the rules are harsh is because people complain a lot in the older videos. They're like, oh, that's not fair, you cheated. There's no fair, you did the thing. I'm like, okay, fine. We're gonna have an actual rule set that is challenging. And I kind of enjoyed a bit more with a bit more of a challenge. But at the same time, sometimes I'm like, man, I don't like these rules. Man. It's the internet. Folks will complain no matter what. Yeah, I mean some of them are valid. Some of them are valid rules. Like if I show up to a gym and I'm like 10 levels higher, it makes sense that I would win. Yeah. Maybe you should have used more potions too, Misty.
No, if I can't win within the standards, I don't deserve to be champion. At least not yet anyways.
Don't let that bring you down. I think you did an amazing job.
Thanks, and don't worry, if anything, it's motivated me to go train even harder. We only lost in the end, since my Pokemon weren't dealing enough damage. No wonder the all-out offensive strategy failed. But it's nothing a little extra training can't fix.
That's the spirit.
What about you? That letter from Bill said that you'd follow me for the gym circuit, but now that we're done...
About that. I guess there's no harm in telling you now.
What is it?
I actually came here from another world to look for the missing Mew.
Oh yeah, you did mention that name back on Cinnabar, but I've never heard of that Pokemon before. Wait, did you say another world?
Mm-hmm. And since I couldn't find anything after a journey around Kanto... That's right, gamers. Season 3 is... Well, not just Season 3. All of this is technically an isekai. I said it. It's technically the truth. It's another world. So, I guess it's time for me to head back home.
Oh, I see. Sorry I wasn't of any help.
Are you kidding? I learned so much about the region thanks to you. And not just about the cute dating spots either. We got to talk to a ton of different people, but no one noticed anything strange. And that's a big clue that maybe the Mew I'm looking for isn't even here at all.
I guess we both learned something from this journey then.
Exactly. So, thanks for showing me around Kanto, Misty. And good luck with your training. Goodbye, dear friend. May our paths cross... Huh?
Sorry, but I can't let you leave just yet.
Man, getting Narnia'd. Narnia's technically an isekai. Yeah, that was the Misty episode. I had fun making it. What are you guys' thoughts about the Misty episode? And then I did throw a little bit of Mew at the end just to be like, yeah, Mew is there, just so people know that Mew is there. Except there's all this overlay here, but the Mew does, and then the truck is gone. I can't even see the Mew with this overlay. No. There he is. There's the Mew. There's the Mew. I was more into multiverse traveling. True. So yeah, thoughts about first episode. I think episode 1 was the biggest struggle for me to write in general, just because I wasn't too sure how to handle Misty, but also do like an introduction. Be like, hi, this is Kanto. This is the base. And yeah. Now, when does the green episode release? Tomorrow. That's why we're rewatching all of these, just to kind of get a nice little recap of... Oh, you know what I was supposed to do here? This was supposed to be previous episode, next episode. Previous episode, next episode. So if someone watches and they reach this part, they can just go next episode. But YouTube likes to change things a lot. So I could have done like text here that says next episode previous, but then like 2 years from now when they change how the like end screen looks or get rid of it, it's just gonna look weird. So it's a little trying to future proof. Which is also why I just have the playlist. Solid intro to the season, but relatively low stakes. Probably a good thing though. Yeah, it was very intentional to be low stakes. This is a more chill season. Kanto is a more chill region. Leaned more into her anime characterization, yeah. I kind of strayed away from the anime just because I feel like there's a lot of material for me to review to write her as the anime Misty. And then people have a lot of attachment to that, so if I do anything slightly off, it might, seem off to people. You're struggling with Sabrina was my biggest surprise. I always think of her as just an unstoppable monster, but that's because Gen 1, psychics were mildly overpowered. During a champion fight, I was like, did the water type specialist lose to a fire type and a ground? Yeah. Yes, actually, yes. Yeah. that was the other thing I found funny, because she's supposed to be like all out offensive, but then her Pokemon are not that fast. And Gyarados even has like the speed nature. I don't know if you saw that earlier with I tried to showcase the Magikarp. I don't know if I can find the spot, but it has the speed positive nature. So the fact that it get outsped by, yeah, I think it's here. The fact that the rapid dash outspeeds, I'm like, well, there's nothing I can do. Like, this is, yeah, blue good. Like, it has. Maybe it had really bad IVs for its speed, but it should have been all right in terms of speed, and it was getting outsped. So I'm like, well, we're getting cooked. None of our guys actually hit that hard. So, but it is what it is. That's the movesets. That's the Pokemon, and that's all we got. What region will be next? I was gonna save that talk for later, but currently not planning a season 4. Just because of changes to YouTube, it's become unsustainable. So I'm probably gonna make like a full-on video talking about it and just kind of plans. But I'm gonna keep doing character runs. They're just not gonna be like this in depth, because this took a lot of work and a lot of effort and a lot of time. And if I cannot afford to go to the doctor, then I cannot afford to do this. So it's kind of especially with the changes YouTube made at the end of last year, it's hit everyone. And this was like barely borderline before it hit, and now that it's hit, it's kind of, yeah. So I'm just gonna take a break from it. I'm gonna still do character runs, so it's gonna be ZA coming up. I'm working on a Corbeau run, and then the April Fool's video. But plan for uploads is I'm gonna upload one character run at the end of every month. So tomorrow is the end of the month, not November 31st, by the way. I can't believe I wrote November. I was really tired. But yeah, I have some things I'm gonna try out, and if they work, there might be a season 4 next year, but not this year. This year there's no, it would be very financially irresponsible of me to do a season 4. As much as I would like to. Like, I as I'm playing ZA, I start like brainstorming everything. But for now, well, funny enough, all the voice actors for this voice acted for free. So I really appreciate it, and I'm very grateful for them all just being like, you know what, I'm gonna just show up and do this thing. Now the art I had to pay for, so the art was really expensive. And if I also had to pay for the voice actors, I would have not been able to do the season. So I'm like very, very grateful for all of them for just being like, you know what, fine, I'll do it. So yeah, that's almost like go support them, go follow them. A lot of them are very good. Like, they're very much like professional level. For half of them, like, Marie helped me connect with them, and I'm like, is this like a professional you just put me in touch with? Like, they're really good. They're really good at this. And then I did the interview, and half of them were like, yeah, I just want to go pro. And I'm like, I mean, you're already there. Not like, you have the skill. So it's just a matter of being in the industry. So I wouldn't be surprised, if like 5 years from now, you guys hear the person who voiced Blaine and Sabrina just like in a video game. Xenoblade 4, they're voice acting the main characters. I would not be surprised at all. Hey, Netflix takes 2 to 3 years to release a new season of a show. You don't have, yeah, exactly. Of course, we have established that season 5 is Unova. I was expecting them to do a thing where it's like, black and white remakes. But I don't think we're getting any remakes anytime soon after BDSP. I had to look up the Erica voice actor. I thought she was a VA for Mercedes in Fire Emblem 3 Houses. Yeah, exactly. There's another YouTuber that she does like Fire Emblem voices for, and it's basically she does voice Mercedes and and Edelgard, I believe, as well. So, but yeah, that's enough sad talk though. Let's go to the next interlude episode, which had the most views in terms of interlude episodes. Now, if Pokemon actually adds voice acting, right? And I'm like, Pokemon, I have experience. Hire me for this. I will add voice acting into Pokemon. Me. No, there's way more qualified people for this, but Yeah, it's more who you know than what you know, yeah. But it does require a certain minimum level of skill, and they definitely have it.
Our paths cross.
So this is just continuing where the last episode left off, which is with Sabrina popping in and going, you ain't going.
Goodbye, dear.
Also notice I added the drop shadow for the text.
Dear friend, may our paths cross. Huh?
Sorry, but I can't let you leave just yet.
Sabrina, what are you doing?
This does look a bit bad, doesn't it?
Yeah, so care to explain?
Where do I even begin? Yes. You are aware that I have psychic powers, correct?
You can levitate spoons and stuff, right?
Not just spoons. My telekinesis works on any object, including people, Pokemon, and this portal. I can also read minds, teleport, and even look into the past or future.
Show off.
I've noticed some strange things happening in the region, and I'm worried that this Pokemon might be connected somehow.
And why is that?
None of my powers seem to work on him.
Well, I've got nothing to do with whatever you noticed, so, can I have the portal back and get out of here?
If you're not connected, why the rush to leave?
I gotten stuck in a couple of other regions in the past, and, I'd rather not get stuck a third time.
You travel to other worlds? Then what brings you here?
What are you, the TSA?
I don't know what that is.
This was her favorite line to voice. Like Sabrina doesn't know the TSA. It's Pokemon. They don't got no TSA. They let you take a hone edge on the plane. I'm pretty sure that was a thing, or it's just like a girl traveling with her hone edge.
I don't know what that is.
Whatever. I came here to look for clues about a Pokemon that might have gotten lost here. It's a pink Meowth-like creature called Mew.
Never heard of it.
Exactly, no one has. And if there's no Mew...
You know you're rich when you can afford extra plane tickets, and then it's just a literal sword on the plane. I'm like, yeah, there's no... there ain't no TSA in Pokemon.
There's no reason for me to stay here.
I see. Well, what if this Mew is connected to some of the strange things I've noticed?
Then I might have a good reason to stay a bit longer, but that depends.
On
what it is you've noticed.
Well, there's been several rockets scoping out Saffron City, and a couple of strange spirits have shown up at Lavender Town. All the mediums at my gym left to go exercise them, but it's taking them a lot longer than expected.
None of those sound like they're connected to Mew.
But they might be.
Just admit it already. You want to know why your powers won't work on me, so you want to keep me here until you figure it out.
Can you read minds too?
No, it's kind of why I got stuck last time too. At least you're more direct about it.
I see. So, would you mind staying a bit longer?
Do I look like I have a choice?
I'd rather not find out.
Fine, I guess it won't hurt to check on some of these suspicious things you've noticed, just in case. But only if you promise to give back the portal once we're done.
Thank you. And don't worry, I will. Is that okay with you, Misty?
Yeah, it works out great. I was planning on heading back home to train my team a bit more.
Great. Oh, but before you go, let me teach you how I apply my eyeliner.
Yay!
Closing out that thread from the previous episode. Yeah, there's no TSA, it's TSU. Exactly. Will they allow Pokemon to no self-destruct? Probably. They allow anything in Pokemon.
Now I can find out what he's really hiding.
I like this interlude episode. I thought this was a good interlude episode. Called something else, yeah. I think TSA is just more recognizable because people joke about it a lot online. But yeah, they got different names in different countries. I thought good interlude episode. Ties up loose ends. Adds a little bit of, hey, here's what we're doing. A little bit of mystery. I want to know what Blaine's up to.
Could Sabrina.
And then moving on to the Sabrina episode. Also, I'm gonna mute for a few minutes, but you guys let me know if she loses to anyone.
Become champion in the Kanto region. Well, I initially wanted to say yes, because she specializes in Psychic-type Pokemon, which happen to be super useful in the Generation 1 games, given the abundance of Fighting and Ghost-type Pokemon. In-game, she is only the 6th gym leader, literally the halfway point between an absolute beginner and the region's champion, which made me wonder what could possibly be holding her back. To find out, I decided to play through Pokemon Let's Go Eevee as Sabrina, using the same Pokemon and movesets as her post-game rematch team, as well as some extra rules to keep things fair. However, I was a bit concerned about the early game, since her only Pokemon for the first 2 gyms would be an Abra, and that thing only knows Teleport.
No need to worry. It can learn some other moves through TMs.
You thought it TM moves? Isn't that cheating?
No, I taught it Psychic and Shadow Ball, moves it would have learned later anyways.
And how do you know that?
I told you, I have a variety of psychic powers, none of which seem to work on you for some reason.
As if that's a good excuse to keep me here longer.
That's not the real reason.
Well, that's what you told me after you yoinked the portal and asked Misty to borrow me for a bit.
My apologies. Communicating with you is a bit difficult, since I can't read your mind.
That's how the rest of us have to do it. Speaking of which, I should communicate to you that this is part of my Connects Become Champion series in the Let's Go games, where I combine the challenge run with an overarching story about the whole region. Think of it as a web series of sorts. If you do enjoy the story but haven't seen the first episode or want to see them all in order, check out the description of this video for a full playlist and other useful links. However, you should be able to enjoy this video on its own. Now, where were we?
Viridian City. We need to walk through that forest to reach Pewter and challenge the first gym. I'm not looking forward to it.
You say that like walking's a bad thing.
Well, I could just teleport myself there, but you'd still have to walk, all alone, in that forest full of creepy crawlies.
Alright, I get it. Thanks for keeping me company then, Sabrina. Now let's head out. I think the real reason
Sorry,
she was
I'm like
a little
having a snack,
concerned about
but I wanted to say psychics are weak to bug types, which is why she was like, I don't want to be here.
walking through the forest was because psychic types happen to be very weak against bugs. Thankfully, the only bug we did battle was a Metapod, so we had no trouble making our way through. Once we got to Pewter City, we went to challenge Brock right away, and as expected, her psychic attack easily swept through
Is there a
his
reason
rock
why
type.
most of these runs ended up in Eevee? I think a lot of it had to do with just the Pokemon that were available in game. And also just the save files. You can't be a psychic if there's a bug on you. Exactly. As soon as you touch a bug, your psychic powers stop working.
Mans was light years away from winning. Then we headed towards Mount Moon, although things looked a bit different this time around. There were a bunch of Team Rocket grunts running all over the place. And while Sabrina had an easy time taking down the drowsy grunt since she also taught her Abra Shadow Ball, she had a roadblock when this duo stood in our way, but refused to battle her unless she had 2 Pokemon. But there's no other psychic types this early on in the game, so what are we supposed to do here?
That's where you come in.
Me? But I don't.
I was genuinely stuck on this part, and I did not expect them to be like, nope, can't even. We're the bad guys, but we won't battle you if it's not a fair battle. And I'm like, what? Just 2-on-1 me. But no, this is a lock thing. You need at least 2 Pokemon to fight Team Rocket.
I like the fight. Can't you just push them out of the way with your psychic powers or something?
I could, but I don't like violence either.
Oh, so I have to get my paws dirty.
No, Abra will handle everything. You just need to fake out one of their Pokemon.
Fine, but just this once.
Thank you.
She was right, the battle was very easy. I used Fake Out to stun the Ekans just like she asked, and her Abra used Psychic to one-shot the Coughing. Then the next turn she used Shadow Ball to finish off the Snake with ease. Surprisingly, that scared away all the Team Rocket grunts and we could easily make our way out of Mount Moon. Once we got to Cerulean, we decided to train up a bit more on the Nugget Bridge, which got our Abra to finally evolve. Then we made our way to Bill's lab since Sabrina was curious to find out more about me. The bad news for her is that the Bill in this world hasn't met me yet, although he definitely got excited at the idea of a talking Pokemon. He even gave her some tickets to an event at the SSN as a thanks, and since that investigation was a dud, we went back to Cerulean to challenge Misty's gym. Our Kadabra was easily able to one-shot her lead Psyduck, and while our super effective Shadow Ball couldn't one-shot the Starmie, the Gym Starfish wasn't doing much damage either, leaving itself open to a second attack and another easy win for Sabrina.
So, how's the journey going, you two?
It's alright, I guess. A little give and take here and there.
I, for one, am having fun. It's nice to have a companion who makes me feel like a normal person.
So you still haven't figured out why your powers won't work on him?
No, and that Bill wasn't much help either.
I figured. He didn't know anything.
So there's you know, a little bit of extra friendliness with Sabrina, because one of the things she struggles with is the mind reading thing. Like, imagine you can always see what people think, and then suddenly you run into someone who you can't see what they think. And it's just like, oh, so this is what normal people feel like. So for her, this is a little bit of a, you know, like a special friendship. Like, oh, this gives me new and unique perspective. I like this.
Thing about the letter, but since it is in his handwriting, he did agree to let me borrow the hut anyways.
He is very gullible.
Alright, enough trash talking Bill, you two.
But you've tricked him too, no?
No, that letter I had was genuine, but it was written by the Bill in my world, so I guess Bill tricked Bill.
Sounds like something he would do.
Anyways, how's the training going, Misty?
Well, it hasn't been that much time since I got back, but it's been kind of a struggle.
Why's that?
Well, most of the Pokemon in...
Not the typo.
How's the training going, Misty?
Well, it hasn't been that much time since I got back, but it's been kind
of a struggle. I'm very prone to typos. F and D are right next to each other on the keyboard. There's a lot of text to look to. I find it funny. I find the typos funny.
of a struggle.
Why's that?
Well, most of the Pokemon and trainers in the local area are pretty low level, so I can't exactly get much useful experience for my team.
What about the Cerulean Cave? I can sense several strong Pokemon living there.
That's what I thought too, but it looks like the league posted a coach trainer to keep people out for a while.
Why would they do that?
Apparently, the local vet found a trainer and 3 wild Pokemon passed out near the entrance, so they're investigating the area.
Strange. I'll go check it out.
Oh wow, she was not kidding about the teleportation. Well, that was fast.
Couldn't sense anything in the cave, but the vet's memories check out. Something strange did happen near the entrance.
How did you figure it out so quickly?
Psychometry. I can perceive the past of a person or place just by touching them. The 3 Pokemon she found are still in Cerulean, under her care. Although, Amber definitely saw a 4th Pokemon.
What Pokemon was it?
I saw an injured
Also, this is very unintentional, but apparently Amber is the name of Fuji's daughter in the movie. That was just a lucky coincidence, but some people pointed out like, oh, Amber, like the daughter from the Mewtwo. I'm like, yeah, sure. But yeah, and it's very unintentional. I don't know why I ended up going with Amber, to be honest. I think just the name sounded nice. I blame Genshin Impact for hearing that name so many times. And I was like, I need to give this lady a name. She looks like an Amber. That was my real reason. I was like, she if she had a name, her name would be Amber. That's my reasoning. Thanks for watching.
Squirtle in her memories. It led her to the entrance, then disappeared. Amber assumed it was one of the 3 Pokemon there, but if you look closer, it was definitely a different Squirtle.
So, do you know what happened to it?
No.
What? But I thought you had amazing psychic powers.
I do, but I am not omnipotent. Using my powers requires focused attention, so there are limits to what I can perceive, and it's rather exhausting. Speaking of which, Misty, can we rest here a bit?
Of course, stay as long as you'd like.
After having some snacks, we made our way south to Vermilion City, not to hang out on the giant boat, but to catch 2 more Pokemon for Sabrina's team, because both Drowsy and Mr. Mime happened to show up on Route 11. Then we went on the boat to train up a bit because both of our new teammates were very underleveled. This got Hypno to evolve before going to the 3rd gym, but even then, we found ourselves in quite the pickle. Surge would set up a light screen at the start of battle to make sure our special attacks do have damage, which meant our clown couldn't do much against Voltorb. Then we followed up with Hypno, who could finish off the fake Pokeball after the light screen faded, and use Hypnosis to put the Magnemite to sleep, chipping away at its health with confusion. Not very effective, but not much of a problem since we could just put the magnet back to sleep when it wakes up, and we had to use our one-time heal to keep it up for a few more turns. Sadly, this thing kept waking up right away and managed to knock out our Hypnotic Tapir in no time. That left Sabrina with just her Kadabra, who could finish off the magnet with a Shadow Ball, but couldn't deal much damage to the Raichu, who outsped us and knocked out our ace. So it looks like Surge is a problem yet again.
He's good at keeping his head empty during battle, so I can't read his moves.
Sounds like a fair fight then, but it also means we can't win, so Dark Tunnel, here we come!
So remember how last time I was like, if you skip the Surge fight, you miss the Misty encounter? Well, this time we get the Misty encounter, and because they're friends...
You can see in the dark, right?
I do have clairvoyance, but I won't have to use it.
And why is that?
Hello.
Oh hey, didn't expect to see you here.
Misty, what are you doing all the way in Vermilion?
I just wanted to go for a quick swim while my Pokemon rest from all the training.
Before you do that, I need your help with something.
Me? Sure. What can I do for you, Sabrina?
Let's do a quick trade. I need my Kadabra.
Also, I was extremely stuck on Surge. There was no winning without evolving. I was like, okay, well, time to trigger the trade evolution, and this just seemed to kind of write itself really well.
To evolve so we can win against Surge.
Yeah, sure. Let's trade.
The rematch with Surge started out the same, with Mr. Mime struggling to do much damage to the ball guy and Hypno having to finish it off. But then, fortune frowned upon us as we missed both of our Hypnosis attacks, leaving us wide open to the Magnemite without getting to hit it once. This meant Alakazam would have to hard carry here. It used Shadow Ball to chip away at the Magnemite's health, knocking it out in 2 turns, but taking some damage in the process. And we still had to deal with Raichu. Thankfully we outspeeded this time, but didn't hit much harder than the first time around. And since things were looking dire, Sabrina decided to use her precognition and foresaw 2 paths forward. If we went to the offensive, Raichu would use Quick Attack to hit us first and knock out our ace, meaning we lose. But if instead...
Meaning I did lose that battle. and instead of redoing the whole thing, I used the revive to bring it back and then used the potion. Because I was like, I'm not going to run back this whole fight. If you see that I have an extra Pokemon here...
precognition and foresaw 2 paths forward. If we went to the offensive...
Let's see when I attack. See? There's an extra ball here. That's the Meowth. That's just a little backup Meowth. And I was like, I mean, we're basically winning if I heal this thing instead of go for the stupid attack like I did. This would give you the other option, which is you heal, quick attacks, and then you take it down. I just wanted to say I love your sideshow notification. Hey! Thank you. I also went on exciting adventures over the summer. Ooh.
Would use Quick Attack to hit us first and knock out our ace, meaning we lose. But if instead we used our one-time heal, we could survive the sneaky tactic and then...
Notice the HP bar being at half. Notice the other Pokeball being gone. Little movie magic right there. Just a little movie magic. This saved me like 10 minutes of having to redo the whole fight. Otherwise it would have turned out the same way, but...
and then finish off this rat with a second Psychic the next turn. Not sure if looking into the future counts as cheating, but hey, a win is a win, which means we can light up the rock tunnel and make our way through. Wait, is that a shiny Golbat? I know it's not a Psychic type, but we gotta catch the shiny. After that, we made our way out of the cave and snuck around all the trainers on Route 8, making our way to the Celadon department store for drinks and snacks from the vending machine?
What? I told you I get tired after using my psychic powers too much.
Is it because you were trying to read Surge's mind the entire time?
That doesn't take too much energy. It's kind of like looking at a sign or a poster.
Then what's got you so worn out?
The more we talk, the more I wonder why my powers don't work on you.
Did you try to use them on me again?
No.
So from her perspective, she's like, nah, you gotta be able to read minds too, right? You're seeing the same thing I'm seeing, right? Like, wait, don't you understand?
Oh, but my assumption was that they had no effect, because you had greater psychic power than me. Are you sure you didn't notice anything strange on the way here?
Nope, didn't look any different than last time. What did you notice?
There was an influx of spirits in Lavender Town, and everyone seems on edge here in Celadon.
Maybe the big city life is just more stressful.
No, I was here a few days ago to buy some TMs, and the overall mood...
So the TMs she bought is the TMs that she used at the start of the game to beat Brock and Team Rocket. So she foresaw that she needed the TMs and then came here to buy them early on. That's, I don't know if anyone caught that before, but...
Overall mood was a lot lighter.
Wait, but you just said that reading minds doesn't use up too much energy, so why are you drinking a second can of soda?
I used my clairvoyance to locate the source of the stress. It's a lot more draining than reading minds.
So, what did you find?
Just some Radicate scurrying around underground. We should go take care of them soon.
Sabrina gave the extra drink she had purchased to the little girl who was hanging out near the vending machine, and she gave us the TMs for Light Screen and Reflect. That way, our Mr. Mime can set up some protective barriers at the start of battle. Then we snuck into the Celadon game corner, which had a hidden button behind a poster behind a very suspicious grunt that opened up the entry towards the basement, which had several floors and several more easy to defeat grunts. They were smart enough to hide the key, but Sabrina could easily locate it with her psychic powers, so we snagged it and took the elevator to their boss's office. There we battled Archer, the owner of the game corner, who led the battle with a wheezing. An easy target, I thought.
I made that up. I don't think Archer is actually the owner of the game corner, but they never say. And I'm like, why are they working together? It kind of makes sense if you think about it, that Archer probably is the owner of the game corner. And he's agreeing to collaborate with Giovanni, and because Giovanni's his boss, he just lets it be their secret base. Because Giovanni lives in a completely different city. Like, he has nothing to do with this area. Why would Giovanni suddenly have a game corner, you know? Or maybe Giovanni pays Archer to run it? I don't know.
Until I remembered that Mr. Mime is now part fairy type, making it very weak to poison type moves. But that's okay since our Hypno could just finish it off. Then Archer sent out a Golbat, which knew Crunch, knocking out another one of our Pokemon. But the bad news for him is that Alakazam can tank the hit and one-shot the Pokemon with a Psychic. Having lost the battle, Archer made up some fake story about how they were developing these binoculars that could see
There was no budget for Archer's sprites. There was no budget. He gets 3D model. The way you write your psychics is interesting. I don't even remember how I wrote Alistair or me as an Ndidi. I generally don't remember. It was so long ago. I mean, Avery as well. I kind of tried to include some Avery lore in this.
Ghosts is a silly prize in the game corner, and even gave us a free prototype if we promised to keep our mouth shut about the basement. He could not fool Sabrina though, who smirked, took the toy, and left. Then we went back to Lavender Town, which was full of possessed spirit mediums using ghost-type Pokemon to scare people away. Thankfully, Sabrina could use her psychic powers to exorcise all of the ghosts, including the ones who didn't look like any Pokemon we've seen before.
This was a little bit of a server thing, so like, there's a lot of really cool artists in my server. And I was like, oh, I'd like to kind of showcase what you guys can do. So what if you guys design your own little missing node, so kind of a Pokemon that's not really a Pokemon. It's also a ghost, and Turret really went ham with it. Made like a full evolution line of... I'm like, I want these to be real now. Like, they're really good. And this cursed Ditto abomination that Michael made.
I guess these goggles do work. Then again, what are these things? When we made it to the highest floor of the Lavender Tower, we found some old guy passed out at the altar, and a few more angry...
There was no budget for this. He did get a sprite, but I didn't have a budget for passed out sprite. These are not full body. These are like thigh up, basically.
Goes to exercise, which seemed a lot stronger and stranger, but
and then there was the TUI design, which is just a battery, a car battery Rotom.
It was nothing Sabrina couldn't handle. I thought that would wake the old guy up, but he didn't respond at all. He's not dead, is he?
No, but...
Sabrina, what's wrong?
This man, he's been through a lot. I tried to use my psychometry just now, but I got hit by a strong wave of regret, sorrow, and despair.
Do you think he might be cursed?
What makes you think that?
Well, there were a lot of strange ghosts around here, and my emotions definitely got overwhelming when I was cursed by a Pokemon in Paldea.
You were cursed? But I don't sense any curses on you now.
Well, that's because I managed to get rid of them. Oh, but then the actual cursed Pokemon gave me some of their powers. Not sure if that counts as being cursed though.
That might explain why my powers don't work on you.
Wait, really?
Most curses are from ghost types, which I can dispel with ease. But there are some rare, powerful dark type curses that my psychic powers won't work on at all.
And I have 4 of them. But wait, if your powers worked on this guy, then at least we know he's not cursed.
Nope. Just passed out from fatigue and hunger. We should have some pewter crunchies and a can of soda left over in the bag. I'll wake him up. You give him the snacks.
So I thought it was a nice little tie-in with season 2 where it's like, oh yeah, you got the curse powers. That's why psychic powers don't work on you, because you got dark type 4 times. You got 4x dark type. This Meowth, he not a normal Meowth. This is normal Meowth with 4 dark type. Got super stab on the dark type. Also, yeah, George, I have no idea. I did not do enough research on that, unfortunately. I probably should have. But then I'm like, am I gonna be put on a list for looking up how like crime bosses run their underground businesses? Like I'm like, that doesn't sound like a good thing for me to Google right now.
My head hurts.
Here, have these.
Huh? Did that Pokemon just talk? Are you a spirit?
Nope, I'm alive, and so are you. My name's Vasko, and this is Sabrina. She helped you wake up.
Hello.
Thank you for your help, kind strangers. Although I do not deserve it.
Why do you say that?
I've committed a grave number of sins in the past. The only thing I can do now is pay my respect to the forever departed, and hope the spirits show mercy when I join them in the afterlife.
I guess he really is flooded with negative emotions.
Although, he is wrong about one thing.
And what might that be, young lady?
The spirits. They are not mad at you.
They're not? Then why were they so aggressive?
They were trying to protect him from intruders. The game corner has been sending a lot of grunts to look for you, old man.
Okay, but we're not rocket grunts.
Well, the spirits didn't know that. But you don't have to worry about them anymore.
To think, they were trying to protect me?
Whatever mistakes you've made in the past, those spirits did not hold them against you. It seems the only one who hasn't forgiven you is yourself.
How could I forgive myself when my own folly and naivety led me to lose my precious daughter, not once, but twice?
How do you lose someone twice?
You don't need to answer that, Mr. Fuji.
So you really are a psychic?
Yes. Some say that I'm the strongest psychic in Canada.
He introduced himself as Fuji, but because she can read his mind, she knows that he's Dr. Fuji. Hence the little, So hi, Nettie. Hi, Thomas. How's it going? It's going well. Kind of just rewatching season 3 since the final episode is tomorrow. I don't know how far we'll get today, to be honest, because I'm yapping a lot in between these episodes.
Maybe even the world.
Then please, humor me a bit more. My dear daughter, is her spirit disappointed in her old man?
There's a lot of spirits around here. Can you show me what she looked like when she was alive?
Yes, this is her picture.
This?
Is something wrong?
I don't know if you noticed the picture.
Can you show me what she looked like when she was alive?
Yes, this is her pic.
It's green. In the picture, it's green. Foreshadowing.
This?
Is something wrong?
Mr. Fuji, how do I say this? Her spirit is not in this tower.
Oh, my dear child, what have I done?
No, Mr. Fuji. You've done nothing wrong. Your daughter, she is alive. And you will see her again.
Please, Psychic, stop this. I cannot handle any more false hope.
Yeah, Sabrina, you're making some pretty wild claims right now.
Oh, fine. Here, take a look for yourself. Do you see her spirit anywhere?
No, but that doesn't prove anything.
Right, but this picture does.
How?
Remember what Misty told us? About the incident at Cerulean Cave?
Yeah, 3 Pokemon and a mysterious girl.
Well, that's the girl.
You mean you saw her?
I saw a memory of her. A recent one.
Then she really is?
And she will visit Lavender Town in the not-so-distant future.
My daughter is alive! My failed creations do not hate me. Psychic, in just a few words, you have saved this old soul of mine from the depths of despair. So...
Also, Fuji was harder to write than Misty, because he has even less of a personality. It's just like, we know he ran a lab on Cinnabar. From the anime movies, we know that he made Mewtwo. But then we have zero context on what the heck he's doing in Lavender Town. Why is he up in this all? So I kind of just try to fill in the gaps a lot. His personality is just old, right? I'm like, I feel like there's more to it than just old. So it's like, what if he just has a lot of trauma? And like some people, you know, under a lot of stress, they kind of just turn to spirituality when it becomes too much for them. And I think that's what Fuji did. At least that was my interpretation of the character. Hence him being up here.
Tell me, what can I do to repay your kindness?
Live a good life, Mr. Fuji.
But how could I possibly...
Use the knowledge you've accrued over the years to take care of the lost little Pokemon who have no place to call home. That sanctuary is where you'll have your reunion.
Thank you, Psychic Sabrina. I will remember your kind words for the rest of my life.
Good. Then our work here is done.
For someone with so much psychic power, Sabrina sure is a lot more compassionate than I expected. Although she got quiet for a while after we left the tower, I could tell that she was running low on energy, so I suggested we go back to Celadon for some more snacks.
And get a 5-course meal.
And she just nodded. I thought her energy would come back to normal after that, but something still felt a bit off, so we ended up just sitting there by the fountain, enjoying the silence of the moment. After a while, Sabrina got up and we went to take on the grass-type gym, which was just as peaceful. The gym leader wasn't much of a challenge, although her Tangela did put her mime to sleep. However, it finished off her noodle.
One of the reasons I did that pause there is I feel like with a lot of these runs, especially in season 2, I was just kind of like snap, 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 get through it as quickly as possible, just next beat. So I was like, what if I instead give it a little bit of a moment to breathe? We'll give the characters some time to just think, reflect. And then it also felt like a nice transition with the music.
Monster when it woke up, and then nearly one-shot the Weeping Bell. Nearly. So Hypno had to come out and finish the job. Then we kept spamming Psychic to 2-shot her ace, getting us the 4th gym badge with ease. After that, we took a long silent walk down Pokemon Road, although we did not go straight to the next gym, because apparently Koga likes to be annoying and made his gym entry requirement a long fetch quest, only allowing trainers who have caught at least 50 different species of Pokemon to enter. So we grabbed a surfboard and then Psychic surfed towards the
Remember, I can't swim, so we got a surfboard now.
The Seafoam Islands to catch some more Pokemon, 2 of which would be later added to Sabrina's team, Slowbro and Jinx. I say later because Sabrina wanted to beat up Koga's team with just her original 3 Psychics. His Weezing poisoned our Mime, but our lead 2-shot the ball of gas, giving us an easy knockout. The Muk was a lot more bulky and had a poison type move which could knock out our fairly decent lead. Then we followed up with Hypno, who had to put the Muk to sleep since we were far enough in the game to have its real psychic type move, Dream Eater, which works like Mega Drain but only if the target is asleep. And since we didn't want to risk the move failing if this thing woke up, we went for a Fire Punch to finish it off. That move was also super useful on the part Bug Venomoth, but not useful enough considering we're weak to Bug Buzz. Thankfully, Alakazam was strong enough to finish off the bug in one turn, leaving Koga with just his Golbat, which also knows a Bug-type move, but isn't as bulky as our Alakazam, so that is another gym badge for Sabrina. And since she already had badge number 6, her own badge, we hit the seas once again and made our way over to Cinnabar Island. There, we challenged the hot-headed quizmaster Blaine. Sadly, his Magmar was doing way more damage than our Mime, so we tried to set up a light screen while he set up a Confuse Ray. Then we both went on the offensive, and our lead managed to clown on his. Blaine followed up with a Rapidash, and we followed up with Slowbro, who was very quick to knock out Blaine's horse, but not quick enough to touch the Arcanine. This doggy showed no mercy to our next Pokemon either, and kept one-shotting our Psychics with its Flare Blitz attack, leaving Sabrina with just Alakazam. Thankfully, our ace does outspeed here and managed to hit hard enough to knock out the doggo. Then we just had to take care of the Ninetales, although this fox did not hit as hard as I expected. So after exchanging a few blows, we managed to get the knockout and win ourselves another gym badge. What's wrong, Sabrina?
There's something strange about this island.
Right? I came here because I heard there was a volcanic eruption, but everything looks normal.
Not what I meant.
Then what is it?
Use the binoculars and look towards the shore.
Okay, what the heck?
This is gonna be important. This is Missing No. I don't know if people know about Missing No. But basically it's a glitch Pokemon, and then they re-released red and blue version on the DS, or was it DS, 3DS, whatever, the last handheld console they had, and they had the perfect opportunity to remove this glitch from the game, but they left it in. So I thought, what if I include Missing No a little bit? What if Missing No is somehow part of the story in a meaningful way? Remember this for tomorrow.
What is that thing?
So, you can see it too, eh?
Blaine, do you know what that is?
If I were to venture a guess, I'd say it's some sort of Pokemon.
You've tried catching it.
And you cheated on the gym test! No reading minds, psychic!
What else do you know?
No touching me either, or I will report you to the Elite Four.
Fine. I'll close my eyes and keep my distance. Happy?
I'd be happier if you went a little further back, like all the way to that old building over there.
Insufferable, man. I'll give you a few minutes to talk, then we're leaving this island. Got it?
I'll pretend I didn't hear that. Now then, Vasko, right? Did you find the Mew you're looking for?
No, I wouldn't still be here if I did.
Then I guess my truck theory was wrong. Womp womp. Did you find anything else?
Not really. Was I supposed to?
Here I was getting my hopes up. Well, you noticed that thing.
Thanks to Sabrina. You said it was some sort of Pokemon?
It acts like one. When I threw a ball at it, it shrank down to size. Although the weird part is that after I tried to catch it, that creature somehow duplicated one of my items. 128 times.
That sounds made up.
So do binoculars that can see ghosts. But you've got some right there.
Fine, I'll play along. What item did it duplicate?
Here, have a Blaine doll.
Seriously? There's hundreds of these now?
Anywho, keep your eyes sharp, Vasko. Who knows what other clues you might have missed.
So there is more.
Enough talk. We need to go, now. And also, get me some snacks, please.
But Blaine was just about to tell me more.
No, he wasn't.
Ah, stop reading my mind, psychic!
Whatever. Come on.
Not sure why she was in such a hurry.
Also, notice that Sabrina does in fact respect Blaine when he says, "Hey, just stop reading my mind." She actually closes her eyes and stops reading his mind.
But Sabrina was quiet again for a while after we left. Just as quiet as the last gym leader. Our Mr. Mime set up a Reflect to lower the damage from his all-physical team, but got knocked out the next turn. Then we sent out Slowbro and had it sweep with Scald and Psychic. Well, at least sweep half of the team, because that Rhydon knew Mega Horn, and the move finished us off. We sent out Jinx next and had it use Blizzard, which happened to be super effective, and that left the gym leader with just his Nidoqueen. Our Psychic attack failed to one-shot, but the Queen's Crunch did not. Thankfully, we still had Hypno, who used its Hypnosis to put the Queen to sleep, and then used Dream Eater to get the knockout. Having acquired all the gym badges, we made our way through Victory Road, which was an easy task for Sabrina, and then it was time to challenge the Elite Four. First up was Lorelei, whose physical Dugong couldn't do much against her Mime and its bulky Reflect, although we couldn't do much damage either, but we lived long enough to knock out her lead. Then we sent out Hypno to take on this Ice Queen with its super effective Fire Punch, although we had to hit the Jinx twice to win. Since her next Pokemon Cloyster is super bulky, we switched over to the Hypnosis strategy, putting it to sleep and draining its health with Dream Eater. Her Thunder Punch didn't do as much damage to the Lapras as I had hoped, which meant we had to use the same old Sleeper strategy to take it down too. This worked out great since Dream Eater would also keep our HP high, giving Hypno the opening to spam Thunder Punch at the Slowbro. And since Hypno was doing so well, we decided to use our one-time potion and let it turbo carry through this battle. Bruno was a bit tricky with his lead Onyx, who managed to sweep away Mr. Mime with an Iron Tail, but we could counter him with our Slowbro, which was super useful against the fighting type Pokemon too. It took several Thunder Punches like a Champ and spammed Psychic on his Champ, although this thing did manage to knock us out. Jinx could finish off the wrestler, but got one shot with a critical hit from the Hitmonlee. This kicker also managed to flinch our Hypno a couple of times, but we eventually got to attack and punch this bag away. You look like a punching bag to me, okay? Then we had to take on his Poliwrath. Thankfully, it wasn't doing much damage to our Alakazam, so it was an easy win for Sabrina. Next up was Agatha, and well, Agatha, she just Koga with 2 Gengar, which took a sweet little nap before it got slapped. Well what? I'm not gonna risk missing if it woke up. And that left us with just Lance. We set up a light screen to bulk up against his Seadra, then spam Psychic to knock it out. He followed up with a physical Gyarados, so we set up a Reflect, which helped us tank through an Iron Tail and give us...
So this might be a pattern you notice with these. A lot of the Pokemon that are like the lead Pokemon tend to know Reflect or Light Screen. And something interesting I noticed that's a bit of a change in the Pokemon Legends EA game is that instead of running these screens, a lot of the like prominent trainers run Protect now. So they can just outright block a move.
The opening to do some chip damage. The low accuracy of his attack also helped a little, but it got him to switch over to Hyper Beam, which meant that the Gyarados was now wide open for our Thunder Punching Hypno, who managed to finish it off. Out next was Aerodactyl, and we tried to Thunder Punch it, but since that didn't do much damage, Hypno put it to sleep and drained its health with Dream Eater. Unfortunately, the Ancient Dragon woke up and finished us off with a Rock Slide one turn too soon, so we had to send out Slowbro and scalded a little to finish it off. This water type move was also very useful against the Charizard, who missed both of its Hyper Beams and left Lance with just his Ace. The bad news for Dragonite is that we also knew a 4 times effective Ice Beam, and his Outrage failed to knock us out, plus we somehow managed to freeze it. So that's the Elite Four right there, not a single challenge for Sabrina so far. And now the only thing standing between her and the title of champion was this kid, the Provisional Champion, who leads...
Also, I don't know if you noticed the name of the Provisional Champion. So I gave him a different name for each of the runs. Randy, because there's a guy, I think James Randy, and like his whole life mission was to like disprove like psychic powers. So I think he had like a thing where it's like, if you can prove to me that you have psychic powers, I'll give you $1 million. And not a single person has managed to like prove that they actually have psychic powers. So that's how I named him Randy.
Who leads with a mega evolving powerhouse of a Pokemon. Our Mr. Mime tries to set up a light screen to help tank through its special attacks, but the bird went for a physical quick attack instead, tripping up our Mime's routine. We followed up with Slowbro, who is very bulky and knows Ice Beam, which finishes off the bird. The champion follows up with a Vileplume, which sets up a Solar Beam while we chop off its health with a Psychic, but we didn't chop enough and got one shot the next turn. Thankfully, Jinx is a lot faster, so the flower finally goes down, but it's not fast enough to take on the horse. And neither is our Hypno, but it is bulky and can put the pony to sleep. Except, just before we knock it out, the champion drops a full heal, waking the horse up and giving it the opening to finish off her Sleep Sapper. That left Sabrina with just Alakazam, who unfortunately gets one shot. So even though Sabrina could easily get most of the gym badges except his, and can take down all of the Elite Four no problem, she could not become champion thanks to a Rapidash. No matter how many times we tried this fight, the Provisional Champion would always win. Man, this kid is surprisingly tough. Could he be some sort of psychic too? Nothing to say, huh? Okay, what's going on here? You've been like this ever since we left Cinnabar.
Sorry, I've been trying to process everything.
What do you mean?
That quizmaster, he knew about my psychometry, and he intentionally sent me to wait by the old mansion. I got bored and checked its history, but I was not prepared for what I saw.
You know, sometimes it's easier to process things if you talk about them.
Fine, but first, I should tell you that it was there.
It?
The Pokemon you're looking for. A pink Meowth-like creature. Mew.
And you're telling me this now?
I might be wrong. The Pokemon I saw took on many forms, and it destroyed the entire lab.
Sounds like it could be Mew, but I didn't think it was that violent.
It had no other choice. The Mew was trying to free another Pokemon and had to use force to break its container.
Another Pokemon? The one we saw at the shore?
No, this was something else. Something powerful. Too powerful. It even noticed me peering into the past.
It what now?
This took surprisingly long to
Something
animate.
else. Something powerful. Too powerful. It even
Like the Mewtwo just looking at you. Surprisingly difficult to animate because it's a lot of you gotta create a lot of extra layers, and if a tree falls in the forest, it's a mime. Does anyone? Criminally offensive side eye, exactly. Also, hi arigato.
noticed me peering into the past.
It what now?
I've never felt fear like this before. Its psychic powers must be leagues above my own.
So you got quiet because you're scared.
I don't know what to do. I used to think that I could take on any threat in this region. Even if the 3 birds of legend attacked at once, I could easily take them down. But that thing, I wouldn't stand a chance.
And now it's free.
Thankfully, it hasn't done anything yet. But I can't even sense its presence. I don't know if, when, or where it may attack.
Okay, now you're starting to scare me, so... Can I have the portal back and get out of here?
No,
Oh, come on! You said if I traveled with you for a bit, you'd give it back!
I'm sorry, but I need you to stay here a little longer.
Why? It sounds like there's a big scary Pokemon that could strike at any moment.
That's exactly why I need you here. If my psychic powers don't work on you, then its powers won't either. In fact, your presence might be the only reason it hasn't made a move yet.
Do you expect me to sit around and potentially fight a Pokemon that's even stronger than you?
No, I just need you to act as a deterrent while I go and strengthen my powers.
And how long will that take? You said it's leagues above you.
Psychic powers are like a muscle. Anyone can activate them and improve them with proper training. If I concentrate on only those that would help me match that Pokemon in combat, it shouldn't take long at all.
Fine, it's not like I have any other choice.
Good. Thank you for understanding.
So, got any good games I can play while you work out your powers?
No, you will not be joining me for this training.
Huh? Then what am I supposed to do? Clean your gym or something?
What a silly idea. I believe you were here to find clues about the missing Mew, no?
Yeah, but I can't exactly travel the region alone. Who knows what'll happen if someone like those Team Rocket guns try to catch me?
That would be a problem.
Well, now we know that trying to catch him isn't gonna work. Yeah, Sabrina did break her promise. She's like, yeah, once we're done with the journey, you can go home. And she's like, actually, if I let you leave, I won't. This thing might not be doing anything because you're here. So, like, stay a bit more. She thinks she is Ash teaming up with a Lugia. Exactly. I mean, Lugia is a psychic type, right? It's a psychic type for a reason. Also, gamers, I don't know how I'm gonna be doing on time. But whenever parent gets home, I'm gonna have to hop off. So if they do randomly get home, I was like, hey, call me so you can pick up lunch on the way back. But they just surprise get home without calling me. I'm just gonna have to like hop off randomly. So don't be surprised if we randomly cut it off. Also, I didn't realize how much I've been yapping. We're only on episode 2 and it's been 2 hours. But yeah, let's finish out this episode.
Which is why I've decided to leave you with a trusted friend. Now, come on, I'll drop you off at her gym.
There were a lot of people like theorizing at the end. They're like, her. There's only one other female trainer left. I'm like, oh. It wasn't the first trailer episode showed exactly who it is. And then there's literally Erica sleeping. In case you weren't sure who the next episode is. But first,
Now what?
I didn't know what to do with this, but I was like, I don't want to do a 10-minute exposition inside of the Erica video. I don't know how many people would actually click through to watch this, but I thought I'd make it its own standalone. And I think this also meant the Erica video didn't have a little premiere. I like this series, yeah. And this is again mildly inspired. There was a YouTuber I watched when I was way younger, like it was like 15 years ago. And they did a web series, and I was like, I really like this. I want to make something like this, and this is something like that, I guess. Especially since Sabrina was fairly exposition heavy. Yeah, I didn't want to add like too much exposition. What do we have here?
Research log, day 1. Today we embark on a journey to find the...
And this is kind of inspired by the fact that when you go through the Pokemon Mansion, you see a bunch of like diary entries everywhere, and I'm like, there's no way Fuji didn't keep a diary of what's going on. And what if we find that diary? What would that diary say? So this kind of just explores Fuji's little backstory.
Pokemon who holds genetic information on all other creatures in existence. Unlike the transformed Pokemon Ditto, this one has been observed.
It's also very like listen versus watch, because I wasn't quite like, I don't have the art skills to make it look cool. I wish I did, or the budget to make it look cool. I feel like if there were visuals, this would be much more interesting, but just because it's, you know, voice talking,
taking on many different forms for a prolonged period of time. While a lot of eyewitness accounts seem questionable, the scientific potential of this discovery makes the search alone worth it. And maybe, just maybe, that will help me find a way to bring you back. You deserved a better life, a longer life. Dad will find a way to make that happen. Research log, day 30. We've dredged around this cursed jungle for far too long. Thankfully, my trusty Doduo has been an invaluable asset to the investigation, able to clear through...
So if you look through like the wiki for Fuji, he does have a Doduo, which is why I wrote this in.
Brush, scale the towering trees, and most importantly, flee from troublesome Pokemon.
Because it has the runaway ability, so you can just run away from battles. I wish I had visuals for this.
We've seen all kinds
I think that's my biggest regret, is not having visuals for Fuji's diary.
Undocumented creatures, yet none of them were the shapeshifter we're after. Research log, day 39. Finally, some progress. We've spotted the shape-shifting Pokemon in the forest. However, it was easily spooked and fled before we had the chance to collect any samples. Hopefully, we'll find it again soon. Research log, day 42. We failed to encounter the creature a second time, and had believed it had fled the jungle entirely. However, it appears that our assumption was incorrect. While playing my Pokeflute this evening, a strange Pokemon ventured out of the jungle and approached me with intense curiosity. Slowly, it crept closer and closer, dancing to my silly tunes, and eventually, it changed form into the pink creature we've heard so much about. Its resemblance was similar to the Abra and Meowth we have back home in Kanto, but its coloration is more like that of the Clefairy from Mount Moon. It really seemed to like my instrument and fled the moment I stopped playing, but surely it will show up again. Research log, day 44. We have decided to name this new Pokemon Mew. It is a combination of the words many and new, since it has shown us many new Pokemon we've never seen before, not in Kanto and not in this jungle. It's still very skittish, but has gotten used to our presence over the past few days. Thankfully, it appears to love the sound of my Pokeflute, and we've managed to collect plenty of DNA samples while I kept it entertained. This means we can head home soon. Research log, day 108. After months of research, we've finally managed to find a practical use of Mew's All gene. First, we extracted the DNA of long-extinct fossilized Pokemon, many of which can be found at Mount Moon. Then we had the All gene...
This is one of those things where it's like, how do they revive the Pokemon in the game? And I mean, there's a lot of Ditto, so like, what if they just... what if it's a permanently transformed Ditto into the fossil? Because this is never really explained in game, so it's a little bit of like me interpreting how they could potentially be restoring the fossils.
Replicate that DNA. After that, we could implant it into a Ditto, making the creature permanently change form into the fossilized Pokemon. Several experiments revealed that this creates an exact genetic duplicate of the original. This method may seem crude, and we need more time to determine if this outcome is truly permanent. but the ability to resurrect extinct Pokemon will surely help our lab grow. Although I do wonder, could I use the same technology to bring you back? No, more testing is needed to make sure it's safe. Research log, day 788. It's been many years now since that expedition. We've gotten the fossil recovery method legalized, standardized, and open for public use here in the Cinnabar lab. Yet I am still so far from bringing you back. I'll need a lot more time and funding to investigate how human DNA would work the all gene. And given the ethical concerns, I must find a way to run them in secret. I've already started renovating the basement of our home into a makeshift lab. Research log, day 820. I've managed to secure funding for my research, but as all things in life, it comes at a cost. The former gym leader of Viridian City seems to have run to a lot of money recently, and agreed to give me a blank check if, and only if, I can recreate an extremely powerful Pokemon for him. One that can defeat the Elite Four and any legendary in our region. I believe it is possible to do so, given the boundless Pokemon stored within the All gene, and while I work on creating a new Pokemon, I can slowly test how human DNA interacts with it as well. Research log, day 868. I've been at it for 2 months now, but the only thing I could achieve was a simple clone of existing creatures. I can tell that Giovanni's patience is running low. Thankfully, I got in touch with a former colleague who works at Silphco. He informed me that they've developed a DNA splicer, and that his team has been tasked with creating a new Pokemon from scratch as well. Great. Even more competition, but at least it's a fair competition, since the fellow gave me a splicer that he accidentally damaged at work. The repairs were simple. I hope I can make some progress with these new tools. Research log, day 898. Finally, a success. I've managed to implant human DNA into the 3 Pokemon commonly given out as starters in our region. It does not appear to influence their innate powers, but they all exhibit behavior similar to the humans whose DNA was used. The Bulbasaur is extremely meek and shy, like little Erica. The Charmander is very prideful, similar to Lance. And the Squirtle, well, it's as mischievous and fiery as old Blaine. For the time being, I'll keep them in stasis and study them further. Perhaps there's something else I can create to boost their powers. As I recall, there were certain stones found in Kalos.
Also, the DNA being used for these Pokemon,
And shy, like little Erica.
as you see in the next episode, who do they befriend? It's the person that's most similar to them. Intentional.
The Charmander is very prideful, similar to Lance. And the Squirtle, well, it's as mischievous and fiery as old Blaine. For the time being, I'll keep them in stasis and study them further. Perhaps there's something else I can create to boost.
Also, a little bit of extra lore here. So I believe in, I don't know, there's like random talking outside, but Blaine was basically used as the base for Mewtwo. So I thought, what if Mewtwo and Blaine have the same voice actor? I try not to double dip on the voice acting, but for that one it kind of made sense because a lot of Blaine DNA was used to make Mewtwo.
Boost their powers. As I recall, there were certain stones found in Kalos. Research log, day 979. Giovanni has had it with me. Silphco just announced their successful creation of the first artificial Pokemon, Porygon. Meanwhile, my progress has been slow, unable to create something entirely new. In his rage, he took my Doduo and... Research log, day 983. Things have calmed down a bit. I was able to locate Porygon's DNA in the All gene, and create this Pokemon from scratch as well. I thought about bringing back my Doduo as too, but I wonder, would it still be the same friend I've had all these years? Would that also be the case when I brought you back? No. For now, I must focus on making Giovanni happy. Otherwise, I fear that I will not live to see that day. Research log, day 1001. My new approach seems to be working well. I've created all sorts of monstrosities, none of which are to his liking, of course. Too frail, too cryptic, too ephemeral. One of them clones an item 128 times, then faints. I'm not sure.
Missing no. I gave it a little bit of extra, like for using its ability, it loses all its HP. Also, hello Nigel, hope you're doing well. And yeah, it would be cool to see like a Legends Johto and or Kanto, where they actually do the expedition. But I don't know if they ever will. So I did it myself.
What Giovanni does with these rejects, and I'd rather not ask. But at least he's seeing me make some progress for the time being. Research log day 1218. I finally created a Pokemon Giovanni likes. It is an amalgamation that combines Mew's malleable form with genes from powerful bodybuilders and psychics in this region. The creature almost resembles a human, but since its core is mostly that of Mew, I have decided to call it Mewtwo. It will take some time for this creature to fully form and stabilize, and while we wait, I can finally test how this gene works when applied to humans. Research log day 1365. Today would have been your birthday, and I have good news. The All-Gene method seems to work for people too. We've successfully brought back several individuals using the process, although we will need a spirit medium if we want your new body.
So a little bit of headcanon on this, but there's some new Rocket admins that kind of randomly show up in the Johto games that weren't there in the Kanto games. Ooh, bodybuilders. Is it a reference to Mega Mewtwo X? A little bit. Bruno is the main one from that. Yeah, a little bit of headcanon is that the new Rocket admins, which we do see later on, are like people who were brought back from this experiment. It's like Proton and Petrol.
To retain your old memories. I did not wish to involve others, but this was inevitable. Now all we must do is wait, for your body must rapidly age back to what it was before you passed. That is the best way to avoid pain and any complications, according to, past subjects. Research log day 1394. Halfway there. Despite years spent trying to get you back, these last 30 days have felt the longest. As we found with previous experiments, today was the ideal day to channel your spirit back into your new body. You will remain in stasis for a bit longer while it adjusts to your neurons. We'll be reunited soon, my dear. Research log day 1395. Giovanni came by the lab. He wanted to check on the Mewtwo, who seems to be growing much slower than the human experiments, all of which have joined the ranks of Team Rocket. I informed him that the powers within this Pokemon are still growing. At the moment, it should be just as powerful as a Dragonite, but the IVs increase at a steady rate every day. It will likely take another month before the Pokemon is ready. I hope the boss doesn't get impatient before then. Research log day 1420. Only a few more days to go. According to the spirit medium, your soul is nearly settled in. We can safely wake you up soon. Thankfully, the Mewtwo is also nearly complete. Its IVs have finally stopped growing, but we're giving it a few more days to avoid lowering its potential. Giovanni is also away on business, so we can't wake it up until he returns. To think, I'm nearly free from this man's yoke, and I can finally be reunited with you, my dear daughter. Oh, I cannot wait for that joyous day. Research log, day 1424. No! While I was waiting at the dock for Giovanni, disaster struck. The cell containing Mewtwo appears to have exploded. The Pokemon went on a rampage. Everything in the lab was destroyed, including you. Giovanni was furious. He kicked me out, covered it up. A volcanic eruption, they called it. Might as well have been all of my dreams.
Does that make Silver the clone? I actually don't know. I don't know what the heck Silver's lore is. I mean, I know he's supposed to be like Giovanni's son. But like, why did Giovanni leave the Johto region? Maybe Giovanni doesn't even know he has a son. I don't know. I genuinely don't know what to do with that one. Dreamed of creating the world's strongest Pokemon, and we succeed exactly.
Burnt to ash yet again. How could I have been so careless?
Don't worry, this you will see exactly what happened, because I actually animated the scene in the green episode. So you get to see what happens. You get to see this. You get to see it.
Research log, day 1425. I slept by the shore all night, or tried to at least, but the spirits of all the reject experiments kept haunting me. One even made 128 copies of my Pokeflute. Why did I still keep that blasted thing? I suppose I could just sell them, or give them away. It matters not. I matter not.
This is why Fuji just gives away a Pokeflute in the headcanon. What if he just has like 128 copies of them and is like, you can have one.
Life truly is cruel. None of you deserve such a cruel fate, and while there is no more hope for me, please allow me to repent for my sins. That spirit medium mentioned a tower at Lavender Town, which helps guide lost souls to the underworld. I shall go there and send you to a more peaceful world. But don't worry, I won't be far behind, and I won't be needing this journal anymore. To whoever finds it, let it be a warning. Humans were not meant to play God. Treasure what you have while it is still here. Life is far too short, and far too cruel. Dr. Fuji.
Dang. Dang, he says. Dang. He left in shame for being devastated by a child 3 times in a row, yeah. There's some events, Cerebi in-game events explaining what the Johto remakes, and Giovanni knows he's... I need to go do those then. Because as much as I love Johto, I think I only played the post-game Johto once. Because I didn't know how to save the game. I know I battled Red, but I don't remember much more than that.
In this region by...
Okay, next up we have Erica, which is the shortest of the videos. I kind of feel like I didn't quite do Erica as much justice, but it was a bit of the turning point. And unfortunately, she's one of those characters which, again, doesn't really have much character to her. She just sleeps a lot. And I tried to play around that, but I wasn't quite sure how to handle her. Not sure you still can, since it's a special event, unless you wanted to sail the high seas. I see. You need an event Celebi and interact with the... Yeah. I'll look up a YouTube video. Similar to Gordy and Galar, though, I think you did a good job of making me appreciate the character. I hope so.
Could Erica become champion in the Kanto region? For those who don't know, Erica is the grass-type gym leader in Celadon City, napping away in her botanical garden until a challenger shows up to battle. Then, one of your Pokemon will be napping because every game that includes Erica gives her team a move that puts the opponent to sleep, which makes me wonder if we're sleeping on a really strong trainer here. To find out if Erica actually has what it takes to become champion, I decided to play through Pokemon Let's Go Pikachu as Erica, using the same team and movesets as this grass-type specialist. But as it turns out, that might be impossible, because her gym team's Vileplume, which is level 36, knows the move Moonblast. But the only way it can learn that move in the Let's Go games is while it's still a Gloom at level 45. So just like with the Misty run, I'll assume that she has 2 Vileplume on her team, one that I'll catch early.
I don't know why they had so many illegal moves in this game series, but they did. Which works in my favor, because then I'm like, oh, I can have multiple copies of Pokemon, but yeah. Of all the characters who got runs in this season, Erica is the one I'm most surprised got sponsored for a run. I'd have been money on Brock Blue. So, Erica actually didn't get sponsored for this run. Erica was my choice for character. I had one pick for me, and then the other 4 were the voted on. And Erica was my personal pick. So the other 4 got the votes. Erica was the one that I was like, I want this character in here. Why Erica? Grass types. I like grass types. Green. Her design is all like cool and elegant and mysterious, and then I didn't know what to do with her. This is my favorite part of season 3 for me. It's canon that she's Larry's daughter, and the family she's always tired. That could explain it. Yeah, we ran out of budget, so it was just a Larry sprite because he's a businessman. Yeah, giving characters backgrounds hasn't been on their mind. Yeah, it really hasn't.
Early game and used as her subpar stand-in for her ace, and a second one with the proper moveset much later in the game. That's also why this run is in Let's Go Pikachu. That's where the Oddish spawn. But Erica keeps being problematic because she also has a Bellsprout, and that one is exclusive to Let's Go Eevee. So I guess she has 3 Oddish now, but the third one is getting traded away, leaving her with an even-ish team. And now that we have our starters all sorted and a few more rules sprinkled in to keep this run fun and fair, it was time to kick off the journey by going through the Viridian Forest with 2 grass types. Thankfully, the few bug type trainers we did have to battle there didn't know any damaging bug type moves, so we managed to get easy wins and made our way through to Pewter City. There we could take on Brock, who uses rock type Pokemon, which happen to be very weak to grass type moves, netting ourselves an easy victory. After that, it was time to explore Mount Moon, where we can catch another grass-type Pokemon, Paris. Now technically, Erica is supposed to have a Tangela on her team as the 3rd Pokemon until...
Unrelated to the Pokemon talk, I don't know if you guys are enjoying the background music for this, but a lot of the background music I used for this season is from the Atelier games. Because I've been playing a lot of them. I'm like, this is good. This is good. I like this music. It fits really well with the vibe of the Let's Go games. Like, it's very bright and colorful.
After her gym battle, but considering this noodle monster also isn't available until after her gym, I thought Paris would be a good substitute. Then I instantly questioned the decision when we had to battle a Team Rocket grunt that was still looking for fossils, and had a very problematic Zubat. Why was it problematic? Because it could one-shot our Paris with its wing attack. So we followed up with Oddish, who could barely do any damage with his Absorb, and could barely tank a wing attack in return. Thankfully, this grunt was kind of dumb and attacked us with Bite and Absorb a couple of times, neither of which would hit that hard, and this let us chip away at its health a bit more, to the point where Bellsprout could just come on in and wrap things up. After that struggle of a battle, we managed to make our way out of the cave and into Cerulean City, where we could challenge the Water-type gym. Grass beats water, so winning should be easy, right? Wrong, because for some reason, all 3 of the beautiful gym trainers had some counter to grass-type Pokemon. Lily's Goldeen knew Peck, Violet's Shelter could shoot ice shards, and Daisy, well, she needs her own game. Also, she has a seal, it was not that strong. And since our team kept getting nearly wiped by just 1 Pokemon, Erica and I decided to go train a bit on the Nugget Bridge. But she got distracted by a certain Pokemon on our way there.
Aw, what a cute little Bulbasaur.
Bulbasaur! I can't believe my eyes.
Is something the matter?
No, quite the opposite, actually. This little one has been super shy around people. It's the first time I've seen it actually walk up to someone.
Maybe it likes the smell of my perfume.
Maybe. Say, do you happen to be a trainer by any chance?
Yes, I'm a gym leader, actually.
Oh, wonderful. Then, would you be interested in adopting this little one?
But isn't it your Pokemon?
Oh no, I run a small clinic here in Cerulean, and we take care of lost or injured Pokemon. I found this Bulbasaur and 2 others passed out near the entrance of the Cerulean Cave.
Wasn't there also a girl?
Did that Meowth just talk?
Ah, cat's out of the bag. My name is Vasko, and I'm traveling around the Kanto region with Erica, searching for a shape-shifting pink Pokemon called Mew. I've already done 2 laps with Misty and Sabrina,
I feel like I might be a
but
little
it's
too
bit
into
of a
the
long
episode,
story,
but then,
so
yeah, it's
you'll
only
have to
3
check
minutes.
the link in the description if you want to find out exactly what happened. All you need to know for now is that this girl might know something about the Mew. So, what happened to her?
Well, aren't you a curious one? I did find a girl passed out with a Pokemon, but she said they weren't hers. Although, she didn't seem to recall much in general.
Ah, dang it. There goes that lead. Then again, maybe I can find a way to jog her memory. Do you think I could talk to her?
Well, you are a talking Pokemon, so yeah, probably.
Not what I meant. Can you take us to your clinic so I can talk to her?
No, we take care of sick Pokemon there, not people.
So she's at the hospital?
You're gonna lose one of your 9 lives if you keep jumping to conclusions like that, mister.
Well, you're beating around the bush. Do you know where she is or not?
I believe a Professor Oak from Pallet Town came running when I called out for help, and he agreed to take the girl in since she couldn't even remember where she lived.
Professor Oak. Got it. Alright, Erica, let's go.
What happened? Sorry, I dozed off while you were introducing yourself.
I found a clue.
Wonderful. Also, yes, I would love to adopt this Bulbasaur.
Then she's all yours. Take good care of her, Miss Erica.
Thank you, and welcome to the team, little one.
Objection is what I wanted to say, because even though we've seen Erica with a Venusaur in other Pokemon games, she does not have one in Let's Go. But as it turns out, this little one was too shy and didn't want to battle anyways, so it was going to be joining me on the bench while Erica leveled up the rest of her team on the Nugget Bridge, and then went back to challenge Misty. She started out the battle with Bellsprout, who could barely take a hit from Psyduck's confusion, but managed to live long enough to slap the water type with Vine Whip and knock it out. Then we followed up with Oddish against the Starmie, using Stun Spore to slow down the powerful Starfish and Absorb to drain away its health, getting us another solid win and the second gym badge. From there, Erica and I made our way south towards Vermilion City, taking on trainers along the way.
His name Jeff. Yeah, there's no hospitals in Pokemon World as well, that too. It's like she just chilling at Pokemon centers? I don't know.
And getting both Bellsprout and Oddish to evolve in the process. The evolutions made us confident enough to take on the third gym, especially since grass types can resist electric type moves. But this one gym trainer quickly reminded us that there's dual types like Magnemite, which also resist grass type moves, so we were gonna have to train up a bit more before taking on the gym leader. Thankfully, there were plenty of trainers and wild Pokemon to help us do just that on Route 11, and since the level cap for Surge was the same as the level needed to evolve Paris, we figured we might as well train up a bit more and get another evolution.
I was really messing up my numbers for this video specifically. I remember for the Vile Puma this, I was like, oh, because it's level 36 and it's clearly level 34. I'm like, oh. It's the same level as Surge's level cap. It's 2 levels below the Surge level cap. It's okay.
Under our belt. Then we went to battle Surge. His lead Pokemon tried to set up a light screen, but our lead is a physical attacker and it knows Leech Life, which got a major power buff in the recent generations. The real problem was his Magnemite, since it pretty much resisted all of our attacks. Then again, we resisted all of its attacks, so we could scrape on by, unless we get paralyzed, then we can't do anything. Lucky for us, Leech Life did hit hard enough to get the knockout, leaving Surge with just his ace Raichu, which was a lot stronger than the little magnet. So we followed up with Gloom, who would take shockingly little damage, and use Absorb to replenish its health. Unfortunately, the Raichu managed to land a critical hit on us and got the knockout, but we still had our Weeping Bell, and as a wise man once said, ask not for whom the weeping bells, it weeps for thee. So we got ourselves badge number.
This is an Age of Empires reference. I don't know if anyone got that reference, but Age of Empires, they had like little taunts, and one of them was like, ask not for whom the bell tolls, it tolls for something like that. I was trying to reference it, but I don't know if anyone got the reference. Okay, Matt got the reference. I'm glad one person at least got the reference.
3. Now typically, we'd head straight to Celadon City from here, if you can call this path straight. But this time around, we had other plans. When Sabrina dropped me off at Erica's gym, she also gave her some tickets to the SSN, which was hosted—
You do realize that's originally Shakespeare though, right? No, I did not actually realize it's originally Shakespeare. It does sound kind of Shakespeare-y though. I believe it. Also, his name, no longer Randy. His name is now Arson. Because Erica's gym got set on fire in the anime, right?
A battle party with trainers from all around the world. And since Erica didn't want to completely turn down the invite, she decided to at least check it out for a few minutes before leaving Vermilion. Unfortunately, the south sway of the boat very quickly put her to sleep. Thankfully, the staff on board let us borrow a guest room for a bit, but I guess I'm stuck here until she wakes up.
Stop right there!
Huh? What's going on outside? I'll just take a small little peek. Haven't had to use one of these in ages. Well, let's see.
I said,
What's up?
Also,
right there!
Huh? What's going on outside? I'll just take a small little—
there, you know how doors have like a little peephole, but Meowth is too short.
little peek. Haven't had to use one of these in ages.
So we're bringing back the Snom table. Well, funny enough, voice actress for Erica, same voice actress as Katie, who had the Snom table.
Well, let's see.
I said, can I see your ticket, please?
Do you even know who you're talking to?
No, sir, I do not. But it doesn't matter who you are. If you don't have a ticket, I'll have to ask you to leave.
That's the problem with you greenhorns. Don't even recognize the VIPs. Here's my ticket. Satisfied?
Nuh-uh.
not so fast. I have to inspect it first.
For the love of... I have an important meeting to get to. You saw the ticket. Now stop wasting my time.
Listen, sir. There is a private party on this boat with some very important guests. The chief asked me to help with security, so I have to check every ticket for its authenticity.
Who would bother faking a ticket anyways?
Team Rocket, sir. They're an evil organization who's made a name in this region by stealing Pokemon and items from innocent people. One of our agents tipped us off about their production of counterfeit tickets for this very party, so I must inspect every single one.
I see. I'll be sure to teach those grunts a lesson next time I see them. Here, you may inspect my ticket, Greenhorn.
Thank you for cooperating. Let's see. Yep, it checks out. You're good to go, sir.
I'm not good at all. Your little inspection...
Also, now people are like, oh, why doesn't Jenny see the big red R on Giovanni's jacket? Maybe because he doesn't wear the R on that jacket when he goes to this party. Maybe because it's not there, so she doesn't see it.
She made me late for my meeting with a top security expert.
Well then, they should understand. And now then, I believe it was this room.
Ah, shoot, I better get this table out of the way.
Oh, who is it?
Officer Jenny, ma'am. I heard you weren't feeling well, and I came in to check on you.
Oh, it's nothing to worry about. I tend to get sleepy easily, and the swing of this boat was a bit too relaxing.
If you're having trouble staying awake, perhaps I should escort you back home, ma'am.
That sounds nice.
Yeah, you're in no condition to stay on this boat. If Team Rocket does make a move, you might be in danger.
I'd rather not stick around for that either.
Huh? Who's there?
Oh, down here. I'm Vasko, Erica's travel buddy. Nice to meet you.
Officer Jenny, the pleasure's all mine. Since you're this lady's Pokemon, do you know where she lives?
Yeah, she's the gym leader in Celadon City.
That is quite the drive away. I'll have to let the chief know that I'll be out for a while. Could you help me carry her out to my bike?
I can try. Not sure how much my little arms can do, though. You want to help, too?
Oh, how sweet. Miss Erica can rest easy with this many caring Pokemon by her side. Now, let's go, you two.
On the way towards Celadon, I talked a bit more with Officer Jenny about all the Team Rocket stuff. Apparently, they had sent a spy to track their movements at the game corner, and that's who reported the fake tickets being passed around. That got me curious why Erica didn't just storm the place with her gym squad and disband the operation. But then I realized that these grunts tend to use poison-type Pokemon, the perfect counter for Erica's grass-type gym. And if she somehow made her way to take on Archer, the owner of the game corner, he could easily burn through her team with his flame-throwing Weezing. Even if she evolved both Gloom and Weepinbell, meaning they could tank through a heat, neither of them had a good move to use on this gas ball, which means she could not defeat Archer and put a stop to the game corner operations. This also made me realize...
This also meant I played that part of the game because you kind of have to, and I kind of got absolutely destroyed by the flame-throwing Weezing. Absolutely destroyed.
That if we can't beat one Weezing, there's no way we're gonna beat a full team of poison types at gym number 5. So when Erica woke up the next day, I suggested we go train up a bit, or rather a lot, before taking on Koga. She agreed and suggested we go to Pallet Town since that's where Professor Oak lives and a few other grass types spawn. Unfortunately, the professor wasn't at his lab, so we just had to settle for catching a Tangela and a second Gloom for our team. But we still had to level up our Pokemon a bunch, so we took on several trainers south of Pallet Town, and ended up making our way down to Cinnabar. According to a coach trainer we met along the way, the abandoned mansion was full of strong Pokemon and was the perfect place for us to train at this point.
Fun fact, if you need to level grind in this game for basically any gym after Erica's, the mansion's the best place to go.
Point in our journey. I also wanted to see if we could find any clues there, so we went in without hesitation, and while Erica was busy taking on trainers and Pokemon, I was snooping around for information. There were a lot of newspaper clippings, heavy academic articles, and several daily logs from scientists who used to work there, but none of them had any useful information about the Mew or the Pokemon near the shore, or at least not on the ground floor, because as we kept exploring the mansion, we found a way down to the basement, and that's where I found something interesting. A diary, written by Mr. Fuji.
Who's that?
An old guy who lives in Lavender Town.
Then what's his diary doing all the way out here?
That's what I want to know. He seemed pretty sad last time I met him. I wonder if this diary can explain what happened.
Shouldn't we ask his permission first? Seems polite to just read through someone's diary like that. Are you curious too, little one? Fine, I guess you can read it. He wouldn't have left it lying around if it was anything important.
Thanks, Bulbasaur. Now let's see. Research log, day 1. Today marks the first day of our journey
to find
Okay, we literally just watched this, so I'm gonna you know, a little fast forward, but there's the, you know, the read more. Oh, they really messed this. What? iCard. Why does the... Oh, did they mess up the iCard? There's supposed to be an iCard here.
Information on all other creatures.
Research log, day 1.
See, this is what I mean about YouTube messing things up.
Today marks the first day of our journey
to find the Pokemon who holds genetic information on all other...
I clicked read more, right? But then this just takes me to the description. Oh, and there it's like all the way down here. Man, ain't nobody gonna find this all the way down here. It used to be you click the iCard and it's like the first thing that shows up. And now it's at the very bottom. Yeah, there's like, oh, here's the description. Here's the... Is this because I'm full screen? No, it just throws you to the... Oh my gosh. Well, I guess I'm never using iCards on YouTube ever again. Yeah, no, it used to be a really nice thing where it's just, it pops in here and then you click the I, and then instead of getting this, it's just like, here's the link to the interesting video. Now it's like, here's the description, here's Ask Our AI, here's the game it is, here's the blah, 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 and it's like, oh, wow, that's disappointing. And that's the point where grass types start to fall behind. Yup, absolutely.
The creatures in existence. Dr. Food.
I guess it's a good thing I put check description, but like, dang.
Oh, I'm sorry. I must have dozed off. Did you finish reading already?
Yeah.
You don't sound too happy about it.
There was a lot of useful information there, but man, those Team Rocket guys, they're just the worst.
They really are. Father told me that they had stolen some technology from his company a few weeks ago. I believe he called it the Self-Scope.
What a weird name.
Right? And why would a bunch of thieves need a tool that can see ghosts anyway?
Wait. A tool to see ghosts? You mean this thing?
Looks like something they'd make at Sylph, but why do you have it?
Sabrina gave it to me after we raided their base in Celadon. But you're right, there hasn't been much...
Shh! I think I hear footsteps. What's that?
A Blaine doll?
I'm starting to feel a little creeped out. Maybe we should leave.
Don't worry about it. It's just old Blaine playing tricks on us.
Still.
You're right. We've been here long enough. Let's go. And so we made our way back to Fuchsia City to challenge the next gym. Koga started off with Wheezing, which is already giving me PTSD, and Erica sent out Tangela, whose only good move was Reflect, except it's a status move, so we got one shot. Off to a good start, I'd say. Then we followed up with Parasect, which had a free move since the TM for Solar Beam isn't available until Victory Road, and that meant we could give it an actually useful attack here for this gym battle, Dig, which was not as useful as I had hoped, especially since Toxic could still poison us while underground.
Why can't it poison while under...
Anyways,
why?
Because the Wheezing could simply...
Why does Toxic work while you're not on the field? Why? Anyways.
Simply one-shot us with its Sludge Bomb attack at any point. We send out Victory Bell next, hoping to do some chip damage, but Koga decided to waste all of our efforts and use Explosion to finish off his own lead. Then he followed up with Golbat, who used Fly to avoid our attack and finished off our bulky plant the next turn. Erica sent out Vileplume next, but what is this flower gonna do? We've got 3 different types of moves, and Koga's bat resists all 3 of them. So even if we can tank a hit, we can barely do any damage in return, meaning Erica would always lose here. We couldn't even take down half of Koga's team. This makes her the first gym leader in this series who couldn't even make it to
first
the Elite Four, but it does make me curious how she'd do against the rest of the Kanto League, so I lent her a helping hand to win this battle and see what happens next. I was a bit worried about the Psychic type gym since half of our team is weak to Psychic type moves, but things went a lot smoother here. For starters, Sabrina's Mr. Mime is part Fairy type, so we could do some damage with Sludge Bomb, but since it set up a light screen, no we can't, so we used Leech Seed to drain some of its health between turns and watch to take down our lead Tangela. Then we followed up with Victory Bell, who could finish off the Mime with its physical Poison type move. Then it could deal some decent damage to her Slowbro before getting knocked out, and we followed up with Vileplume to finish off the tanky Sea Psychic. But Sabrina responded with Jinx, who put her Flower to sleep and two-shot it with ease. That was okay since it was time for Parasect to shine. This part Bug Grass type could use Leech Life to one-shot the Jinx and had plenty of bulk to take a hit from the Alakazam, then one-shot it as well. Sabrina gave us the badge and instantly went back to training, so we left the gym and headed towards Victory Road. As it turns out, you can access the grass patch on Route 23 once you've collected the first 6 gym badges in the Kanto region. And that's the only—
Man, I use this background theme quite a lot, don't I? It's so good though. It's so good. It's such a good theme.
Place you can catch the last Pokemon for Erica's team, Execute, or should I say Executor, since we evolved it right away. This also meant we finally had a Psychic type move on our team, which maybe could help Erica win Koga's badge. Unfortunately, you need to get his badge first to reach the spot where it spawns, so it's too late to find out. Instead, we went to take on another gym where we did not have an advantage.
There's one of those spots where I kind of wish I thought back and was like, oh, I could have just traded over and Execute. I could have, but then she can't really get the Execute without his badge, so it wouldn't make sense. But I was tempted to try, but I figured, nah, it's too much of a stretch. Too much of a stretch. Even though it's one of the starter types, Game Freak hates grass types. They're struggling in most games and aren't very good. I know. I as a grass type enjoyer, I'm aware.
Sure love getting one shot on the first turn. Thankfully, Executor could poke through a hit and deal some damage, but it was too slow to do more against the Magmar. Parasect also gets grilled right away, and thankfully Blaine switched over to Confuse Ray on the Victory Bell, which gave us an opening to hit his lead with Poison Jab and knock it out. But his Rapidash, yeah, that Pokemon does not horse around, meaning that Erica would lose yet another gym battle. But hear me out, C's get the grease, so having 75% of the gym badges should still qualify her for champion, right? No? Too much of a stretch? Okay, then what about the baseball system? She got 2 strikes, and if she gets the 3rd one, then she's out for real. So in the spirit of sportsmanship, I gave her a paw again and helped her win the battle against Blaine. He was not happy about that, and gave us the silent—
Funny enough, this game becomes very easy if you toggle the second trainer, which is what I've been doing for this. It's you shake the second Joy-Con, it sends out a second Pokemon in battle, and then all of a sudden you can fake out and you can screech and you can slash and you can easily win the battles when it's a 2v1.
Shoulder after the match. So we scurried our way towards Viridian to take on the last gym. This guy talked big on the boat, but was silent as ever on his home turf. Although Erica was the deadly one this time, since our grass type moves could deal—
I have a question about the green episode. Will she get a Squirtle from Amber? Guess you have to find out tomorrow, because I don't want to spoil anything. But if you look at the description of the video for green, you'll see. You'll see. You'll know. You'll see.
Major damage to his ground type Pokemon. Okay, maybe not so much to the Nidoking, who could hit us super hard with its poison jabs, but they were tickles compared to Koga and Blaine. Even the Mega Horn didn't knock us out, and we managed to one-shot his Rhydon with Mega Drain, giving us a ton of HP back for the battle with Nidoqueen. Since we were on a roll, I decided to set up a Reflect for even more protection, then set up a Leech Seed to sap away more of itself, and then went back to Mega Drain, which was starting to run out of PP at this point. But we had just enough to finish off his ace and get ourselves badge number 8. From there, we could head straight to Victory Road, where the only problematic trainer was this lady with a Venusaur, since it could one-shot most of our team with its Sludge Bomb, but we managed to finish it off with Victory Bell and keep going. Then we finally picked up the TM for Solar Beam and had to use some hard scales to recall a few useless moves like Stun Spore for our second Gloom, and some good moves.
So, how do you feel about the Kanto run and replaying? Honestly, I'm glad I did this. It was nice to revisit Kanto. I feel like Kanto gets overlooked a lot. Like people are just like, yeah, it's the first generation. We got Gen 1ers. Back when designs were creative, we had Magnet and Ball and a literal seal. Wow, very creative Pokemon design. But you know, it had a lot of like emptiness to it that could be filled in. It was like Swords Dance for a Victory Bell. If only we could also add Sucker Punch to that list. But alas, that was all the changes we could make before taking on the Elite Four. Thankfully, it was enough to help win against Lorelei, whose lead Dugong couldn't do much damage with its Ice Shards, but would take a ton of damage from our Power Whips. Then she sent out Jinx to finish off our lead with a Blizzard, but this part Psychic Pokemon couldn't quite knock out our Parasect, and instead got one-shot by Leech Life. I was not expecting to see a Flamethrower in this battle, but I didn't expect her Slowbro to last long against her Victory Bell either. We also managed to one-shot her Lapras, and that just left her with the bulky Cloyster, who barely tanked through a Power Whip and could be easily finished off with a Psychic the next turn. Bruno was even easier to take down since his fighters couldn't one-shot our grass types, but our Ace Vileplume definitely had the advantage against his Ace Poliwrath. Now Agatha, she was a problem, because once again, poison types. With two Gengar.
We tried to be funny by setting up a Reflect and attacking with Power Whip, but we were barely doing any damage since her whole team resists grass type moves. Our one Psychic guy could finish off her lead, but we were way too slow to do anything against the Gengar.
Yeah, I was gonna say that Alpha Parasect definitely knocked me out. In Arceus.
And she has two of them. We did manage to take down the first one thanks to Parasect's sleep-inducing Spore attack, but there was nothing we could do against her Golbat. Not even with her second Vileplume, which makes it Strike 3. At this point, there is no hope for Erica to become champion. But since we made it this far, I decided to cheese the fight anyways and keep going to see what would have happened. As it turns out, she could sort of win against Lance since he has two water types, a rock, and a very sleepy Dragonite. But the only way to beat the Charizard on his team was with friendship mechanics, and in my book, that doesn't count.
Yeah,
and
friendship
of course,
don't count.
I had to see what happens if she takes on the silly champion. And then I was reminded that he leads with a Mega Pidgeot, and yeah, this thing just outright sweeps her whole team. And in the off chance that she does manage to knock it out, he still has a Rapidash to burn away.
I mean, Arson absolutely burned her team.
Any other flowers. So if you needed a definitive answer and couldn't figure it out by this point, no, Erica could not become champion in the Kanto region. Her grass types are too slow, too vulnerable to the most common types in Kanto, and barely have any.
This was the biggest problem, is the fact that we have no good moves. So like, most of her Pokemon basically just had poison and grass type attacks, and then there was like a few of them that had a fairy or bug type. So like realistically we had zero coverage, and it was really bad coverage of that. Yeah, I wish we had Mega Victory Bell.
Type coverage and their move pool. There's simply too many things holding her back. What's that sound?
Sorry.
Do you guys recognize that sound? It's shoot, I forget. Eucritic City? You know what I'm talking about. The one with the, I forgot their names. The kimono girls. Yeah.
It's Father calling. I should answer.
Oh yeah, go ahead.
Yes, Father?
Erica, bad news.
Because there's a theory that Erica's one of them. She's the Leafeon one, right? That's the theory. But Leafeon didn't exist back then.
The Team Rocket gang is.
Also, the fact that everyone recognized Larry instantly, which is funny because not that many people watched the Larry episode. But I guess Larry's recognizable from this silhouette. I guess Maitsu did a really good job of drawing Larry.
Back.
I just needed an office guy.
Sounds like they've taken over the entire building. They've somehow bypassed our security system and managed to jam all conventional forms of communication. I need you to contact the Elite Four and send help to the Self-Co headquarters in Saffron City immediately.
Understood, Father, and please stay safe.
Don't worry, we're in a secure location for now. And if they do find us, I'm sure Porygon will protect us.
Okay, Father. I'll go make the report now.
Thank you, Erica. I love
those Team Rocket guys. Good thing we're still at the Indigo Plateau.
Thank you for notifying us so soon. We've sent our former champion and Miss Lorelei to Saffron. Agatha has contacted the police. They'll dispatch several units and provide support soon.
What about you?
As much as I would love to give those villains a good thrashing, there is something else I must do.
What could possibly be more important than saving Self?
It sounds like a majority of their members were sent there for this operation, which means their bases are left with the skeleton crew at best. Now is the perfect opportunity for me to swoop in and shut them down.
Sounds dangerous.
We must take some risks if we want to rid of these pests.
Then can I come along too?
I thought you didn't like to battle.
I don't, but after reading what they did to Mr. Fuji, I can't just sit on the sidelines anymore. Besides, they might have more information on Mew stashed away at one of their bases.
What do you think, Lance?
I was planning on going alone, but having some backup can reduce the risk.
Then I'll leave him with you and head back to
What if it's not Larry, but his twin brother Barry?
my gym. We'll be ready to
Or Jerry?
help if you need anything.
Thanks, Bulbasaur. Keep an eye out on Erica for me.
Then it's settled. Welcome to the team, Vasko. Now, let's go deliver some justice.
Don't forget Gary. Oh, Gary is a different character. And Harry, yeah. Did Erica struggle against Surge or no? I think she didn't. Magnet. So we followed up with Gloom. A wise man once said, yeah, no, she won against Surge without a problem. Terry, yeah. So next we have the Sylph.
Hello.
the Sylphco presentation, which now I know if I want to see the title, it doesn't even give me the doesn't give me the iCard. What's the point? What's the point of this iCard? Why did they doof it up? Larry's Erica, father and the Aurors. Okay, he can be her dad. So don't know how much more stream time I have left, but I do gotta start thinking about lunch soon. But you know, we're gonna try to get through this. We have Sylphco presents. The Lance video is so long because a lot happens in it. But yeah, this is leading into green. I don't know when I'm gonna have to hop up, but I'm gonna keep going until I gotta go.
Scott Sylph, president of Sylphco, and today I'm excited to announce all of the cutting-edge technologies we have developed over the past year. Thanks to our joint venture with the Saffron Gym, we have engineered several devices that mimic psychic superpowers, and now can be used to benefit the every man or woman. So without further ado, let us begin with the future of transportation. The warp pad was...
This is supposed to be like one of those keynote presentations that like Apple and Microsoft give out. Oh, what the...
barely a functional prototype last year, and now I am happy to announce that we have developed and implemented a fully functional model. This short-range teleport method requires the presence of 2 synchronized active warp pads, and will instantly teleport any individual from one pad to the other. No more worries about taking the elevator or getting sweaty from running up the stairs. With these warp pads, it's a simple stroll to your next meeting. Of course, it has much more practical uses, such as quickly transporting heavy items, connecting those with health risks to a medical facility, and of course, better accessibility for the disabled. In fact, thanks to this new technology, the Sylphco building in Saffron managed to win the World Accessibility Award this year. We've also been working in collaboration with renowned scientists like Professor Oak to develop a working prototype of the Master Ball. This ultimate Pokeball should be capable of catching any Pokemon, including the legendary birds of Kanto, in a single throw, without fail. With balls like these, which we plan...
Is it a me video if I don't include a random ball joke? Also, catching a Pidgey in a Master Ball felt kind of silly, so I had to. Anyways, now I have a Pidgey and a Master, but I don't know what to do with it.
Speaking of rare Pokemon, you may recall that we announced the first man-made Pokemon, Porygon, a little over a year ago. Well, I'm happy to announce that we are now working on creating an evolution for this Pokemon, which we hope to showcase next year. I hope that you continue to support Silphco and purchase our products so that we may continue to develop tools that make our lives better.
I cut some parts from this. This also had them talking about the Sylph Scope. But I was like, Sylph Scope already got mentioned earlier. No need to like repeat the Sylph Scope stuff. Think about the implications of teleporters and how toxic his work. Well, it's also a really big building and they only have one elevator. So imagine having to wait for that one elevator if you have like 13 floors of employees. Yeah, nah, that's not gonna cut it cheap.
Easier and safer.
I don't know, I thought it would be like a nice little thing. It's like, yeah, we're working on upgrading our Porygon. The Porygon 2.
Silphco, where science leads.
I hope this captured the vibe of one of those presentations. Also, wow, YouTube's really like, hey, you want to watch this premiere? You want to watch this premiere? You want to watch it? I mean, I hope you want to watch it. Tomorrow, 3 p.m. EST. Okay, and that means we have the Lance episode left.
Could Lance become...
Which is a lot longer. We'll see if I can make it through the whole episode without having to end stream, though. It might have to randomly pop off. I also need to think of what to tell Mama Games, because she's probably gonna have to pick up food on the way home. Because sometimes my brother gets food, but he's like, nah, I'm just gonna go get lunch with my girlfriend. I'm not getting you anything. I'm like, okay, thanks, thank you, Brother Games. Thank you, Brother Games. But what the heck, Brother Games? Get me food on the... So now I have to figure out, like, hey, what am I... Because when am I gonna make lunch? It's already noon. There is, I wanted to try this chicken shawarma thing from Trader Joe's. But that's gonna take like half an hour to bake. So today seems like an eat out day. Like, hey, Mama Games, pick up something on the way home. Because I ain't got time to cook. But the Games, he left me out to dry. Vasko, he ain't getting home for a while, so it's probably gonna be a McDonald's kind of day, which I'm not looking forward to. YouTube usually push the most recent posted channel. Good to know, good to know. But yeah, let's check out the Lance video. We'll see how far we can get.
Champion in the Kanto region? The answer to this question should be an obvious yes, because we all know that this Dragon Tamer does, in fact, become champion in the Generation 2 games. But since we never got a Let's Go Togepi and Pichu, Lance is permanently stuck as just another Elite Four member. However, that did get me wondering if he could actually reach the rank with the team he's given in the remake of the Kanto games. So I played through Let's Go Pikachu as Lance, using the same Pokemon and movesets as his Elite Four team. Or at least I tried to match the moveset as close as possible, because as it turns out...
Who said Hyper Beam? It was you, wasn't it, Matthew? Hyper Beam on every single one of his Pokemon. I don't know why they did this, because the move kind of sucks in this game, but he literally gave it to everyone. Everyone. He wasted a move on all of his Pokemon to teach them Hyper Beam of all things.
This bird catcher has an illegal move, and it's not the Dragonite this time. His level 54 Charizard that he uses for the first Elite Four match knows Air Slash, but the only way for Charizard to learn that move in these games is by reaching level 62. There are no TMs for it, and there are no egg move mechanics, so it is literally...
This kind of surprised me. Why, Father? Because Air Slash isn't that good of a move. But they made it an extremely late game move for some reason in this game. Sometimes it is a TM, I believe, but no. There's like a move Pokemon learned at level 24. No. This is a move they learn at 62 for some reason. Homie's ready to retire, and that's when he learns Air Slash.
Impossible to learn it otherwise. Speaking of impossible, Lance likely started out his journey with a Dratini, but I can't exactly get a low-level version on this save. That's because the only way to get Pokemon into a Let's Go file is to trade from another Let's Go game, or to transfer in a Pokemon through Pokemon Go, and then trade it over from that other Let's Go game. Within the game itself, you can catch a Dratini on Route 10 while surfing on the water between the rock tunnel and power plant, but the lowest level those Dratini can be is 18. That is way too high to take on Brock, so I tried to transfer one from Pokemon Go, but as it turns out my weakest Dratini converted to level 28. Now, I could try and grind out Pokemon Go in hopes that I somehow find and hatch a low-level Dratini from the 10km eggs, but I'm not about to start running marathons just to get one Pokemon, so I'll settle for an alternative starter instead. Horsey, making Cousin Claire proud. This Pokemon lets us clear the grass or water type requirement to enter Brock's gym, and was just low level enough to fit within the rules. Then all we had to do is hope that it would listen to us, then attack with Bubble to one-shot the first gym leader's Pokemon. While editing this video, I also learned that I could've just gotten a low-level Charmander on Route 3 as a special spawn, but Vasko was under the impression that they only showed up in the Rock Tunnel. So I'll be sure to remember this in case I ever do a Gary Oak run, because he too has a Charizard.
I'm good friends with Professor Oak, and I've never heard him talk about a Gary.
Maybe he forgot his grandson's name.
Impossible. He may joke about it, but Oak knows that his only grandson is named Blue, and he's currently at Saffron trying to save Sylph.
Meanwhile, we're in the middle of nowhere looking for loose ends.
Ha! If we're to take down Team Rocket, then we must uproot all their operations, no matter how small or remote they may seem.
Did y'all just say Team Rocket?
Indeed I did, good sir. Do you know anything about them?
Yeah, I do actually. There's been a few of them running around Mount Moon scaring the children and stealing fossils. No one's been able to pass through to the other side, and it's really hurting my business. Speaking of which, care to buy a Magikarp? It's only 500 Poké Dollars.
Thank you for the information, but doesn't that price seem...
Also, Lance also needed a Magikarp early game and then no fishing rod. So what do we do? Why did they even put a Ditto plush in the daycare when they know that they knew what they were doing? They knew what they were doing. That's all I'm gonna say.
A bit steep?
There ain't no Magikarp this side of the mountains. I fish them back home at Lavender Town, then hike all the way out here to sell them. Now my stock's running low cause them Rockefellers are blocking the way. So if anything, I ain't charging high enough.
I see. Well, just as we're here to punish evil, we should also reward good. In which case, I'll gladly buy a Magikarp.
You will? Well then, pleasure doing business with you.
Now then, let's go clean up Mount Moon.
As it turns out, there were still several Team Rocket grunts left in the cave, just like the guy said, but none of them posed any challenge to Lance, who could easily wash them away with Horsey's bubble attack. I guess that's one way to clean up their act. We also ran into a nerd who was just trying to protect the fossils he found and ended up challenging us to a battle. He had some electric type Pokemon which worried me a bit, but their electric type moves didn't hit that hard, while both of our headbutts ended up landing criticals. Then we switched over to Bubble to take on the Magnemite, which wasted a turn trying to set up confusion, and gave us the opening to knock it out. Having realized that we're actually here to get rid of Team Rocket, the super nerd gave us one of his fossils as thanks. After making sure that the cave was clear from other suspicious individuals, we made our way out and went to Cerulean City. Lance tried to take on the water type gym right away, but can I get you a Magikarp? They're on sale? I don't know how to send you the Magikarp. Carp. Considering he struggled against the first of the four sisters, we agreed to go train up a bit more on the Nugget Bridge. What we did not expect is to find out that the guy running this whole thing was actually a secret recruiter for Team Rocket, who outed himself without realizing that Lance is part of the Elite Four. Taking him down in battle was easy since Horsey could one-shot his bat, and then use Bubble Beam to clean up his... Wait, I already used that joke. Taking down a second Team Rocket operation gave Lance enough confidence to go challenge Misty, but not enough experience to actually win. Our Horsey could use its headbutt attack to take down her lead Psyduck, but it would get to wear down our HP with its confusion in the process. And that meant we only had enough HP to attack the Starfish once, which is not nearly enough times to get a win. We do still have Magikarp, but come on, you really think this floppy fish can win against Misty? And since her gym is not skippable, we have to find some way to win, or the run ends here. How about we catch another Pokemon?
Aren't you another Pokemon?
Yeah, but I don't like the battle.
Yet you intend to stop Team Rocket.
I can take those guys no problem.
Well, it wouldn't hurt to train regardless. You never know when a more powerful opponent might appear, and the gyms are the perfect place to spar with some...
Let me stop you right there. Not interested. Let's just go catch another Pokemon for now.
Are there any dragons near Cerulean?
No.
Then I too refuse. As a proud member of the Dragon Clan, I can only use dragon Pokemon.
How's a seahorse and a fish dragons?
Ha! The mighty Seadra was classified as a dragon Pokemon by Professor Oak himself, and Gyarados matches ancient descriptions of lake-dwelling dragons. They may not be dragon type, but they are dragons in their own right.
So as long as it looks like a dragon, you're fine with it?
Yeah, pretty much.
And where the heck are we supposed to find something like that?
How about my clinic? We've got several Pokemon up for adoption.
Oh, hey Amber. Wait, how did you know?
The two of you are pretty loud. I could hear your whole conversation from my kitchen.
Apologies for the disturbance, miss. So what Pokemon do you have available?
Well, there's a sweet little Oddish, a Sandshrew who loves digging through the trash, and a little Squirtle that causes a lot of trouble for poor Officer Jenny.
And I'm building up this Squirtle so much, and I hope it pays off when you guys see the Squirtle in the green video tomorrow.
None of those sound like dragons to me.
The only other Pokemon we have up for adoption right now is a Charmander by...
I'll take it! Charizard makes a mighty fine dragon.
Let me finish, please. This Charmander is not very obedient. It doesn't even acknowledge trainers who have multiple badges.
Dragons are natural-born leaders. Of course they won't just bow down to anyone. If anything, this Charmander sounds like an even better fit.
Alright then. If you wish to adopt it, you can go pick up the Charmander from my brother. He's been trying to train it for the past couple of days, right outside of town, near the Nugget Bridge.
Thank you for your assistance, miss. We'll be on our way.
According to Amber's brother, he's noticed it becoming more obedient as he captured more and more wild Pokemon. So even though we could just adopt it right now, it wouldn't have listened to us until Lance had captured at least 50 other Pokemon.
This is a requirement in the game to get the Charmander, by the way. Like, yeah, you need to catch 50 Pokemon. You need to have 50 in your box. I don't think it's catch 50. You need to have 50 in your box. So even if you caught a bunch of Pokemon and released them, if the number's below 50, he just won't give you the Charmander. So I'm like, man. Isn't it also a requirement? No, for Koga's gym, you need 50 Pokedex entries. For this, you need 50 Pokemon in the box. So it can just be the same species over and over, which is what ended up. I just got a bunch of Psyduck.
0. And he only has 2. Well, 3 if you count me. Which meant it's time to rise and grind, gamers, because we have a lot of Pokemon to catch. Mostly Psyduck. And after completing that beast of a side quest, the Charmander seemed a lot more open to the idea of fighting for Lance. But the Dragon Tamer wasn't done just yet. He also gave our Fire Lizard a little rare candy to sweeten the deal, which got it to evolve into a Charmeleon. And now that our new teammate was ready, we could go back and rematch Misty. Knowing that it can't do much against water types, we let Charmeleon take the lead and use its headbutt to absolutely demolish Misty's Psyduck. Poor thing got flinched every single time, which meant it was 3-on-1. Unfortunately, the Starfish...
Okay, I'm using so much Atelier music in this that I'm having the same issue I had while editing the green video, which is I just want to go play the Atelier games. I need to not do this in future videos because the music is so good and it gives me that right nostalgia hit, and just like I could be playing Atelier right now. Forget Genshin, Atelier games. I want to be playing that. I think this is a battle from Ryza 1, which I streamed like 2 weeks ago.
Outspeeds and sweeps our Lizard, so we follow up with Horsey and spam Leer to lower its defenses. And when it knocks us out, we have Magikarp come out for the kill. Yuppa. That's the damage you do after 2 Leers. So unfortunately, if we were to use the Pokemon that are available so far in the game, Lance could not beat Misty in battle and therefore could not become champion.
Objection!
What?
There are still things we can try, like evolving the Magikarp.
And right into my favorite theme from the Ace Attorney games, Eddie Fender.
Magikarp.
We could, but then we'd be using an overleveled Pokemon, and that's against the rules.
Have you ever considered that some of your self-imposed rules might be making life a lot harder than it needs to be?
I don't want to hear it from you, Mr. It's Gotta Be a Dragon.
Touché. Although this gives me an excellent idea.
What, do you think Oddish is a sort of dragon Pokemon all of a sudden?
Ha! Why settle for a sort of dragon when we can go catch ourselves the real deal?
What do you mean? There's no dragons near Cerulean.
But there are Dratini near the rock tunnel that's just a skip away, and some of them can spawn at level 18, so it won't break your silly little level rule.
You make a good point. Fine, we can go catch a Dratini.
I'm just vibing to the
someone in the
background music.
comments might raise an objection of their own as well, since typically we cannot access that part of the world until after the SSN. In reality, I went to find the Dratini on a different account and then traded it over to Lance. But in the always evolving real-time Kanto happening in this story, the thief who stole Dig is long gone from the town.
I kind of like this approach to the story where it's like the world evolves versus it's me being chucked into a new world for a fresh start, or time loop, which was season 2. I kind of like how it's just like, hey, it's a small world and it's growing as the story progresses. I realize it makes it a bit harder for people to follow if they're like, this is the first video they see. So there's a little bit of trade-off on that, but other than that, I kind of like this setup much more than the other 2 seasons.
Officer Jenny isn't blocking the way, and even if she was, I know how to use the chop down technique to get rid of those pesky shrubs and open up the path to where we need to go. Something that caught me off guard is that all of the Dratini I kept running into seemed to always be level 24 for some reason, and it got me to start questioning the quality of information I found online, because a lot of it was not accurate for Scarlet and Violet. But then I remembered this game came out several years ago, and I decided to just trust the process, keep looking, and I managed to find one at level 18, the perfect Dratini for Lance. And let me tell you gamers, this little dragon made all the difference. Our rematch battle started similar to the other 2, with Horsey using Headbutt to take down the Psyduck, then it do some chip damage to the Starmie and gets knocked out. But this time we have an actually useful Pokemon, Dratini, which uses Thunder Wave to paralyze the star, but more importantly, it knows the move Dragon Rage, which deals a flat 40 HP damage. And as it turns out, most early game Pokemon don't have that much.
This is really good move early game and absolutely garbage late game. Because you just do 40. It ignores defense, it ignores your attacks, it just does 40 damage. Which is great when the other guy only has like 70 HP. But miserable when the other guy has like 300 HP, then you can't do anything.
HP, so a single move puts Starmie in the red. Then we just have to attack one more time to get our win. So I guess if Lance were to have his actual ace Pokemon from the get-go, Misty would be no trouble at all. Though I cannot say the same for Surge, who seems to be trouble for every trainer so far. That's because his lead Voltorb can easily one-shot our Horsey, then it can set up a light screen to make Charmeleon's Ember attack useless. Our Magikarp may have finally evolved, but now it has a 4 times weakness to electric type moves, so it gets instantly fried when it tries to do anything. And even though Dratini can take care of both Voltorb and Magnemite with its Dragon Rage, that Raichu is simply too powerful. We don't have enough HP to win here. The only way to dig our way out of this mess is to teach Dig to Charmeleon. That way we can have a useful move against the Voltorb and Magnemite, which means we can take on the Raichu with a full HP Dratini, and that gives us the opening to attack twice, which is all we need to take it down with our flat damaging move. We did win, but we were cutting it close. Real close. What wasn't close was our next destination. Physically speaking, Celadon City isn't that far from Vermilion, but we'd have to pass through Saffron to get there, and the police had it under lockdown since Team Rocket had tried to take over Silphco. So we had to take the long way round, and boy was it long. First we took the underground passage back to Cerulean, and then we made our way back east and through the Rock Tunnel. After that we took a short pit stop at Lavender Town and headed back west using the other underground passage to reach Celadon. You'd think maybe the two.
You guys recognize the background music by this point, because this is the 500th time I've used it. Just because more accurate information is eventually released doesn't mean that an inaccurate one is erased. Exactly. Exactly. A lot of times things don't get fixed, but it's nice when they do. Fun fact, one of my videos from season 2 ended up getting a little, like, somebody who watched it actually went and fixed the wiki on Bulbapedia because there was misinformation about the sushi high roller. So it's kind of cool. It's like, oh, someone actually watched the video and like went and did the thing. That was really nice. I made a difference in the world. Yay.
Or something, but nope. And once we got to our destination, Lance went to check on the game corner since he knew the main Team Rocket base was hidden in its basement. There were a couple of grunts hanging around the place, but none of them stood a chance against him. Unfortunately, there weren't any files about Mew, so this operation was a bust for me, although it was an absolute win for Lance, since he got to shut down the whole hideout, place real security guards around the game corner to catch any returning members, and send them straight to jail. Oh, and he also got to evolve 2 of his Pokemon. As a reward for all of the hard work, we went to the Celadon department store for some shopping. Lance wanted to buy the TMs for Iron Tail and Hyper Beam, both of which were very expensive. At first I thought he was loaded since, you know, top Elite 4 member, raised in a bougie dragon clan. There's gotta be some generational wealth cyclothon reference. I don't know if anyone got that. It was a charity event. Some of the anime, not Splatoobers, they don't do some of the anime creators abroad in Japan, they get together, they cycle across Japan, and then they raise money for, I forget the name of the foundation, but one of the jokes they had in the previous year's cyclothon is, generational wealth is also a Shakespeare reference? Nah, come on. Not like this. How many things are Shakespeare references that I didn't know about? Wealth in there or something, but nope. As it turns out, Lance made most of his money from selling off random stuff he picks up on his journey, like the X items we've not. I would have believed you. To be or not to be, that is the generational wealth question. Found it throughout the underground tunnels, the random fossil that nerd gave us at Mount Moon, and some pearls he got from sitting a slowpoke while its owner went on a date at the Pewter City Museum. I guess doing good deeds really does pay off, well, at least in this game. And after we finished all our shopping, we went over to Erica's gym for a battle and a chat. We started things off by spitting out a smoke screen, which should have lowered Tangela's accuracy, but it still somehow managed to hit us with the sleep powder. Thankfully, we woke up quick enough to attack again, although I'm starting to wonder if this move even does anything anymore. That's okay though, since we can follow up with Charmeleon, who can deal major damage with its Ember, and oh come on! Eventually, we woke up and finished it off. And then we continued to cook by spamming Ember at her Weeping Bell, leaving Erica with just her Ace. This flower was a lot more resistant to our weak fire attack, but we still managed to do some decent damage before getting knocked out. Since it only had a few HP left, I thought it was a good idea to send out Dratini next and use that Dragon Rage, but I guess his HP was way over 40. That mistake cost us the dragon since her Vileplume knows Moonblast and could simply one-shot, leaving the fate of this battle to Gyarados. Thankfully, all it had to do was attack with a bite to get the knockout and prove itself as a finally useful Pokemon.
Good job, you two. So, how's the mission going?
We've made some good progress. There were a couple of rockets causing trouble near Cerulean, and we finally took back the gain corner.
What about Self?
It should be taken care of by now.
But I haven't heard anything from Father. He would have come to the gym or at least called to let me know he's alright.
That is a cause for concern, but I'm sure my colleagues have everything under control. It's only a matter of time until...
Maybe I should go and...
That won't be necessary, Miss Erica.
But...
If you leave the gym, then who will be here to greet your father upon his safe return?
But...
I hear Saffron City has a powerful psychic. I'm sure she'll lend a hand if things go south.
Sabrina?
Actually, Sabrina locked herself up to train her psychic powers, so she might not even know what's going on in Saffron.
Then you leave me no choice. I shall go there myself and take care of this threat.
Oh, thank you.
He's got a thick skull, but he means well.
Are you coming or not?
Right, let's go.
What a mess this place is. It's teeming with rockets.
Lance! Oh, thank goodness you're here.
Get it? Team Rocket. It's teeming with... Anyways.
Officer Jenny?
And the talking meow, too.
What's going on?
Team Rocket's taken over the whole city is what's going on.
What about my colleagues?
The former champion managed to secure the Silpho lobby, but the gym leader is nowhere to be seen. And Miss Lorelei left town a while ago.
What about the police then?
Our forces are spread thin. We received multiple reports of...
I would have loved to do a Lorelei run as well. Unfortunately, all of her Pokemon are in the Seafoam Cavern. So they're all like level 45 when you can catch them. And I'm like, no. I guess I could like transfer them in from like Pokemon Go and hope they're low level enough. But like, I don't know, it kind of saddened me.
Team Rocket activity across the region. All...
What is this? This is, so I do this, it's kind of like a web series. Can X become champion, but it's with voice acting. So you get a story, kind of develop a little bit extra, you know, like what's happening in the region. I don't know, it's just like a show. It's like a show you can watch. Got multiple seasons you can enjoy. Like an anime, almost. Well, more of a visual novel than an anime, but... The artist had a little bit of too much fun with Lance's shoulder and waist. Yeah. Yeah, Lance was a bit of a struggle to draw with that cape, let's just say that. We had to make some compromises because the cape was gonna really complicate things. With Vic taking on a minor admin role while Captain Astronaut is the big bad. I think it's called typecasting. Whereas like people seem to fall into specific roles based on their... You have to quote Edna, no capes for real though. Capes be a struggle. Can you hash them? No, so the problem with the Let's Go games, you can only put Pokemon in here from Pokemon Go or from another Let's Go game. So there's no egg. Cannot breed, cannot send Pokemon in from another title, which makes me sad. I'm also really hoping that they give us the transfer option from home to into ZA. Because I want to do the Zac run as soon as possible, and he has a level 8 Slowpoke. Slowpoke don't show up until level 30 in ZA, so I'm like, how am I gonna do that? How does Zac have a level 8 Slowpoke? Because I could just breed one and say Sword and Shield and then transfer it over, but if home compatibility isn't active, I can't. I'm just like, Pokemon, please. Please, give me the power I need. Yeah, I hope the soon is soon. I really hope it's like soon, because they already sold us the paid DLC. Where's the home access Pokemon? Anyways, back to the...
What we can do for now is protect the citizens and keep anyone from leaving the city.
And here I thought we were making some progress.
You were. None of the reports came from Northern Kanto. Apart from Sylph, Team Rocket's also launched an attack on the SS Anne, the Viridian City Gym, and the Seafoam Islands.
I'm sorry, that is... I could totally run with that. He originally cut a level 30 Slowpoke, but he has so much skill issue, his Pokemon leveled down instead of leveling up. One-way transfer going into the game, that's fine. I'm fine with being... As long as I can put a Pokemon from another game into ZA, I'm fine with that.
Shouldn't the SSN have departed yesterday?
It should have, yes. But someone must have snuck by security during the party and poisoned the captain. So they had to remain docked a little bit longer.
I see. Thank you for the report.
Yeah, then it seemed weird to you guys how in Gen 1 the captain is randomly seasick? That doesn't make sense. One does not become a pirate a ship captain of a big ship by being seasick. That is not a thing that happens. I'm pretty sure someone poisoned the man.
Professor Jenny.
So what do we do now?
Well, we should handle the immediate danger here. So you and I will go support Blue and save Sylph.
And what should I do?
We need reinforcements and fast. Since Sabrina and Lorelei are MIA, try the dojo. It used to be a certified gym until a few months ago. I'm sure there's enough reliable trainers still there who could lend a hand.
Understood. I'll head there right away.
Wonderful. Then we should go too.
As soon as we entered the building, we were greeted by this snooty kid called Blue, who was apparently the former champion
Smell you later,
of Kanto,
gamers.
or rather, he held the title for a few minutes until his rival showed up and took it with ease. Unfortunately, the new champion went off to train his team in the Johto region and then never came back, so the position remained vacant, or rather inaccessible for some time. Eventually, the Elite Four decided to appoint a provisional champion who would protect the title until the real champion returned, or someone else managed to win. Which makes me wonder why this Blue guy didn't just come back to take it, but that's a question for another time. For now, we had to battle him because he wanted to make sure that we weren't gonna drag him down during this operation. Boy, you're dragging yourself down by only bringing 2 Pokemon to a serious battle. We could use Ice Beam to freeze away his Tropical Plant Executor, and then just called his Charizard, which also knows Air Slash, the illegal move that can only be learned at level 62. So of course we had to follow up with Gyarados and knock out his Sword or Dragon. Since we managed to win, he agreed to let us help save Sylphco, and gave us the quick lowdown. Apparently, Lorelei heard something about a base in the abandoned power plant from a few grunts they had captured in the lobby, and instantly took off, leaving Blue all by himself. And that meant he was stuck guarding...
Any Ace Attorney players here? Mild inspiration?
In the lobby, since any rocket could come in or out through the stairs and elevator if he tried to go to a higher floor. In fact, the reason he only used 2 Pokemon for that battle was because half of his team was already running low on health and PP from taking down...
See, what's funny is I played I played ZA first on Switch 2, and now I'm doing my runs in Switch 1, and it's not that bad. Any grunts who ventured into the lobby. So he was gonna continue standing guard here while Lance and I went up the building to actually take down Team Rocket. Inside we found a ton of grunts and cowering office workers. We tried to take some of them on, but they were prepared with plenty of electric and poison type Pokemon. There was even that one annoying duo that tried to block Sabrina back in Mount Moon, but since they wanted to double battle, we could just team up on their Pokemon one by one and take them down. In reality, none of them were strong enough to stand up to Lance. They might have had a power in numbers, but they were all too weak. So we quickly made our way through the building and to the president's office, where we ran into...
Giovanni!
Lance,
What are you doing here?
isn't it obvious? The president and I are discussing a business opportunity.
What about the Team Rocket invasion? It's not safe here.
They're just a little leverage for our negotiations.
Wait, was this your doing, Giovanni?
Must I spell it out for you, Lance? I am the leader of Team Rocket, so of course it is my doing.
But you're a respectable gym leader. Why would you ever lead an evil organization like Team Rocket?
There's no point in explaining that to a numbskull like yourself. Leader of the Elite Four, sitting atop your cushy throne, holding all that power and doing nothing with it. You disgust me.
I don't understand.
And that's exactly why it's too late to stop me.
I know it's funny you guys say Cap has a perfect villain voice, because we're friends. He's such a silly guy. He's not a don't got a bad bone in his body, but he got a deep voice that happens to fit these guys.
Get it together, Lance. A proud dragon never yields.
Any Ace Attorney fans over here who got that reference?
Giovanni, I came here to take down Team Rocket. And if you truly are their leader, then you leave me no choice.
Bring it, you lazy lizard.
Giovanni leads the battle with his Persian, who uses Fake Out to stall a turn, then Slash to chip away at our health, but our Seadra can strike back with his Scald and two-shot the Scratchy Cat. Then he follows up with a Rhydon, which has a 4x weakness to Water-type moves, and that leaves him with just a Nidoqueen, which tries to body slam our lead, but can't even get a knockout, getting Lance an easy win.
Still not strong enough to take you down.
You've lost, Giovanni. Now it's time to pay for your crimes.
I'm afraid you'll have to put it on my tab.
What's that supposed to mean?
You truly are a blind idiot, Lance. Who needs to run when I can just walk right out?
What just happened? Where did he go?
Allow me to explain. Giovanni took the...
Notice it up there? I had to Photoshop it in. There isn't a warp pad there. I really wish there was. I really wish there was a warp pad there. But I had to Photoshop it in.
emergency exit.
But he just vanished into thin air.
It's this tile behind my desk. A proprietary technology we developed after studying Sabrina's powers of teleportation.
Then we must follow immediately. Huh? Why doesn't it work?
I'm afraid this emergency pad has a one-time use. A security measure, one might say.
Rip the secretary who would be stuck in this room with whoever else showed up. Thanks to the one-time use. Sylph runs away. Poor lady's still stuck there.
To prevent any malicious intruder from following. Although it seems to have backfired.
I suppose there's nothing we can do. But now that we know Giovanni's secret identity, it's only a matter of time until we arrest him.
Then I suggest you act with haste.
Why do you say that, Mr. President?
Giovanni put on this whole charade just to steal a prototype of our Master Ball. There's probably some extremely powerful Pokemon he's trying to capture, and if he succeeds, then he might truly become unstoppable.
I see. Thank you for the information. I'll notify the Elite Four and police force immediately. Rest assured that he will be punished for his crimes.
I hope he does. I'd rather not think what'll happen to our world if a man like him achieves his goals. Now, if you'll excuse me, I need to go check up on my staff. We've been locked up in this office for far too long.
It seems the Elite Four is on to us, but no matter. It's far too late for them to get in our way. I trust you took care of Lorelei.
Of course! She totally bought my disguise and was oh so disappointed to see the power plant completely void of any rocket activity.
Excellent. What about you, Proton? Did you manage to secure the machine?
Not just the machine. Since that former champion was so set on guarding the front door, we managed to sneak out some extra goodies through the back. Here, take a look.
Are those portable warp pads?
One-time use, too. They'll never catch us with these.
The two of you have done an outstanding job. Now go deliver that machine to the power plant and consider yourselves
Yeah, I kind of wish the other admins actually showed up, but I think they didn't think about having other admins this early on. Like, Gen 1 was very, like, does this thing even work? And then Gen 2, they're like, let's try to give a little bit more. Let's try our best, actually. let's actually try.
Promoted.
Yes, boss!
As for me, I have a friend to visit in Lavender Town.
After making sure we've captured every Rocket member left in this building, Lance and I made our way down to the Seafoam Islands. Police were already sent to the SSN and the Viridian City was obviously a distraction. Why would Giovanni invade his own gym? So the only outstanding place was the Seafoam Islands, but they were as barren and cold as the last time I came here. It looks like it was another false report, made to split up the police force during the takeover. They informed us that the report came from an anonymous scientist on Cinnabar Island, so while they continued their investigation, we paid a visit to the lab to see if we could find the culprit. As we learned and informed us—
I don't know if I should have bothered with all this background. These are sprites I stole from Ace Attorney Investigations. It's just like
the report came from
them
an
taking
anonymous
pictures, and then this
scientist
guy's like, ta-da! Look, it's a
Island,
seal.
so while
Oh
they
no, the
continued
seal's
their
approaching. I don't know if anyone bothered looking at these guys. I don't know. I try to do like a little bit of extra things in the background.
We paid a visit to the lab to see if we could find the culprit. As we learned in Sylph, there were some scientists who had defected to Team Rocket, but all of the guys in this lab seemed to check out. And even though we couldn't find out who filed the false report, they decided to give us a restored fossil Pokemon as an apology for all the trouble. And since Aerodactyl—
Also, yeah, one-way teleporters. They are. I think also Sabrina's gym has a one-way teleporter. So like, it sends you back to the front, but then you have to do the whole puzzle to get back to her. Yeah, the mom video got more views than all of season 3 combined, which is why I just cannot do a season 4 this year. Like, it just is not.
looked like a dragon, Lance gladly took the gift. Having reached a dead end, we decided to return to the gym challenge while looking for clues to Giovanni's whereabouts. It was also a good opportunity to level up our team, just in case he had a super powerful Pokemon next time we find him. So we returned to Fuchsia City and went on to battle Koga. Our Seadra used Scald to burn his lead Weezing, but he returned a favor by poisoning our lead, and we knocked it out next turn. Then he followed up with Muck, who was busy toxic stalling and was bulky enough to tank a hit from our Scald, then knock us out with a Sludge Bomb. Lance followed up with Gyarados, which could hit much harder with its Waterfall, and got the knockout on turn 2, but not before getting poisoned itself. Koga sent out Golbat next, which used Fly to stall out a turn, and let our Gyarados faint to the Toxic. We followed up with our new Aerodactyl, who could easily one-shot this flying bat with a Rock Throw, and since Koga's last Pokemon Venomoth is also weak to Rock-type moves, it was another easy KO for our new Dragon. After getting our 5th gym badge, we made our way back to Saffron to check on the Rocket situation, and thankfully, everything was back to normal. All the grunts were arrested, the guards were letting people back into town, and Sylph was back to business. Jenny informed us that the trainers at the dojo were of great help, so we went in to personally thank them. They were all happy and even wanted to spar with us a bit as a way to celebrate. One of the coach trainers there even gave us the DM for Thunder Punch, which we could teach to our Charizard. But I forgot to do that until much later in the game. Then we went next door to challenge the Psychic-type gym. Sabrina apologized for not noticing the Team Rocket invasion, and she looked pretty tired from her training, but agreed to battle us for the gym badge anyways. Lance instantly tried to scald her, but her lead mime set up a light screen to avoid most of the damage. That meant it could hit us back with a Psychic and get the knockout after a few turns. So we followed up with Gyarados, which could use its physical crunch attack to KO the clown. This move was also pretty useful on the Slowbro who was too busy yawning at us to care. And while we took our little nap, it started setting up comm mines, which let it do some decent damage with Psychic, but it also woke us up, so we crunched it away. Out next was Jinx, who owed us a soda, but we ain't getting that soda. And that left Sabrina with just Alakazam, who failed to finish us off with its attack and got one shot with a crunch. Bam bam, thank you ma'am, now back to training you go. Meanwhile, Lance and I flew back to Cinnabar for gym number 7. You'd think we'd have an easy time.
I had to record the scene in the post game because it's only in the post game that you can ride on the flying Pokemon and they actually fly you around. I'm here since we have 2 water types and a rock, both of which are very effective against fire types, but Blaine was prepared with plenty of counters. For starters, he used Confuse Ray to make our lead punch itself, then followed up with a flamethrower which burned us for some extra between turn damage. Eventually, we did manage to launch an attack, but it didn't do enough to get the knockout, and since Magmar was faster, it could finish off our lead. Thankfully, Gyarados did have enough speed to take care of the last bit of HP, but that meant Arcanine could intimidate me. Oh wait, never mind. There's no abilities in this game. So we attacked with Waterfall while he attacked with Outrage, but that dragon move wasn't quite as effective, mainly because we're not a dragon. Blaine did not want to let this joke drag on and told me to stop horsing around. But we can't let that fly, so we sent out our Aerodactyl and used Rock Throw to chip away at its health. The Rapidash managed to set us on fire, which unfortunately... If I had a nickel for every time a Gyarados got knocked out by a Rapidash during Season 3, I'd have 2 nickels. I don't think nickel is the proper coin. Is it a dime? I'd have 2 dimes, which is not a lot, but it's still surprising it happened twice. I messed up the
halves our physical damage, so it got to live another turn too. Never mind, it knocked itself out with recoil. Now we just had to deal with the Ninetales, who finished off our Ancient Dragon. So there goes our last super effective Pokemon, but that's okay because we can still fight fire with fire, even though the Dragon weakness loop doesn't apply here. We could use our Dragon Breath to come out on top and win badge number 7. Wait Lance, what do we do now?
You mean about the final gym badge?
Yeah, since Giovanni's on the run and all.
What do you mean Giovanni's on the run?
I suppose it does take a while for news to reach this island. We discovered that gym leader of Giovanni is the secret boss of Team Rocket.
It's about time.
Wait, you knew about it and didn't say anything?
Wait, that's a Phineas and Ferb reference? I thought it was Shakespeare. I'm disappointed.
How could I? That tyrant threatened to blow up the whole island if I leaked any information. I might be a gym leader, but I am the protector of Cinnabar first and foremost.
That guy really likes to cross the line, huh?
You don't even know the half of it.
Well, I, for one, would like to know all of it. A detailed eyewitness report would really help our case in court.
Shouldn't you worry about catching him first?
Every member of the Kanto police is looking for him as we speak. It's only a matter of time until...
No wonder he's gotten away with this for so long.
What are you trying to say, Gym Leader Blaine?
Giovanni is a smart man. He's been running Team Rocket right under your nose for years. Do you really think you can catch him with such a generalist approach?
Then what do you propose we do?
For starters, go check his gym.
We already did. That location was one of the false signals, sent to distract our forces.
And that's how he gets ya. You know the place is empty, so you won't check again.
But the police is patrolling every major road. Surely they would have seen him trying to enter.
There you go again, doing the most predictable thing ever. Think, Lance, think. How did he...
It's also a reference, but apparently the guy that the actual thing never says think mark think. He just says think once.
managed to keep his true identity a secret for so long?
I don't know.
I've been wondering about that too. Every time I've gone to his gym, Giovanni was there, but Team Rocket's main base was in central Kanto. There's no way he could be in two places at once.
Now you're on the right track. Here, have a blame dog.
Thanks, I guess.
Riddle me this. Was Giovanni actually at his gym every time you passed by it?
Now that I think about it, no, not really. He wasn't there when Sabrina and I started our journey in Viridian, and I remember Misty mentioning that other trainers couldn't get into his gym either.
Yet all three of your partners collected his badge.
Yeah, but it was always the last... Wait a minute.
Correct. Here, have a blame dog.
So he only showed up to his gym when there was someone who had collected every other gym badge in the region.
That is a good way to avoid suspicion.
But that's oddly specific. How would he know when that happens?
Here, have a Blaine doll.
What? Okay. Why are you giving me so many of... Oh.
Finally figured it out?
This thing?
Yep. Since most trainers get my badge last, he had the perfect job for me.
If you lose and they start asking questions, give them one of these. There's a simple device that'll let me know when someone leaves Cinnabar. That should give me enough time to conveniently return to my gym. I trust you know what'll happen to your precious island if you fail at this one simple task.
But surely someone would have seen him flying around.
He's a ground-type specialist. You really think flying would be his MO? Come on, Vasko, you should have realized it by now. Where is your missing Mew?
The truck? But there wasn't any Mew under it.
That was never the point. Did you notice anything odd about it when you checked?
Not really. I guess maybe the tires were really dirty.
Why would that be, I wonder?
He drives a truck through the dirt roads behind his gym? But that could only give him a shortcut to Pewter. There's no way he's driving that car through the mountain range.
I seem to recall a direct connection between Pewter and Vermilion City.
I must apologize. I just recently got to explore the Kanto region, so I'm not familiar with such a path.
And what about your partner?
Me? What did I miss this time?
Sounds like I need to go watch more like crime documentaries. It's time for me to become a true crime viewer, just to kind of understand better her. Yeah. Well, the thing about Lance not knowing the geography, right, is he's from Johto and he's been at the Elite Four the whole time, so he hasn't even bothered to explore Kanto. And this is part of the whole. That was the whole reason. It was like, oh, haha, Lance, you're all high and mighty, but you don't even know anything. You haven't even set foot in the region yet. You're supposed to be the strongest, but like, you ain't done none. Which is at least my theory for why Giovanni was able to get away with so much. But yeah, perhaps plain corruption better, but I wasn't quite sure how to write it. I wonder if Blaine dolls are actual merch arrow. I wonder too. Speaking of, I should talk to Spuddy about doing merch because I wanna try out merch. But that's a topic for another stream.
I'll tell ya, but only if you give me back the Blaine dolls. Don't want to accidentally alert Giovanni.
Sure, take them all and I'll spill the beans.
There's a tunnel connecting the two cities deep underground, dug out by the little mole Pokemon, Diglett. I guess not many people know about it.
But Giovanni does?
Well, Diglett are a ground-type Pokemon, Giovanni's favorite. And I hear he grew up near the Viridian Forest. Can you guess where the entrance to that tunnel is?
That's an interesting theory and all, but wasn't the Team Rocket base in Celadon?
And where exactly was?
I feel like I had to do a little bit too much stretching for this season and some of the motivations. I think that was the weakest point of my writing in this time around. It's just kind of stretching things based on some of the in-game lore.
Is this base?
It was in the basement of the... Oh.
We've been played like fools.
Anyway, you might want to go check that gym now.
Thank you for the invaluable insight, Gym Leader Blaine.
Yeah, a lot of the theory was like, oh, Team Rocket wanted Dig so they could make the base under the game corner, but that base has been there long before they had Dig. So they probably wanted Dig for something else.
Now, if you'll excuse us, we have a criminal to catch.
For the sake of Cinnabar, I truly hope you do.
Well, well, look at what the Meowth dragged in. Didn't think you'd find me so soon.
Don't underestimate me, Giovanni.
Don't flatter yourself, Dragon Boy. Just because the Quizmaster slipped you a hint doesn't mean you're any closer to stopping me.
I am but one step away.
Then come at me.
Also, another reference, I don't know if you guys get. So, Giovanni threatened that he would blow up the island. And then, when we get the Johto games, Cinnabar Island's volcano has happened to erupt. So it's a little bit of, what if it wasn't just random bad luck that made that volcano erupt? What if Giovanni got mad for some reason?
With everything you've got.
Giovanni leads the battle with a Ductria. Oh, it all makes sense now. And Lance uses his Seadra. He tried to hit us with an Earthquake, but we one-shot him with a Scald. Out next is Nidoking, who tanks the hit, but also gets burned, meaning it can't finish us off. So down it goes. The Rhydon was just as easy to take down since it has a 4x weakness to water type moves, leaving the big boss with just his Nidoqueen. And
That Blood Point is also Shakespeare. Man, who did? Man. You know, I prefer it all being Shakespeare than it all being AI, which is unfortunately gonna be the thing in like 5 years from now. Oh, AI already wrote this line. You stole it from AI. I'm like, no, AI stole it from Shakespeare. Just don't ask who Shakespeare stole it from.
just like her king, she gets burned by a scalding attack, fails to do enough damage, and gets knocked out the next turn. Another total sweep by Lance.
Blast it.
You've lost again, Giovanni. Now give up.
Fine. I concede. What do you want me to do, Lance?
For starters, you can disband Team Rocket, return everything you stole from Silphco, and turn yourself in peacefully.
Sure. As of today, Team Rocket is no more. I, Giovanni, am stepping down, as should all of you. Happy?
Yes. Now the stolen technology.
It's in this briefcase. I'll even open it up for you to see.
Wait, doesn't that look like a
talking.
Darn it.
He got away again? He can't have gone far. Search the forest behind the gym.
Oh, now I'm a little worried.
Why?
He got us with the same trick twice, and now he knows about me.
You're just a talking Meowth. What's the big deal?
I guess you're right. So, what do we do now?
Well, we'll leave the search to the police. I'm sure they'll catch him soon. In the meantime, it's best we head back to the Indigo Plateau and make our report. But also...
You got all 8 gym badges. So you try...
I don't know if you noticed this at the end when they're talking, that there's a gym badge left on the chair. That's why it sparkles.
I'm sure they'll catch him soon. In the meantime, it's best we head back to the...
And then it's gonna start, see? And then there's the item. And they're like, oh yeah, there's a badge.
Become champion for real now?
Yes. It's occurred to me that this whole Team Rocket mess could have been avoided if the region had a strong leader. Someone who would take the time to get to know its people and their problems. Instead, the Elite Four has sat idly atop our mountain, waiting for another champion to show up. Well, I'm done waiting. I do not wish to see such evil roam the region ever again.
Aw, it's nice to see you taking the initiative, Lance.
Also kind of giving Lance a little bit of a backstory on why he's like so out to get Team Rocket in the Gen 2 games.
I think you'll do a great job. Now let's go. We ran into Blue on the way out of the gym, and he agreed to take over as the new gym leader, mainly to give himself a proper job, but also to keep an eye out in case Giovanni tries to return here again. And with Viridian safe, we headed west towards Victory Road. On the way there, Lance captured one of the wild Execute, since he knew a guy that wanted to trade his Alolan Dragon-type Executor for a Cantonian Psychic-type one at the Indigo Plateau. So we made the trade and temporarily benched her dragon while we took on the Elite Four. I wanted to see if Lance could win with his normal team, and we'd bring this thing in if he needs to use the post-game team. Lorelei was surprisingly easy to take on since her lead Dugong could barely do any damage to her Seadra. We couldn't do that much damage either, but we were definitely doing more. Then she sent out Jinx, which we attacked with Hyper Beam, but that was more of a throw so we could switch over to a more useful Pokemon, Aerodactyl. This ancient dragon could easily sweep with its Dark-type Crunch attack, and it could use Rock Slide to break open her Cloyster, although I got a little scared about the low accuracy and accidentally threw by using Crunch. Note to self, don't crunch a clam. Anyways, we sent out Gyarados next and used Crunch to finish off the clam. What was my lesson here again? Lorelei followed up with Lapras, who attacked us with Blizzard, while we attacked with Iron Tail. Great, we both missed. Anyways, we exchanged a few more blows, but missed too many times to get the knockout. That's okay though, since Charizard can just use its flamethrower to finish it off. Then it used Dragon Pulse on the Slowbro, but since it didn't do much damage, we switched over to Hyper Beam, which also didn't do much damage. But what if we try it again with Dragonair? Yeah, that's right, winning move right there. And it also got our Dragonair to finally evolve into Dragonite. Also, the Slowbro reminded me that I completely forgot to teach Charizard Thunder Punch. That move would have been so useful here. Speaking of punches, it was time to take on Bruno. His lead Onyx was easy to one-shot for our Seadra, and even though his Hitmonchan could hit us hard with a Thunder Punch, it wasn't hitting hard enough, so we could miss with Hydro Pump twice, and then get knocked out. We followed up with Gyarados because it should be able to finish things off with a Waterfall. Oh my gosh. Thankfully, we somehow lived through a Thunder Punch and finally won the next turn. Then we slapped around the Hitmonlee with some more Waterfalls, and Machamp as well because he kept getting flinched. Now that Poliwrath, Hyper Beam! Still useless. I thought Aerodactyl would be a good idea until I realized that Lance gave it Hyper Beam instead of a flying type.
Like, bro, why? Why doesn't your Aerodactyl know a flying type move? Lance.
Move. For a bird keeper who likes flying type Pokemon, he sure doesn't use any flying type moves for some reason, which would be super useful against Bruno. Thankfully, we could just spam Earthquake to knock out his ace and win here. That just left us with Agatha and her team of poison types, but you know how Aerodactyl knows Earthquake? Yeah, it was an extremely easy sweep. She does have a Golbat too, which isn't affected by Earthquake, but we can just throw rocks at it, so our Fossil could easily beat this Fossil. Don't tell her I said that. And since we are Lance, all we have to do is punch ourselves in confusion and enter the final room to take on the provisional champion. He starts out the battle with the usual Mega Pidgeot, which flinches our Seadra with its Air Slash and knocks it out the next turn. So we followed up with Aerodactyl, who can tank a hit and dishes out some major damage with Rock Slide. Then we just have to not flinch one time to get the knockout. The champ follows up with Jolteon, which is weak to Earthquake, but it is faster and finishes off our Aerodactyl with a Thunder. Charizard is our next best option here, but it takes major damage, gets paralyzed, and uses a puny Fire Punch to do baby level damage. Gyarados can deal some decent damage, but the moment that Thunder hits, he's out. And that leaves Lance with just his Dragonite, who finally survives an attack and finishes off the Spiky Fox. But now we're locked into Outrage against a flower that knows Reflect, so our physical attacks can barely do any damage. We can finish it off with a Fire Punch, but it does leave us in the red, and even at full health, there's not much we can do against a Slowbro. So if we were to use the regular team, Lance would always lose. However, we do have that Alolan Executor and a Mega Stone for the Charizard, so it's worth trying one more time with the much stronger rematch team. Things go a lot smoother this time around since Seadra doesn't get flinched, but misses its Blizzard, so never mind. Except now we follow up with Charizard and use Thunder Punch to chip away the bird's health. Why didn't we Mega Evolve it? Anyways, now that it was in the red, Aerodactyl could easily finish off the champion's Mega lead, but it didn't have enough HP to tank a Thunder. Except, now we can follow up with the Giant Palm Tree and spam Dragon Pulse to knock out the Spiky Fox, who somehow missed all 3 of its Thunders. You think it can hit the really tall tree, but I guess not. Now that Vileplume was a lot more problematic since it knew a poison type move that can take care of our Grass Dragon, but our real Dragon can just use Fire Punch to burn it away. Then it was back to the Slowbro, but it didn't have the protection from Reflect this time around, so we were doing a lot more damage.
Yeah, I think the reason I didn't use Mega Evolution in this battle is because I was trying to see if I could win without Mega Evolution. And I did get the win without Mega Evolving, so I was like, I'll just go with this run. What'd you name the kid? I don't remember. Wait. There's a way to find out. There's a way to find out. Can X become champion? Season 3. Lance. Versus champion. Let's find out. What did I name this dude? Blue. I named him Blue. I'm not very creative on this one.
And even baited out the full heal, or at least one of the many.
I guess Lance didn't really have much of a rival, but Blue has a very similar team to Lance. And technically, the original Blue does beat Lance and become champion.
Heals this guy has. But this time around, we also used our one-time heal, curing our Dragon of its confusion and going back to the powerful Outrage spam, and finally managed to knock out the Slowbro. Unfortunately, Rapidash is not going to let us get an easy victory, as it tanked through an Outrage and used Quick Attack to finish us off the next turn. But since we skipped Gyarados, this formerly unreliable fish could now come on in, finish off the Flaming Horse, and take on the champion's last Pokemon, Marowak, which is very weak to water-type moves and has no good counter for this fish. So if Lance were to use his post-game rematch team, I guess he could become champion in Kanto. Could. Yes, good job, Lance.
Why do you sound so uncertain?
Well, everyone else had to beat the Elite Four first, but you got to skip over an entire battle.
In that case, would you like for me to battle the former champion, Blue? He uses a very similar team, but I assure you that I'd win.
That's alright.
Yet I can see the doubt in your eyes.
You're right. Something does feel wrong. But I don't think it's related to you becoming champion.
Perhaps you're still worried about Giovanni.
Yeah, a little bit. Okay, maybe a lot of it.
Well, don't. We've arrested the majority of Team Rocket members already, and we've got teams investigating the network of tunnels Blaine mentioned.
Right, but he's still out there, and we might have missed something else. Like, why did he steal a Master Ball?
Afraid he might use it to catch a certain talking Pokemon?
Gee, thanks. Guess I'll add that one to the list. Ow! What was that?
Yeah, I'm not a big fan of doing these cliffhangers. I'm not a big fan of it. I'm just like, here's a reason to watch the next episode. Please watch the next episode. Please, I spent so much time working on these. So I dropped the cliffhangers, but half of these don't even feel like that good of cliffhangers. Just like, oh, random thing happens at the end. I wonder what it is. Maybe I need to do a better job of cliffhanging. It also makes sense who he did defeat to become the Kanto Johto games. Yeah. Lance would be able to beat Lance. Absolutely.
How's it coming along?
I think this part confused people because Giovanni clearly has a Master Ball here. But the whole point was to be like, it's not Giovanni. Because Giovanni's over there doing this other thing. So it's someone that's not Giovanni that used the ball.
The specimen is nearly complete.
Wonderful. And this time it won't get away.
It should be very obedient too.
You really outdid yourself this time, Doctor.
I just hope it's enough to clear my debt.
Don't worry. If this works, you can consider us even.
Then let's find out. The Mewtwo is ready.
Oh.
So for this scene, I had to use a Master Ball on a Pokemon in the power plant. In the making of this, I've had to waste 2 Master Balls to get the shots I need. I forget what I caught in this Master Ball. I think it was I mean now I'm well, now I gotta look in the files again. Season 3. I don't remember what I caught in this one. This is gonna be in the B-roll folder. Lance B-roll. It's in the power plant. Did I catch a Zapdos in the Master Ball? Also, yeah, it is Zapdos. Mom's calling, so I'm gonna mute real quick.
Now then, let's see what you can do. Mewtwo. No, that's too long. 2, come out. Can you speak?
Yes, Master.
Good. Can you use your psychic powers?
Is this satisfactory?
Yes. What else can you do?
Anything you desire.
Anything you say?
Indeed. I possess powers greater than any Pokemon in this region.
What about other regions?
There are some legends that might match it in strength, which is why I also developed these.
Megastones?
Yes, I couldn't engineer it to possess any more power naturally, but if you're able to resonate with either of these, it could increase its output by another 15%, which would make it stronger than any known Pokemon.
Let's see here. This one is useless. But this one...
Resonance can be achieved.
I must say, Doctor, you have truly surpassed my expectations.
I'm glad.
No need to sound so scared. After all, I am so satisfied with your work that I think I'll give you a little parting gift before I let you go.
Oh, no need for that, Giovanni.
2. Erase this man's memories, then teleport him back to Lavender. Enjoy the rest of your years in peace, Dr. Fuji.
Understood.
No!
Last time on Connect's Become Champion.
Perhaps you're still worried about Giovanni.
Yeah, a little bit. Okay, maybe a lot of it.
Well, don't. We've arrested the majority of Team Rocket members already, and we've got teams investigating the network of tunnels Blaine mentioned.
Right, but he's still out there, and we might have missed something else. Like, why did he steal a Master Ball?
Afraid he might use it to catch a certain talking Pokemon?
Gee, thanks. Guess I'll add that one to the list. Ow! What was that?
A Master Ball. But you broke it.
And who might you be, little girl?
Me? My name is Green. Grandpa Oak sent me to deliver a Master Ball to the new champion.
You mean the one you just used?
Whoops.
Ha ha! You don't look anything like Daisy. Since when did old Oak get another grandkid?
A few days ago, I think.
Wait, are you the girl they found near Cerulean Cave?
Yep, that's me. Have we met before, Mr. Talking Pokemon?
Nope. My name's Vasko, by the way, and I wanted to ask if you knew anything. Okay, well, I guess I'm eating a Starbucks sandwich for lunch. Which is not very filling. Let me catch up the chat real quick. Let's be honest, you raised your game there. This Giovanni scene is basically Marvel mid-credit scene. It really is. Yeah. We'll see if the payoff is worth it. I tried something different with the writing. You'll see tomorrow. You'll see tomorrow. Poor man tragic. Exactly. You gotta love how Fuji is savvy enough to recognize, hey, whatever he wants to give me is probably bad. Exactly. Fuji's been through it. He lost his Doduo. He lost his research. He know Giovanni ain't no good. I'm glad Green is one of the characters he decided to do because I think she's a fun personality. Absolutely. The Green video was a blast to make. I'm very proud of it. It took me a really long time to make. I didn't realize I was like, well, cause my mom, she's willing to get me food, but if it's something simple. So I'm like, Big Mac meal from McDonald's, cause if you try to tell her any other meal, then she's like, I don't know how to order this. It's too much trouble. So then I'm like, okay, Starbucks sandwich, and she's like, okay, I can get you a Starbucks. I'm like, okay, so you can remember Starbucks sandwich, but not any other food from any other place. Well, we'll see. Hopefully, getting me a protein shake as well. So it's gonna be a protein shake from not a sponsor, Boathouse Farms, but a low-key reason I'm still alive, because there was that one point where I couldn't swallow food, and these smoothies, like, I kind of lived off of these for like half a month, because I couldn't swallow anything, and these had like a lot of protein in them. I mean, I was making protein shakes at home as well, but it was like banana, peanut butter, and milk and protein powder, and that's it. And these, like, because I could barely even swallow like liquids, so it was rough. But I've grown fond of these drinks. Also, hi Jaco. Thing about a pink Pokemon named Mew.
Mew? Nope, doesn't ring a bell. Maybe we should go look for it together and add it to the Pokédex.
Now there's an idea.
Are you saying what I think you're saying?
Indeed I am. I'll be busy writing reports on Team Rocket and restructuring the Elite Four, so I won't have much time to travel for a while.
Fine. Hey Green, can I follow you around the region to look for this missing Mew?
Sure, should be fun.
Also, I've been passed around so many times. This Meowth is tired of being thrown from trainer to trainer. Lance is oddly chill about his. We'll see about that. We'll see about that.
But before we go, I'm still kind of curious. How did you break out of the Master Ball?
Good question, actually. I have no idea.
So to handle the power creep from not happening, the power from Terapagos is pretty simple.
Last time on Connects Become Champion.
Would you be so kind as to take...
Homie just blocks Pokeballs. That's it. That's his power. Can transform into Pokemon. Celebi's powers are ridiculously broke. Terapagos just can't be caught. Just balls don't work on you. Yours is balls. That's it.
Take him with you on your journeys.
You mean this little rock? Kinda reminds me of the Ilex charm I got from Clara.
It seems Gem approves of this proposal.
Yeah, but what's in it for me?
I suppose Gem could share some of his powers with you. It could work like some of the blessings you've obtained from the other mythicals.
I was just kidding about that.
It might be foreshadowing. You say, well, if you read Shakespeare, you'd know exactly what's gonna happen. Because it's all a Shakespeare reference. Always has been.
But, great. A nice little bonus, I guess.
So, you will accept?
Yes, I accept. I'll take Gem with me.
Wonderful.
Wait, is that your power, Gem? Don't worry. I hear it's just a prototype, so maybe that's why it didn't work.
Then maybe I can try again?
Yeah, from now on I'm gonna be like, is that a Shakespeare reference? And I'm gonna forget the source, and I'm gonna be like, why am I saying this?
With another one?
You don't have to do that. Besides, you can only get another one if you become champion.
Then I'll do that too. But for now, let's go look for your missing Mew.
And with that, we're done with the interludes, and we're caught up to the present. Which, why is it full screen? I guess it breaks because it's a premiere. But that's it. It's the green episode is next. Could green become champion?
Last time on Connects Become Champion.
And then it's the little trailer. Yay! I'm just gonna get pinged every day with me being like, hey, I just put this in my script. This is Shakespeare. You can gaslight me by saying it's always Shakespeare. Always has been Shakespeare. Well, I'm excited for the green episodes. It was a nice journey. A little bit different from season 2. A lot shorter. Hopefully more fun. I tried to be a bit more lighthearted in this. But clearly I don't know enough about criminal behavior to write Giovanni and Team Rocket too well. But you know, I'd rather not know. I'd rather keep it that way. It's one of those things I prefer to be ignorant about. But yeah, hopefully easier to follow. I realize also this is a game that's 8 years old. So maybe that's why viewership isn't all that good. But I guess I can talk a little bit about it here. Because Mama Games did just call me. So I know I have like at least 10 to 15 minutes until she's home, so I can yap for 10 to 15 minutes, and then I gotta hop off. Yeah, the fickleness of the algorithm. So basically, season 3 kind of flopped. Season 3 flopped a little bit. You know, just have this in the background while I pull it up. But ultimately. So the idea was, you know, we did that fundraiser stream with Giovanni at the start of last year. Be like, okay, at least I can break even. I did not break even because the algorithm changed mid-year, and then my viewership on long form is at an all-time low, which is not a good thing. It's not not that good of a thing. So I did try to do like a little bit of groups and analyzing things and seeing how things go, and as it turns out, it's not performing all that hot, unfortunately. And it's to the point where I cannot make a season 2 financially. Like, I can't. I hate to be like, oh, it's about, but it is. I mean, if I can't afford to go to the dentist, but I work 40 plus hours a week, what's the point? So, and the other part is just life in the US is getting significantly more expensive. So my health insurance is 3 times more expensive this year. And my dental insurance is like $100 more this year. It's just, and I'm like, and my YouTube revenue is down. Yay! So it's just like, okay, I need to restructure, replan a little bit, kind of find ways to make things work. And my solution for this year is to just make the unvoiced character runs, because I can make them in a reasonable amount of time. And then I'm gonna either try starting a second channel, or yeah, it sucks because as I was finishing editing Green, I was like, I love this. Like, I really enjoy doing this. Like, if you're like, hey, what's your I mean, I complain the whole time I'm editing it. It's type 2 fun. But at the end of the day, like, I'm proud of the work, and I'm like, this is nice. I wish I could do this more. Unfortunately, I cannot. So for the time being, I mean, I hate to say it, but there's not gonna be a season 4, even though I was thinking of doing like a ZA season 4 thing. Like, I don't have the time, and I don't have the funds to do it. So the idea is maybe I figure out how to get the funds. That's the plan. So I'm gonna try to do 1 character run at the end of every month. So when you ask, when's the next Can X become champion? It's at the end of the month. Month is over, there's a new character run video. That's the goal. And I should be on track with those. What if you voiced every... It's not about the voicing, there's just art. The voicing is a bit of a slowdown as well, because sometimes people get sick. So it's like, okay, well, I'm trying to be on track with editing all these things, but in truth, there's all sorts of things that happen that kind of, get in the way and distract a little bit. So that's the plan. It's gonna be 1 character run at the end of every month. It's not gonna be voiced apart from the Green video. Also, this is the 3rd Atelier game. I'm just gonna like run around and collect stuff while I yap. But despite them being not voice runs, I'm still gonna try to have a lot of fun with them. I've done a little bit of preview for the April Fool's video on the Discord server, so I think Matthew knows. Now, I don't know if anyone else is in there, but some people have seen it. They know. But ideally, there's a couple of conditions where I can do a season 4. The first one being that I get 200 members on Patreon, like paid members, which I don't think is gonna happen, because I have like 5 right now, or 6. So I don't know if that's gonna happen, but I'm gonna try to be like, hey guys, go support on Patreon if you can. The other one is to get, because Patreon does have a free tier, is just have people follow me on Patreon and just that be the replacement for the YouTube like subscription, because YouTube got rid of the subscription box. If you go to the home screen, it's now like 3 videos and the rest is shorts, so a lot less long form is being shown to people, which unfortunately means significant drop in viewership for not just me but everybody. And unless I'm clickbaiting like crazy, you're not checking your subscription feed. You're not like, it's very easy to suddenly miss a video, and then YouTube's like, oh, you missed a video, you no longer care about this channel, so you never see him again. But if you do follow on Patreon, then next time I upload, you can find it there. Or I think Patreon does send out emails, so to be like, oh, he posted a video, here you go. Kind of break out of the clutter from YouTube, be like YouTube independent. Another thing I'm doing this year, apparently, unintentionally discovered this, but I'm gonna be starting a Bilibili account, which is basically Chinese YouTube, and that can be monetized. I need to figure out how that works exactly, but basically there was someone who took my videos and translated them without my permission, but they were getting quite the viewership. The translations were very bad, but I had a fan reach out and they're like, hey, I'm willing to do the translations for you. Even Squidman's like, I mean, I could double check. So I'm gonna put like Chinese subtitles and upload it to Bilibili, and hopefully that helps counter a little bit of the YouTube loss from the YouTube algorithm. Unfortunately, with YouTube doing things like this, it makes me wonder how sustainable YouTube is long term. So I've been like full-time YouTube for a couple of years, just getting by on minimum wage, but it's getting to the point where I might not even be able to continue doing YouTube after this year. Like this might straight up just be my last year of YouTube. Unless I can think of a way to like work around this algorithm. So I'm gonna be pushing a lot more for Patreon, which I don't like because everything's a subscription these days. So it's like, oh hey, give me $5 and give all your other creators $5, and it's like, you know, you only have so many $5 to give. So I don't want to like rely on that too much, but it seems like the safest alternative. Chinese YouTube is another one that could work. So we'll see about that. Ideally, what happens if I lock in on the character runs and it's consistent, maybe more sponsors will show up. The bad news about sponsors on YouTube these days is that they now want dedicated videos, because YouTube added a feature that lets you fast forward through sponsored segments. So now they want dedicated videos which don't perform, and then they kill your channel because people don't click on the dedicated video, and then YouTube is like, people no longer care about your channel, so they won't watch your channel again. They just won't show your videos to them. So it's become really harsh to be a creator on YouTube in general, and this year you might see a lot of creators quit. I've already seen so many big creators quit, which is not a good sign for the platform, but you know, they're really embracing the AI stuff and really pushing out people from the platform. I'm gonna try my best to stick around and make content that's fun and enjoyable, and hopefully you learn something new from it, but that's just a little bit of a realistic thing. And I'm gonna make like a dedicated video where I talk about this, so just kind of getting my thoughts out for now and processing. But yeah, plan on leaving, because it, like, longevity on YouTube is now no longer a norm or an expectation. Because the idea is, you know, you work hard, you make your videos, it shows them to enough people to where you make enough revenue to get on by. But the bad news is life has gotten more expensive, YouTube has gotten more competitive, and they're changing their direction to where it's no longer as creator friendly, unfortunately. So again, one of the plans, consistent uploads. Hopefully I can get some sponsors on those videos, which will help. The other thing that could potentially make a season 4 a possibility is if I manage to hire an editor, so that the editor is working on the actual videos, like the end of the month videos. So I'll still have to record the runs and script them, but then I don't have to spend 2 weeks editing. So if I have those extra 2 weeks, I could work on a season 4, because then I'd have enough time to. But then again, like the Green episode, it took me a month and a half of full-time work to produce. So realistically, if I do find an editor, I could only make like a 4 or 5 season episode 4, season 4 kind of thing. Hi Cora, and then I told my friends to tell me not to do a season 4 this year because it's a bad financial decision. So Cora's job is to tell me no season 4. Lock in on the other things. But hi Cora, happy birthday. So yeah, the other thing with the changes in the algorithm, it's become really harsh if you post something off topic. So this channel might become a Pokemon channel. This might just be a Pokemon only channel, and I might try to start like a second channel to cover Splatoon Raiders if it comes out soon. Maybe I want to talk about the Atelier games, because I love these games so much, but there's like no audience for it. So I don't know if I will, but yeah, I will keep the Inkling logo. Yeah, forever an Inkling. But I might have to do a second channel for Splatoon, just because the way the algorithm works has become really dumb. So it's like you have to do one game. You try to do another game, it needs to be a very similar game. So maybe if I did Power World, it might work, Or if I did like Digimon Time Strangers, people might watch an episode. But like I tried it with Fire Emblem and that flopped. And that's the other thing I've noticed. Videos I considered flops in the previous games, I mean the previous years, are huge successes compared to like flops like nowadays. So if I flop a video now, it's significantly worse than if I flop a video before. And it's just the algorithm being more harsh. So I don't know, it's just a lot for me to consider strategy-wise, and it's like, I just want to make videos. I just want to talk about the games I love and make cool fun stuff, but YouTube's making it very hard to do, so it's a lot of planning on the back end and trying to figure out what to do, but realistically it's probably just gonna be Pokemon runs. And the idea is if I'm like a month or two ahead, I'll work on a fun video that I want to do. And hopefully that fun video does well. But I gotta get like the guaranteed character runs in. Really? No audience for Atelier? Yeah. I mean, if I posted an Atelier video on this channel, it'll probably get like 1,000 views at most. And that's a flop. If I posted it on the same channel 3 years ago, it would have gotten 10,000 views. And I would have considered that a flop. So like, YouTube has really changed how harsh it is towards trying out new things. And at the same time, you're supposed to try out new things because people get tired of the old things you've been doing. So it's just like, well, you win if you lose either way. And I'm like, man, YouTube, don't do this. I don't know. I'm gonna try my best to stick around for as long as I can. But we'll see. We'll see. I wonder if Atelier will do well on Billy. Exactly. Or in a second, I could try a second channel and just see how it goes, or a third channel, you know. Sad world we live in. I got 1,000 people to look at this thing I made. It's a flop. Yeah. I mean, even my ZA run that I spent a month editing, it made $60. And that has way more than 1,000 views. But like, imagine working full-time for 4 months and you get paid $60. That is not sustainable. So that's why I'm like, okay. Not even $5 at this point, yeah. It's more like $3. And then after taxes and stuff, it's like $1. I'm like, great. Wonderful. If you did a second channel for Splatoon, would you repost your existing Splatoon videos or make a playlist? I'd probably make a playlist and there's a collab feature. So I'll probably like post an announcement video on here, be like, hey, I'm starting a new channel for Splatoon. Go subscribe over there. But then I'll see, because like, I hate to say it, but the Splatoon community has been very toxic lately. Like really toxic lately. So part of me is like, I don't even know if I wanna make Splatoon videos if people, but then I know there's plenty of people who are not toxic and are fine. And that's who I'd make the videos for. But there's just been a lot of toxicity there that I'm not even. That's kind of why I stopped playing Splatoon 3, to be honest. Like, I kind of got tired of the game and then people were just complaining all the time. And I'm like, you know, this isn't fun. Oh, cool, who are you collabing with? Myself. Yeah, just make videos you want and don't look at the comments. Exactly. So I'd still make, like, guides and, like, walkthroughs and stuff, but, like, not be turbo engaged. Like I was in the Splatoon 2 days. Which, I mean, sad, but again, it's just the reality of the world. Yeah, Splatoon community kind of empty. Well, it's like everyone's too busy, like, canceling each other. And I'm like, I don't... over the smallest things. And I'm just like, you know, I don't want to be a part of that. I just want to make guides and have fun with the games I'm playing. Not be concerned about what someone said, like, 5 years ago. Which is unfortunately Splatoon community these days. I'm just like, okay, you guys have your fun with that. Yeah, and a lot of Splatoon content has become competitive only. And I'm like, I just want to have fun with the game. I don't want to sweat, I want to have fun. Can we have fun with games again? I miss that. I missed when games were fun. So that's why I'm like, maybe I don't even do a Splatoon thing on my second channel. Maybe it's just me talking about games I had fun with, which includes Atelier and sometimes Splatoon. But not Splatoon being the main focus. Although the trouble with YouTube is that you have to pick a thing and then stick to it. So I'd have to be very methodical about the thing that the second channel will be. There's a video title for you. I miss when games were fun, right? Yeah, like that's the one thing I learned is you gotta pick a thing and stick to it. Yes, casuals kind of disappeared in Splatoon 2. But I mean, it is what it is. It is what it is. Maybe it'll be Vasko gamed. Had fun. We're having fun here. This is it. We're just having fun with the games. Talking about fun things, and we'll see. The other thing I was thinking is like story of games, where I talk about like the way games do their writing and stuff, but I don't know if I have enough like passion and time to do that. Like, I'm curious to explore writing in games, but I don't know if there's enough of an audience for that. And then it would also require you to go and check out different games, and many people would just, they stick to like 2 or 3 games that they know. So yeah, I don't know, it's a lot for me to consider, but for now I'm just gonna lock in on the character runs, and I'm just gonna have fun with it. That's my goal. This year, character run at the end of every month, have fun with it. That's my 2 things. Everything else is secondary, so like Billy secondary, pushing for Patreon secondary, maybe trying to figure out if I could potentially do a season 4 somehow secondary. Second channel secondary. Looking for potentially a full-time job because YouTube's direction is starting to scare me. That might not be secondary, that might be primary. And again, that's one of those things where it's like, if I find an editor, I can just part-time YouTube, because I'll have enough time, even on like weekends and nights, to just record and script my runs. It's the editing that takes a really long time. So if I manage to find an editor who's like reasonable and like actually delivers on time, then I could at least like keep that as a bare minimum, but it takes time to train. So we'll see. Anyways, that's gonna be it for this stream. We've been going on for 4.5 hours. I'm hungry. I know food's not gonna get any sooner, even if I say I'm hungry, but it should be here soon. So I'll hop off before then. But gonna go enjoy some Atelier game later. I got a character run I want to finish, and then I'm gonna start working on the next one. I hope you guys enjoy the final episode tomorrow, because I'm very proud of it. I worked really hard on it, and I think it turned out great. I thought it was absolute cinema when I rewatched it, but I could be biased because I've been doing nothing but editing that video for the past 3 weeks. Anyways, next week, I'm gonna try to stream Dragon Quest Builders 2, which is made by the same studio that makes Pocopia, so we can kind of get a somewhat of a rough idea of what Pocopia might look like, kind of set expectations a little bit for the gameplay loops. And then we'll figure it out afterwards. The one upside to being sick, didn't have to go into work so I could make stream. Exactly. Although being sick is no fun, sign someone who is currently sick. But you know, we take what we can get. So yeah, thank you guys for being here. Thank you for hanging out. I hope you enjoyed this looking back and reflecting. And yeah, have yourselves a wonderful weekend. I hope to see you tomorrow. That's gonna be it for me for today. See you around. Bye.